Good evening and welcome to the Sleep to Lore series. Tonight we'll talk about A Memory of Light, the final conclusion to the epic saga where the forces of the light gather at Merrilor and Sheol Ghul to stand against the shadow for the fate of existence. If you'd like, subscribe or comment to let us know you are here. Before we begin, I have a question for you. Have you ever had to finish a very long project or a big task that took years of your life? How did it feel when you finally reached the end? Please comment your answer below, as I love reading your stories. Now let us walk into the dream. The winds of time have blown us to the last battle. Prologue. By Grace and Banners Fallen. The wind from the north did not merely blow, it carried the scent of endings. In the war camp of House Sarand, reality itself had begun to fray, a symptom of the Dark One's touch upon the pattern known as a bubble of evil. Here, the immutability of the physical world had surrendered to a sickening malleability. Baird, a simple man with the soul of a butcher and the hands of a stone carver, sat amidst this surreal decay, pressing his thumb into a copper coin. It yielded like warm wax, taking the impression of his print. It was a small horror, yet it spoke of a world unhinged. If metal, the symbol of strength, of commerce, of war, could lose its spine, what hope had flesh and blood? Around him, the camp of Lord Jared Sarand was a tableau of despair. The rations had spoiled, not through the natural passage of time, but through the accelerating rot of the Dark One's influence. Men huddled over fire pits, muttering in the grip of a hunger that was as much spiritual as it was physical. They laid their swords and mail upon the ground like wet linen, a superstitious and desperate hope that the rising sun might bake the hardness back into the steel. But the sun had been a stranger for too long, hidden behind clouds that churned with the colour of a bruised plum. Lord Jared Sarand, a man whose ambition had long outstripped his wisdom, stood before a map table, consumed by a madness born of denial. To Jared, this atmospheric horror was not the onset of the apocalypse, it was political sabotage. He screamed for the head of Elaine Trakand, blaming Aes Sedai sorcery for the soft metal and the rotting food. It is a profound psychological defense mechanism to reduce the incomprehensible cosmic horror of the last battle into a manageable, albeit delusional, political rivalry. If Elaine is the enemy, Jared can fight her. If the enemy is the unravelling of existence, Jared is helpless. And so, he chose madness over helplessness. Baird, seeking an anchor in this fluid reality, worked two stones against one another, slate and granite. Stone at least remembered itself. It remained hard, brittle and true. The rhythmic snap, snap, snap of his work was a metronome of sanity in a camp sliding into chaos. He was crafting a spearhead, reverting to the primal tools of humanity when the Iron Age failed them. The tension in the camp broke when Eri, a guard bearing the golden boar of House Sarand, challenged the Lord's delusions. He pointed out the absurdity of demanding a queen's head when their knives were as soft as lard. Eri's desertion was not merely an act of insubordination, it was a rejection of the old world order. The feudal oaths that bound these men to Sarand were dissolving, replaced by an older, more primal obligation to the land itself, and to the dragon reborn. As Eri walked away, ripping the badge of service from his shoulder, he signalled the death of the Third Age's political squabbles. Jared's reaction was a frantic, shrill tyranny. He threatened mutilation and docked pay, threats that held no weight when money melted in your pocket and knives could not cut. The melting gold in Karam's pouch, fused into a single useless lump, served as a potent metaphor. Wealth, status and lineage were being smelted down into nothingness by the approaching shadow. Only the blood-red gemstone remained, a stark reminder that only the core of things mattered now. As the night deepened, the ghosts of the camp began to move. Silent, weaponless, the soldiers drifted away, heading north toward the last battle. They were drawn by a pull stronger than fear, the pull of Tavarine, the pull of destiny. Baird, finishing his stone spearhead, realised that his loyalty to the stone was older than his loyalty to the Sarands. He led the remaining personal guard in a gentle, almost pitying mutiny. They did not kill Jared. They tied him to a tree, leaving him with water he could barely drink. It was an act of mercy for a man who had become an obstacle to survival. Baird's parting words were a eulogy for the era of petty lords. The dragon is reborn, oaths are broken, and the butcher must march to the end of the world. He left the lord weeping in the dark, a man broken not by his enemies, but by his refusal to accept that the world had changed. Far to the south, the city of Caemlyn was not dissolving into softness, but burning into ash. The bubble of evil here was not subtle, it was an invasion. Talmanes de la Vinde, commanding the band of the Red Hand in Matt Cawthon's absence, rode through a nightmare of smoke and screams. The capital of Andor, the Lion City, was being devoured by Trollocs and Myrddraal pouring from the ways. Talmanes is the archetype of the pragmatic soldier, the foil to Matt's chaotic luck. Yet here, faced with the overwhelming horror of a city dying, he found himself wishing for Matt's presence. The burden of command lay heavy on him as he navigated the clogged streets, his roan horse dancing nervously. The smoke was a suffocating shroud, and the refugees were a river of misery. Talmanes, ever the professional, forced his way through, knowing that compassion sometimes required ruthlessness. To save the many, he had to ignore the individual pleas of the few. The battle at the gates was a slaughter. Trollocs, massive and reeking of the blight, sought to seal the city and turn it into a killing jar. Talmanes threw the band into the grinder. In the chaos he faced a Myrddraal, a fade, a shadow in human form. The duel was brief but costly. A Thakandar blade, forged in the forges of Shael Ghul and quenched in human blood, nicked his side. The wound was not merely physical, it was a spiritual corruption. It went black immediately, a necrotic rot spreading through his veins. Talmanes knew the law. Such a wound was a death sentence, agonizing and inevitable. Yet this knowledge liberated him. A man with nothing to lose is the most dangerous soldier on the field. He accepted his death, and in doing so found the clarity to act. He encountered a band of mercenaries indifferent to the apocalypse waiting for coin. Talmanes' interaction with them was a masterclass in leadership born of desperation. He lit his pipe, a mundane act of defiance, and offered them a choice: fight for the world and perhaps live, or stand aside and surely hang. When he leaned in, whispering of the poison in his blood, he became terrifying. He was a walking ghost, a dead man commanding the living. The mercenaries, seeing the void in his eyes and the grim reality of the burning city, fell in line. Talmanes had turned his mortality into a weapon. Shift the gaze now to the far north, to the town. Located in the valley of Thakandar, beneath the brooding slope of Shael Ghul, this was a place that should not exist. It was a perversion of civilization, a settlement inhabited by those who served the shadow, where the architecture was held up by the despair of its builders. Isam, the man who was also Luke, the entity known as Slayer, sat in a mockery of an inn. Isam is a creature of the blight, a hunter who walks the dream world of Tel Aran Riod in the flesh. He is soulless, cold, a predator who views humans as prey. Yet even he felt the wrongness of the town. The food was bland vegetables, for the meat here was suspect. Human flesh was a common commodity. The streets were patrolled by the Sama and Say, the Red Veils. Male channelers turned to the shadow, their humanity filed away like their sharpened teeth. A woman came to him. She was one of the chosen, the forsaken, disguised yet radiating an imperious power that made the air heavy. She commanded him to kill Randall Thor. The order was absolute: gut him, spill his bowels, leave him for the ravens. This was not a game of cat and mouse. It was an order for an execution. Isam, who lived for the hunt, accepted. He had failed before in the Two Rivers, a failure that rankled his pride. The chosen provided him with help, turned Aiel. These men, once the epitome of honour, were now monsters with soulless eyes and filed teeth. Isam, a creature of ice, felt a flicker of revulsion. To hunt with these things was to hunt with rabid dogs. It highlighted the hierarchy of the shadow. Even the monsters have monsters they fear. As he prepared to leave, Isam saw a child in the street, a reflection of his own lost innocence in this hellish place. His internal plea for the child to run, to die, to escape, showed the last vestige of the man he might have been, buried deep beneath the Slayer. Back in the wetlands, at the Field of Merrilor, a massive gathering was taking place. The nations were assembling. Leolwyn, formerly Aegeanin of the Shon-Chan blood, walked through the camps with Baal Domon. She was a woman unmoored. Stripped of her titles, her name, and her ship, she was shipless, a designation that, to a Shon-Chan, was equivalent to being lifeless. The Shon-Chan culture is built on rigid hierarchy and absolute order. For Leolwyn, the discovery that Suldam could channel, that the foundation of the empire was a lie, had shattered her worldview. She sought Nynaeve Almira not for friendship, but for atonement. She carried the guilt of the male Adam, the device that had almost allowed Semiraj to control the Dragon Reborn and end the world. They found Nynaeve in the Aiel camp, writing letters. Nynaeve, the fiery wisdom of the two rivers, was not in a mood for forgiveness. When Leolwyn offered herself as Dark Overlay, a piece of property, a slave, it was a clash of cultures. To Nynaeve, slavery was abhorrent. To Leolwyn, it was the only way to balance the ledger of her honour. She surrendered her autonomy to regain her purpose. Nynaeve, though disgusted by the concept, recognised the desperation. She took Leolwyn to the Amelin, knowing that the White Tower loves nothing more than a useful tool, even one as broken as a shipless captain. Within the Aiel camp, another drama unfolded in the sweltering heat of a sweat tent. Avienda sat with the wise ones, Sorillia, Amis, Bear, Melaine. She had just shared a vision from Ruidian, a vision of the Aiel's future, a slow, agonising descent into irrelevance and dishonour. The silence that followed her tale was heavier than the humid air. The Aiel are a people of hard stone and harder wills. They did not weep, they analysed. They sought to test the truth of the vision. Was it immutable? Was it a warning? The discussion turned to Randall Thor and his upcoming meeting at the Field of Merrilor. He demanded a price from the monarchs, but had exempted the Aiel. Avienda perceived this as a slight, but the wise ones, in their stoic wisdom, saw it as an honour, or perhaps a misunderstanding by a man who had forgotten the heart of his people. There, the oldest and perhaps wisest volunteered to return to Ruidian, to walk the glass columns and verify Avienda's vision. It was a dangerous task for an aged woman, but the Aiel do not shy from pain. Before she left, Avienda asked about a woman named Nakomi, a mysterious figure she had met in the waste. The name sparked no recognition, deepening the mystery. Nakomi remains one of the great enigmas of the turning of the wheel, an avatar of the Creator, a remnant of a previous age. Her presence suggests that the pattern provides guidance in the unlikeliest of forms. Baya departed, stepping through a gateway into the night, an old woman running to face the history of her people to save their future. In Caemlyn, the night wore on, and Talmanis was dying. The poison from the Fade's blade burned like liquid fire. He was kept upright only by his will and the support of his men. The band fought their way toward the palace, hoping to find Aes Sedai to heal him, or at least to secure the dragons, Aludra's massive cannons, before the city fell completely. They found Gai'don and the Queen's Guard holding the palace, but the news was grim. The powerful kinswomen were dead or exhausted. There was no healing to be had. Talmanis, faced with his own mortality, refused to despair. He made a tactical decision: abandon the palace, save the refugees, and secure the dragons. It was the choice of a man who plays the cards he has dealt, no matter how poor the hand. The journey to the warehouse was a fever dream. Talmanis hallucinated, the statues of the city seeming to dance in the firelight, mocking him. The pain was a vice, crushing his body, but his mind remained fixed on his duty. When they arrived at the warehouse, it was a ruin. Smouldering timber, dead trollocs. For a moment, hope shattered. They thought the dragons were gone, stolen or destroyed. But then, a thunderous boom shook the city. It was not the sound of defeat, it was the roar of artillery. The dragons were speaking. Chapter 1 and 2. The perspective shifts to the Black Tower, the training ground for the Asherman, which had become a prison. The atmosphere here was thick with paranoia. Rain lashed against the windows, a pathetic fallacy mirroring the entrapment of the men inside. Androl Genhald, a man who could barely channel enough of the one power to make a weave, sat working a piece of leather. Androl is unique among the channelers. He is weak in power, but infinitely strong in skill and life experience. He is the everyman of the series, a leather worker, a traveller. a man who knows the world not through books, but through the callus on his hands. He sat with Pavara Tazanovny, a Red Aes Sedai. Their alliance was an anomaly. Red Arja and Asherman, natural enemies, forced together by the growing darkness of Mazrim Taim. They discussed the horror of what was happening in the shadows of the Black Tower. Taim was not merely a tyrant, he was turning men to the shadow. The process, involving 13 Myrddraal and 13 channelers, was a forcible rape of the soul, twisting a man's morality until he became a dark caricature of himself. The shadows in the room seemed to lengthen as they spoke of it, a psychological manifestation of the encroaching evil. Pavara, haughty and accustomed to command, struggled to understand Androl. She saw power in terms of raw strength in the one power. Androl understood that true power lay in resilience. He recounted the story of the Nox Rebellion, a small uprising of farmers against a tyrant lord. It was a parable for their situation. The weak can overthrow the strong if they are united and righteous. Androl's leatherworking was a metaphor for his philosophy, stitching together disparate parts to create something functional and strong. Androl's fear was palpable. He was terrified of the shadows, terrified of sleeping, terrified of the madness that lurked at the edges of Saidin. Yet, he did not break. He planned. He organized. He was the leader the Black Tower needed, not because he was the dragon reborn or a false dragon, but because he was a man who refused to surrender his humanity. When Emmerin, a Tyran nobleman in disguise, pledged his loyalty, it was not to Androl the channeler, but to Androl the man. They were trapped, outnumbered, and facing a fate worse than death. But in that small, rain-lashed room, the resistance began. Back in Caemlyn, Talmanes was running on borrowed time. The boom of the dragons had revitalized him, a shot of adrenaline cutting through the necrotic poison. He led his men toward the sound, through streets that had become a hellscape of fire and shadow. They found the dragons not in the hands of the enemy, but being used by the remnant of the band. Aludra, the Illuminator, had not let her creations fall. The scene was one of industrial warfare meeting high fantasy. The dragons, massive bronze tubes, belched fire and death, shattering the Trolloc hordes that swarmed the streets. Talmanes, stumbling and half-blind with pain, rallied the defence. He saw the dragons not just as weapons, but as the future of warfare, and the only hope for escaping the city. They needed to retreat, to pull these heavy beasts through the burning streets to the gate. It was an impossible task. The city was lost. The walls were manned by Trollocs, the streets were rivers of fire. But Talmanes de la Vinde did not know how to quit. He organised the withdrawal, placing the dragons in the centre, using their firepower to blast a path through the obstacles. He rode, or rather was carried, at the head of the column, a dying general leading a funeral procession that refused to lie down. As they fought their way to the Caemlyn Gate, the sheer scale of the destruction became apparent. Caemlyn, one of the oldest and greatest cities of the Westlands, was a torch. The palace, the heights, the new city, all of it was being consumed. The loss of life was incalculable. Yet amidst this holocaust, the discipline of the Band of the Red Hand held. The time for waiting was over. The time for dying had begun. And Talmanes intended to make the shadow pay dearly for his life. The narrative leaves us there, suspended between the tragedy of the fall of Caemlyn and the heroic stubbornness of its defenders. The prologue and first chapter of A Memory of Light set a tone of relentless intensity. The bubbles of evil are popping, the seals are weakening, and the protections that held reality together are failing. From the soft copper in Baird's hand to the burning timber of Caemlyn, the world is coming apart. But in the face of this dissolution, the characters, Baird, Talmanes, Androl, Leolwyn, Avienda, find their resolve. They harden themselves against the coming dark, coming the stones that will break the wave of the shadow. The long night has come, but they will not go into it gently. They will rage, they will fight, and they will endure. For the wheel weaves as the wheel wills, and the pattern demands their blood. The air in Caemlyn is thick with smoke and the copper tang of blood. But for Talmanes de la Vinde, the immediate reality is pain. It is a burning, consuming fire that radiates from the wound in his side, a gift from a Thakandar blade. We begin our journey into the end of days not with the dragon reborn, but with a soldier facing his own private apocalypse. Talmanes, a man known for his stoicism, finds himself laughing in the face of death. This is a psychological break, perhaps, or maybe a moment of supreme clarity. When one is already dead, the fear of dying evaporates, leaving only a reckless, terrifying freedom. He battles a Myrddraal, a creature of shadow and fear, and in this duel, we see the evolution of the ordinary man in this age of legends come again. Talmanes does not fight with the elegant forms of the Blade Masters, but with the desperation of a dying man. He mocks the Fade, turning the creature's own psychological warfare back upon it. There is a profound irony here. The shadow relies on terror, but it has no power over a man who has already accepted his demise. When Talmanes severs the creature's head, it is a victory of will over inevitability, but the cost is etched into his skin, black tendrils like ivy spreading from the wound. This is the corruption of the shadow made manifest, a slow, creeping death that turns the body against itself. Yet survival is not for his own sake. Talmanes seeks the dragons. Here, Robert Jordan's world presents us with a clash of eras. The Trollocs are ancient, primal monsters of genetic engineering from the Age of Legends. Eludra's dragons, bronze cannons, represent the dawn of a new age, the industrial revolution of warfare. Talmanes realizes that these weapons are the future. He fights not just to save lives, but to save the means of resistance. When he finally reaches Eludra and the barricades, his wit remains dry as dust, a shield against the horror. He perceives his own death as a tragedy primarily because he won't be around to enjoy the brandy. It is a defense mechanism, a way to compartmentalize the agony. The escape from Caemlyn is a nightmare of logistics and desperation. The city, one of the jewels of the Westlands, is being digested by the shadow. The decision to use the dragons to blast a hole in the city wall is symbolic. To save the people, the symbols of the city's strength must be destroyed. Talmanes, leaning on a spear, watching the walls crumble, represents the breaking of the old world to make way for the new. He collapses, the vibration of his fall merging with the trembling of the earth, signalling that the last battle has truly begun. Far removed from the grit of the streets, we shift to a realm of impossible geometries and terrifying serenity. A dream shard. Here, the laws of physics bow to the will of the dreamer. Moradin, the Nablee, stands upon a stone platform in a burning sea. The imagery is deliberate, fire and water, mutually exclusive elements forced to coexist. It mirrors the nature of the Forsaken themselves, humans twisted into something contradictory, ancient beings living in a modern time. We witness the hierarchy of the shadow in its rawest form. Gai'don, the spider, is reduced to a creature of trembling fear. She wears the Korsuvra, the mind trap, a physical manifestation of her slavery. Her internal monologue reveals the tragedy of the chosen. They sold their souls for power and immortality, only to become pets on a leash. The psychological toll is immense. She, who once made nations tremble, now flinches at a word. She tries to muster dignity, but it slips through her fingers like smoke. Demandred arrives, and with him, the tension of rivalry. He is consumed by a singular obsession, Lewis Therin Telemon. His hatred is not just professional, it is deeply, intimately personal. He demands the right to kill the dragon, a need that supersedes the Great Lord's victory. This is the fatal flaw of the Shadow's lieutenants. Their egos remain dangerously intact. Then, the introduction of the new order. Grendel appears, but she is Grendel no longer. She is Hessalam, without forgiveness. Her beauty, once her primary weapon and defining trait, has been stripped away, replaced by a hideous form. This punishment is poetic in its cruelty. The shadow does not just kill, it deconstructs identity. She must now navigate the world without the crutch of her allure, forcing a terrifying evolution in her competence. But the true shock comes with the arrival of Mahail, Mazrim Time. The Forsaken, these ancient beings from the Age of Legends, look upon him with disdain. To them he is a so-called Aes Sedai, a savage from a broken age. Yet Moradin names him chosen. This is a seismic shift in the political landscape of the Dark. It validates the Third Age's potential for evil. Taim has earned his place not by ancient legacy, but by present merit in corruption. The shadow is modernizing, adapting, just as the light is. The command is given. The time for plotting is over. This is the end. The finality of Moradin's words hangs heavy over the burning sea. The narrative current shifts, carried by the wind, a signature device of the wheel of time, connecting the disparate threads of fate. It blows over a dying world. The landscape itself is depressed, the plants skeletal, the animals starving. The Dark One's touch is not just military, it is environmental, an entropy that attacks the biological processes of life. The wind finds the Field of Merrilor, a place of gathering. Here, the armies of the light are assembling, a massive organism of steel and flesh preparing for the slaughter. In the centre of this storm sits Rand al'Thor, but this is not the hard, brittle Rand of recent memory. This is the Rand who descended from Dragonmount, integrated and whole. He laughs. It is a sound that startles Perrin Ibarra, for it belongs to a man who has found peace in the eye of the hurricane. The dynamic between Rand and Perrin has evolved. They are no longer just village boys, they are kings and demigods. Yet the roots of the two rivers remain. Perrin still sees Rand as his friend, even as he fears the madness. Rand's explanation of his mental state is fascinatingly lucid. He admits to the madness. The memories of Luz Therin are not his, yet they are. He describes the integration not as a cure, but as an acceptance. He is both men and neither. He has access to the skills and memories of the Age of Legends, but filters them through the moral compass of a shepherd. He is a construct of the pattern, self-aware and terrifyingly sane in his insanity. Their conversation turns to the seals on the Dark One's prison. Rand's logic is that of a blacksmith. You cannot patch a shattered blade, you must reforge it. He intends to break the seals to clear away the rubble, to build a perfect prison rather than patch a failing one. It is a gamble of cosmic proportions, one that relies on intuition rather than tradition. This sets the stage for the coming conflict, not with the Shadow, but with the Amelin seat. The news of Caemlin's fall reaches them. Rand's reaction is chilling in its pragmatism. He refuses to send his armies to save the city. He understands the trap. The Shadow wants to fragment the armies of the light, to make them fight 100 small fires rather than the one great conflagration. He sacrifices the capital of Andor for the sake of unity. It is the calculus of a general who knows he must spend lives like currency, but for Perrin, and for the reader, it is a stark reminder of how far Rand has moved beyond human sentimentality. Across the encampment, Egwene Al'Vir labours under the burden of the stole. Her relationship with Gawyn Trakand is strained by his need to protect her and her need to be the Amirlin. She travels to meet Elaine, and we see the contrast in their leadership styles. Elaine, heavily pregnant, radiates the authority of a queen, while Egwene holds the spiritual authority of the tower. Their debate mirrors the one Rand expects. Egwene, armed with research and the caution of the White Tower, believes breaking the seals is folly. She cites the prophecies, interpreting them through the lens of preservation. This is the central tragedy of the Light's alliance. Two righteous leaders, both seeking the salvation of the world, diametrically opposed on the method. They are looking at the same problem from different epochs. Rand sees it with the eyes of the ancient Aes Sedai, Egwene with the eyes of the Third Age's traditions. The arrival of the wounded from Caemlin shatters their council. The reality of war bleeds into their tent. Here, we witness a moment of profound magical prowess. Nynaeve Almera, linking with Egwene, attempts to heal Talmanis. Nynaeve has always been defined by her refusal to accept the impossible. She delves into Talmanis, fighting the corruption of the Thakandar blade. It is a battle of the one power against the essence of the shadow. Her success is not just a medical victory, it is a statement that the light can push back the encroaching dark. Talmanis will live, but the city is lost. Elaine's response to the fall of her capital is a masterclass in compartmentalization. She is furious, heartbroken, but utterly controlled. She recognizes the strategic loss, but refuses to let it break the coalition. However, the arrival of the Shonchan, Leolwyn, adds another layer of complexity. The enemy of my enemy is, well, still a potential enemy. Egwene's distrust of the Shonchan is visceral, rooted in her own trauma as a Damane. Even at the end of the world, personal scars dictate political moves. We then are transported to the ominous, claustrophobic atmosphere of the Black Tower. This is a place where the air itself feels wrong. Pevara Tazanovny of the Red Arja finds herself in the lion's den. Her mission was to genteel or control. Now she must coexist. Her interaction with Androl Genhald is a fascinating study in shifting prejudices. Androl, a leatherworker with barely enough power to light a candle, possesses a talent with gateways that defies the logic of the one power. The tension in the room is palpable. The rain batters the windows, a relentless drumbeat. Pevara and Androl agree to try a circle, a linking of power. This is a violation of Red Arja dogma, a crossing of the ultimate line. But when they link, the result is catastrophic and enlightening. The gender dynamics of the magic system are laid bare. Men must lead the circle, but Androl's control is absolute. Pevara feels the raw, torrential force of Saidin. It is not the gentle river of Saidar, it is molten earth and freezing ice. In the aftermath of the failed link, a metaphysical accident occurs. Pevara, in a panic, bonds Androl as a warder, but because of the lingering resonance of the circle, or perhaps the chaotic nature of the magic in the Black Tower, the bond twists. It becomes a double bond. She bonds him, but he also bonds her. The psychological implication of this is horrifying and intimate. They are suddenly inside each other's heads. There is no privacy, no barrier. Pevara, who has spent her life hunting men like Androl, is now inextricably mapped onto his soul. She feels his confusion, his earnestness, and crucially, his lack of madness. It forces a paradigm shift. She can no longer view him as a monster or a target. He is now a part of her. This accidental union serves as a microcosm for the world. Men and women, Aes Sedai and Ashaman, forced into an uncomfortable, terrifying intimacy to survive. They learn the grim truth. Loghain Ablar, the beacon of hope for the saner faction of the Black Tower, may have turned. The fear that time has corrupted him, turned him to the shadow, is a crushing blow. If a man as strong as Loghain can fall, what hope does a leatherworker and a solitary red sister have? Finally, we return to the shadows of the camp with Avienda. The Aiel Wise One moves through the night with the silence of the desert. Her infiltration of Elaine's tent is almost comedic, a clash of cultures. She doesn't announce herself because she doesn't want to make a fuss, a distinctly Aiel understatement for bypassing royal guards. Her reunion with Elaine is touching, a moment of warmth in the cold lead up to battle. They are first sisters, a bond deeper than blood. But the conversation is heavy. Elaine reveals she will not fight for Caemlyn immediately. She mimics Rand's pragmatism. She will not throw lives away on a siege she cannot win. She will let the Trollocs rot in the city. Avienda's presence brings the Aiel perspective to the forefront. She is a warrior who has seen the future of her people in the glass columns of Ruidian, a future of degradation and extinction. She carries this secret weight. She looks at Elaine, pregnant with Rand's children, and sees the fragility of the legacy they are trying to protect. Elaine receives a letter from Rand, and her reaction is a mix of love and irritation. Rand insists she go save her city, releasing her from the meeting. Elaine sees the manipulation immediately. Rand is using reverse psychology, or perhaps genuine concern masked as a command, to keep her safe. But Elaine is a queen. She will not be managed. She decides to stay, to attend the meeting, to unify the armies. It is an act of defiance that actually aligns with Rand's ultimate goal, proving that while Rand has become a master manipulator, the women in his life are his match in political acumen. The stage is set. The actors have taken their places. Talmanes has lit the fuse of the dragons. The Forsaken have received their marching orders. Rand has embraced his destiny. The Black Tower is a powder keg waiting to blow, and the queens of the world are ready to argue for the soul of the future. The wind dies down, but the storm is just beginning. The last battle is not just a fight of swords and weaves. It is a collision of ideologies, a desperate struggle to hold together a world that is already shattering under the weight of its own history. In these opening movements, Robert Jordan, finished by Brandon Sanderson, establishes a pervasive sense of dread. The victory at the end is not guaranteed. The heroes are tired, wounded, and fighting amongst themselves. The shadow is evolving, becoming smarter, more unified. As we drift into the sleep of lore, remember this: the light shines brightest when the night is darkest, but in the wheel of time, the night has teeth, and it is hungry. Chapter 3. A dangerous place. The atmosphere inside the Great Gathering is stifling, a microcosm of the tension gripping the Black Tower. Outside, a storm rages, but inside, the threat is far more insidious. We find Androl Genheld and the Red Sister Pavara observing a scene that feels fundamentally wrong. Welyn, an Asherman who had previously been vocal about Mazrim Taim's atrocities, has returned. He sits in the centre of the tavern, wearing bells in his hair and a smile that is far too wide, far too hollow. He spins a tale of reconciliation, claiming that Loghain and Taim have patched up their differences for the sake of the last battle. To the uninitiated, this sounds like hope. To Androl, it sounds like death. He recognises that the man wearing Welyn's face is no longer truly Welyn. The shadow has taken root here, replacing souls with obedient, hollow caricatures. The psychological horror of the turned is palpable. It is the death of the self, leaving only a shell that mimics humanity while serving the Dark One. The tavern, transformed from a warehouse by the capable Lind, is packed with recruits who are dangerously naive. They listen to Welyn's propaganda about the Dragon Reborn and the unification of the Tower. Jonith Doubtry, the sturdy Two Rivers man with the stubbornness of his homeland, challenges the narrative. He demands to know where Loghain is. The lies offered in return, that Loghain is merely resting or travelling with Taim, are thin, but dangerous to push against. Androl's internal struggle is highlighted here. He senses Pavara in his mind, an intrusion that is both terrifying and comforting. The double bond, a rare accident of weaving, allows them to sense each other's surface thoughts and emotions. It represents a forced intimacy between the Red Arger, dedicated to gentling men, and the Asherman, men destined to go mad. Yet, in this crucible, they are becoming the most effective team in the Tower. The tension explodes when Taim's inner circle, Mishrael, Mizar, and the bully Katerin, enter the fray. They exude the arrogance of those who hold all the cards. They isolate Androl, mocking his weakness in the one power. Androl, who has spent his life searching for belonging, faces a crushing humiliation. Katerin announces Androl's demotion from dedicated back to soldier, stripping the silver swordpin from his collar. It is a symbolic castration of his status, designed to break his spirit. Androl attempts to seize Saidin, to lash out with the one talent he possesses, the creation of massive gateways. But his mind betrays him. The madness of the taint, or perhaps the dark influence of the tower itself, manifests as encroaching shadows. He feels a phantom glass wall preventing him from weaving. The psychological trauma of the Asherman is laid bare. Their own minds are often as dangerous as their enemies. Defeated, Androl relinquishes the pin, but rather than breaking him, the shame hardens into resolve. He realises that Taim has Loghain, and if the leader of their faction falls, the Black Tower is lost. They must act tonight. Meanwhile, miles away, the Dragon Reborn wrestles with a different kind of burden. Randall Thor sits in his tent, drafting the document that will become the Dragon's peace. His paranoia has lessened, replaced by a steely determination, yet he still struggles to trust. The scene shifts from political gravity to intimate absurdity when Avienda enters. We see a flash of the old Rand, the flustered woolhead, as he navigates the complexities of Aiel culture. Avienda, Elaine and Min have conspired to effectively force his hand, agreeing to share him as first sisters. It is a moment of levity amidst the gloom of the approaching end of days, but it also underscores a thematic point. Rand cannot push away those who love him. His attempt to be harder than steel nearly destroyed him. Now, he must learn to accept love, even in its most unconventional forms, to remain human. The scene ends with Rand accepting this bond, a stark contrast to the forced, violative bonds being forged in the Black Tower. Chapter 4. Advantages to a bond. The narrative returns to the damp darkness of the Black Tower. Androl and Pavara are hiding in a storehouse, waiting to spring a trap. In the silence, the bond between them facilitates a moment of profound vulnerability. Pavara speaks of her hatred for dark friends, rooted in the betrayal of her family. In return, Androl shares the source of his deepest fear. He reveals that his father committed suicide to save his family after sensing the onset of madness, a madness that allowed him to see shadows. This revelation recontextualizes Andrel's struggle. His inability to channel effectively when stressed isn't just a lack of skill, it is a traumatic response. Every time the shadows lengthen in his peripheral vision, he is reliving his father's doom. Their introspection is interrupted by the arrival of Dobza, a Taim loyalist known for his drinking. The ambush is swift. Pivara, demonstrating the combat efficiency of the Red Arja, binds and shields him. But the true interrogation comes from Emerin. The Asherman, usually reserved, slips seamlessly into the persona of a haughty High Lord of Tyr. It is a brilliant piece of social engineering. By feigning arrogance and offering bribes, Emerin manipulates the dim-witted Dobza into revealing the truth without torture. The horror is confirmed. Loghain is being held in the foundation tunnels of the new tower, awaiting the circle of 13 and 13, the method used to forcibly turn a channeler to the shadow. This confirms that Taim is not merely a tyrant, but a high-ranking servant of the dark, utilizing knowledge from the Age of Legends. While the rescue team prepares, Rand al'Thor finds himself in a different kind of danger. He awakens not in the waking world, nor in the true Teleran Riod, but in a dream shard, a pocket reality constructed by a powerful dreamer. Moradin is there. The confrontation between the dragon and the Nablis is philosophical as much as it is magical. Moradin, the nihilist, seeks oblivion, believing that the endless cycle of the wheel is a torture that must end. He expects the usual struggle of wills. However, Rand has achieved integration. He is no longer just Luz Therin or the Shepherd. He is the dragon reborn, fully realized. When Rand exerts his will, the Dream Shard obeys him, not its creator. He turns Moradin's dead, grey landscape into a verdant field of green grass and sunlight. It is a potent metaphor. The shadow seeks to reduce everything to nothingness, but the light is the power of creation and life. Rand rejects the eternal duel, telling Moradin he is done playing by the shadow's rules. He is coming for the Dark One himself. This scene marks a critical shift. Rand is no longer reacting to the Forsaken, he is transcending them. Back at the Black Tower, the rescue mission commences. The team, Andrel, Pivara, Emerin, Joneth and Nalam, moves through the rain-slicked night. They are not merely soldiers, they are a diverse unit of talents. Joneth's archery silences guards where channeling would be detected. Emerin and Nalam provide raw power. Andrel provides the tactical mind. They descend into the foundation pits, a labyrinth of mud and stone that symbolizes the rot at the Black Tower's core. The layout confirms Andrel's suspicions of secret construction projects, hidden chambers designed for Taim's dark works. They locate a heavily guarded door, and Joneth's bow claims another victim, Cotteran, the bully from earlier. There is a grim satisfaction in his death. The time for schoolyard rivalries is over. This is war. They find Loghain in a cramped earthen cell. He is alive, but barely. The once proud false dragon is haggard, likely dosed with forkroot tea to suppress his power. The sight of him, broken but unbroken, galvanizes the group. But the trap is sprung. Mazrim Taim knows they are there. The attack is sudden and overwhelming. A weave of devastating power slams into the tunnel. Pivara, shedding the last of her hesitation, unleashes fire, abandoning the restraint usually expected of Aes Sedai. She is fighting for survival. The power of the enemy is immense. Likely Taim using a sa'angreal, or perhaps one of the Forsaken is present. The walls begin to buckle. The roof of the tunnel groans. They are trapped in a collapsing grave. Loghain commands Andrel to make a gateway, but the stress triggers Andrel's block. The shadows scream at him. He pushes, strains and fights the mental barrier, trying to climb that glass wall of his mind. He is the only one who can save them, yet he is the weakest among them. The tension peaks as the earth gives way. Andrel's scream of effort is lost in the roar of collapsing stone. The screen fades to black on a catastrophic failure. The rescue team buried, Loghain recaptured, and the hope of the Black Tower seemingly extinguished under tons of rock and mud. The last battle approaches, and the light's forces are fracturing from within. Chapter 5. To require a boon. The wheel turns, and the winds of fate blow over a world holding its collective breath. we find ourselves in the quiet before the absolute storm, a moment of stillness that feels heavier than the thunder to come. Rand al'Thor, the dragon reborn, wakes not to the call of a rooster or the simple demands of a farm, but to the crushing weight of prophecy. As he rises in his tent on the Field of Merrilor, the air hangs heavy with moisture, triggering a sense of nostalgia that is both sweet and painful. He remembers the mornings of his youth in the Two Rivers, the crisp frost, the sound of his father Tam working the fences, the innocent promise of a new day. But that world is gone, replaced by a reality that feels old, tired, and worn down, much like a traveller who has walked too far and seen too much. Outside his tent, the contrast between memory and reality is stark. The Field of Merrilor is a sprawling city of canvas and steel. Smoke from cook fires climbs into a dark sky, and the sounds of preparation are everywhere. Men oiling armour, women fletching arrows, the mundane tasks of an army preparing to die. Rand can feel the land itself, sensing its exhaustion through a connection that mimics the bond between a warder and Aes Sedai. The earth is alive, but barely. It clings to existence like a man hanging from a cliff by his fingertips, the skeletal trees and huddled birds waiting for an end or a new beginning. Inside the tent, the intimacy of the moment is broken, or perhaps deepened, by Aviendha. She appears, unclothed and unapologetic, having successfully sneaked up on the most powerful channeler in the world. It is a testament to her training as a maiden of the spear. She moves through the threads of the warder bond like a lizard in the night, slow and imperceptible. Their interaction here is a fascinating study in cultural convergence. Aviendha, once so rigid in her Aiel ways, is beginning to adapt to the wetlands, accepting the custom of a bath, though she frames it through the lens of logic rather than luxury. Rand, in a display of power that harkens back to the Age of Legends, weaves flows of water and fire to create a shower of warmth and mist. It is a frivolous use of the One Power by modern standards, but to Rand, it is a reminder of what was lost. A time when magic was used for comfort and creation, not just destruction. He speaks to Aviendha of that forgotten era, admitting the arrogance of the Aes Sedai of old. They believed they had eliminated war and suffering, and that ignorance left them vulnerable when the true evil arose. It is a moment of profound self-reflection. Rand carries the memories of Luz Therin Telamon, and with them, the guilt of a paradise lost. As they wash, Aviendha presents a cryptic warning. She tells him that she will require a boon this day. It is a subtle political maneuver, performed with the intimacy of a lover. She warns him that this boon will alter his plans drastically, yet she refuses to elaborate. This is the Aiel way, honour and obligation woven into every interaction. She is preparing him for a conflict of interests, ensuring he knows that even here, at the end of all things, she retains her own agency and the honour of her people. Meanwhile, in the White Tower, or rather, a dream of it, Egwene Al'Vir walks through nightmares. She sees the world as a cracking sphere, binding it together with frantic desperation. Waking in her own bed, transported there by Gateway at Gawyn's insistence, she grapples with the burden of leadership. The news awaiting her is grim. Caemlyn has fallen. The capital of Andor, one of the greatest cities in the West, is burning, its walls breached by Trollocs. The scale of the loss is staggering, hundreds of thousands likely dead or displaced. This tragedy sets the stage for the coming summit. The leaders of the nations are gathering at the Field of Merrilor, summoned by the dragon. Egwene, suppressing her exhaustion and the headache that plagues her, prepares to assert the authority of the White Tower. She knows that Rand has summoned them not just to talk, but to command. As she rides out to the meeting place, the political landscape is laid bare. The Borderlanders, desperate and overrun, fly their flags near Rand. The southern nations, Tyrans and Illianas, maintain their ancient rivalries, even in the face of oblivion. Egwene moves among them, a stabilizing force, projecting the timeless power of the Amelin seat. The scene at the meeting place is surreal. Rand approaches, and with him comes the sunlight, piercing the unnatural gloom of the Dark One's touch. The grass greens beneath his feet, a manifestation of the ancient connection between the land and the dragon. The Fisher King healed, bringing life to the wasteland. He constructs a massive pavilion with the power, a display of dominance that silences the murmurs of the gathered rulers. This is not a negotiation, It is a declaration. Inside the pavilion, the tension is palpable. Rand stands before the monarchs of the world, flanked by his Asherman and the Aiel. He presents his terms, and they are staggering. He demands they sign a document, the Dragon's Peace. It is a treaty that freezes all national borders, forbids war, and mandates the funding of schools. It is Rand's attempt to enforce the morality of the Age of Legends upon a fractured world. He refuses to save the world, only to have it descend into chaos immediately after. He is trying to legislate human nature, to force peace upon them as the price for his life. But the true conflict arises with his second demand, the seals on the Dark One's prison. Rand intends to break them. This creates an ideological chasm between Rand and Egwene. To Egwene, the breaking of the seals is the ultimate risk, a gamble that could unleash the Dark One fully before he can be imprisoned again. She sees it as the height of arrogance and madness. To Rand, it is a necessity. He argues that a patch job, merely resealing the bore as it is, will only lead to another tainted prison and another cycle of destruction. He wants to clear away the rubble and build a new, perfect prison. He wants to kill the Dark One. The admission strikes the room like a thunderclap. Rand's ambition has scaled to insanity. He intends to step outside the pattern of reality and slay the embodiment of evil itself. The debate that follows is fierce. The rulers are caught between the terrifying certainty of the dragon's power and the logical caution of the Amelin seat. It is a clash of wills, the unstained tower against the breaker of the world. Egwene calls him a fool, Rand calls her a brat. The veneer of their high stations cracks, revealing the two stubborn youths from Eamon's Field who never quite learned how to back down from one another. Just as the negotiations threaten to collapse into disaster, the tent flaps part. A hush falls over the assembly. Walking out of the shadows of history and into the light of the present is a woman long thought dead. Moraine Damodred has returned. Chapter 6. A Knack. The arrival of Moraine Damodred shifts the atmospheric pressure of the pavilion instantly. It is as if the pivot point of the world has suddenly realigned. For Rand, the sight of her is a shock that pierces his stony resolve. This is the woman who found him, guided him, and ultimately sacrificed herself for him. He falls to his knees, not as the dragon reborn, but as a young man humbled by the return of a mother figure. Her presence brings a wave of relief and validation. If Moraine is here, the pattern is still weaving a design that includes hope. Moraine, ever the Aes Sedai, wastes no time in taking control. She does not do so with shouts or threats, but with the quiet, unassailable authority of prophecy. She quotes the Carathan cycle, the prophecies of the dragon, weaving the ancient verses into a defense of Rand's actions. She reminds the gathered rulers that the dragon is prophesied to break the world again, to tear apart all ties that bind. His dragon's peace is not merely a political treaty, it is the fulfillment of destiny. He is meant to slay his people with the sword of peace. Her intervention breaks the deadlock. She navigates the egos of kings and queens with a master's touch, reminding them that the pattern seeks balance. If the last age ended in breaking, this one must begin with a forced peace. It is a bitter pill, but she makes them swallow it. However, the treaty is still flawed. Elaine Tricand, with her sharp political mind, points out that a peace without an enforcement mechanism is doomed to fail. Laws are meaningless without a force to uphold them. And here, the narrative threads weave together in a brilliant stroke of problem-solving. Avienda steps forward to claim her boon. She demands that the Aiel be included in the dragon's peace, for Rand had initially exempted them, seeing them only as a weapon for the last battle. This moment is critical for the Aiel. With the prophecy of the Kara Khan fulfilled, they face an existential crisis. If their purpose was to prepare for this war, what happens when the war is over? They are a people of the spear. Without a war, they will wither. It is Perrin Ibarra, the blacksmith-turned-lord, who sees the solution. He looks at the Aiel and sees a tool that needs a new function. He proposes that the Aiel become the peacekeepers. They will be the enforcers of the dragon's treaty, a neutral force spanning all nations, mediating disputes and holding the monarchs to their word. It is a profound transformation for the Aiel people. They are evolving from the destroyers of the breaking to the preservers of the peace. Ruark and the Wise Ones accept this new G. this new honor. They will no longer just be warriors, they will be the guardians of justice. With the treaty settled, one final hurdle remains: the seals. Egwene is still adamant, but Moiraine turns her gaze upon the Amelin. She reveals that she knows of Egwene's dreams of Rand stepping on shards. Moiraine interprets this not as a warning to stop him, but as a foretelling of what must happen. The seals must be broken to clear the way for the new prison, but the timing is everything. Moiraine orchestrates a compromise that satisfies both the need for action and the need for caution. Rand must give the seals to Egwene. She, the Watcher of the Seals, will break them, but only when the light of truth shows her it is the exact right moment. It is a massive concession for Rand, a surrender of control that requires immense trust. He hands over the discs of Quendilar, the keys to the Dark One's prison, placing the fate of the world in Egwene's hands. The unity is finally achieved. The rulers sign the Dragon's Peace. Elaine is appointed the supreme commander of the armies, a logical choice that frees Rand to focus on his duel with the Shadow. The coalition of light is formed, fragile but whole. But while the politicians and channelers debate in the comfort of a magic pavilion, the reality of war is bleeding out on the stones of the borderlands. The narrative shifts abruptly, jarringly, to Tarwin's Gap. Here, there are no negotiations, only the stench of blood and the roar of Trollocs. Lan Mandragoran, the uncrowned king of Malkier, is leading a suicide mission. His small force of Malkieri loyalists and borderlanders has held the gap against impossible odds, buying time with their lives. But they are spent. The endless tide of Shadowspawn is pushing them back. Lan, realistic and grim, orders a retreat, not to flee, but to reposition for one final glorious charge. He knows this is the end. He intends to die as he lived, fighting the Shadow to his last breath. The description here is visceral. The heat, the sweat, the overwhelming noise of the horde. Lan's internal monologue recites the oath of the Malkieri kings, to stand when all others fall. He rides Mandarb, his black warhorse, into the teeth of destruction, 6,000 men charging a force that numbers in the tens of thousands. It is the definition of hopelessness. It is the definition of honour. And then, the miracle happens. The air behind the charging Malkieri splits open. Gateways, huge, shimmering portals of light, tear through the sky. They do not bring despair, they bring salvation. Through these holes in reality ride the armies of the borderlands. Shine-Arans, Kandori, Saldeans, Arafelin. They pour onto the field, their banners snapping in the wind, their lances levelled. In seconds, Lan's suicide squad of 6,000 becomes a hammer of 100,000. The sheer release of tension is overwhelming. The Trollocs, anticipating a slaughter, are suddenly faced with the full, united wrath of the border nations. Asherman weaves rip the earth apart, decimating the front lines of the Shadowspawn. For the first time in the entire series, the man who is a nation, the stone-faced warder who carries a mountain on his back, breaks his composure. Amidst the chaos of battle, with the golden crane flying high and his friends rallying to his side, Lan Mandragoran laughs. It is a sound of pure, unadulterated defiance and joy. The King of Malkier is not dying alone today. His people have returned. The gap is held. This juxtaposition, the high-stakes diplomacy of Merrilor and the blood and mud valour of Tarwin's Gap, encapsulates the essence of the end times. The world is being forged anew, both by the pen and by the sword. The dragon has united the nations, the Amelin holds the keys to the prison, and the golden crane flies once more. The pieces are set. Tarmon Gai'don, the last battle, has truly begun. The darkness is gathering, but the light is ready to scream its defiance back into the void. The sleep of the age is over. It is time to wake. Chapter 7. Into the thick of it. The gathering of nations at the Field of Merrilor is not merely a convergence of armies, but a collision of eras. As Elaine Trakand steps from the stifling atmosphere of the command pavilion, she does not step into the barren, dying world that the Dark One has touched, but rather into a miracle. Here the presence of the dragon reborn has left a scar of life upon the land. She enters a grove of trees that defies the logic of botany and time. These are not merely saplings, they are titans, ancient and towering, their limbs heavy with verdant health, stretching hundreds of feet into the grey sky. It is a physical manifestation of the Taveran effect, the pattern correcting itself with violent positivity to balance the encroaching shadow. The sight renders the gathered monarchs and channelers mute. Even Egwene Alvear, the Amelin seat, usually a pillar of composure, is caught gaping. It is a reminder that while Rand al'Thor terrifies them with his power to break the world, that same power is the only thing capable of healing it. The one power sings here, a warmth that many of the women instinctively embrace, perhaps seeking comfort against the unnerving reality that a man can force nature to accelerate centuries in moments. As the shock fades, the grim machinery of war begins to turn. The transition from awe to logistics is abrupt, a necessary psychological defense for leaders who must now send thousands to their deaths. Elaine takes command, a role that chafes some of the older monarchs, yet her authority holds. We see here the culmination of Elaine's arc, from a princess playing at adventure to a queen commanding empires. She demands maps, and the four great captains, the greatest strategic minds of the age, step forward. This is a historic alignment. Gareth Bryn of Andor, Agelmar Jagad of Shianar, Davram Bashir of Saldia, and Rodel Ituralde of Arad Doman. The strategy they devise is one of desperate necessity, dividing the last battle into four distinct theatres. This division reflects the fractured nature of the world they are trying to save. First, Caemlyn, the heart of Andor, now a festering wound occupied by Shadowspawn. Second, Kandor, already burning, a lost cause that must be bled to buy time. Third, Tarwin's Gap, the legendary choke point where the Golden Crane once fell. And finally, Sheol Ghul itself, the site of the metaphysical strike where Rand must confront the Dark One. There is a moment of cultural friction when the Aiel, represented by Ruark, assert their autonomy. The Aiel have always stood apart, their Ji-Ito incompatible with Wetlander hierarchy. However, Elaine forces integration, a move that highlights the theme of unity that permeates this final act. The Aiel must submit to Wetlander command for the sake of coordination. It is a bending of pride for the sake of survival. As the meeting disperses, a sound rises that dwarfs the earlier conversations, a song. It is a deep, resonant vibration that seems to emanate from the earth itself. The Ogier have arrived. Led by the elder Herman and the young Loyal, now married to Aerith, they stand among the trees Rand created. This moment is profoundly significant. The Ogier are a people of peace, slow to anger and slower to act. For them to open the Book of Translation and leave the world was their safety valve. By choosing to stay, to fight alongside humans, the Ogier are casting their vote for existence itself. They are the memory of the world, and they will not let it be unmade without a fight. The juxtaposition of their gentle nature and their massive axes serves as a grim reminder that even the pacifists have run out of options. Amidst this, a subplot of subterfuge plays out. Elaine tasks Perrin Ibarra with logistics, a crucial but inglorious role. However, Fael Bashir, ever the operator, steps in. She understands that Perrin is a warrior and a leader of men, not a quartermaster. She takes the burden, but there is a deeper game afoot. The Horn of Valir, the greatest artifact of the light, must be smuggled to Mat Cauthon. The decision to entrust this task to Fael, hidden within the mundane supply wagons, highlights the precarious nature of their situation. The forces of the light are reduced to hiding their greatest weapon in a cart of turnips, hoping the shadow looks for glory rather than groceries. Chapter 8. That Smouldering City. The narrative shifts to the hills overlooking Caemlyn, where Elaine faces the nightmare of any ruler, the destruction of her own capital. The city is already smouldering, a blackened tooth in the jaw of the realm. The emotional weight here is crushing. Caemlyn is not just stone and mortar, it is the symbol of Elaine's heritage, the seat of the Lion Throne. To retake it, she must destroy it. This is the scorched earth tactic taken to its most heartbreaking extreme. Elaine stands with her commanders, Bashir, Talmanes, and her warder, Birgitte. The plan is brutal simplicity. Lure the Trollocs out, trap them, and burn the rest. But the morale of her troops is fragile. They are looking at their homes occupied by monsters. In a moment of calculated vulnerability, Elaine places her hand on her stomach. She reveals to Bashir, and then orders it known to the troops, that she carries the Dragon Reborn's children. This is a masterstroke of psychological warfare and political theatre. By claiming the unborn babes, she is not just humanizing herself, she is turning her pregnancy into a banner. The soldiers are no longer just fighting for a queen, they are fighting for the future of the world's saviour. It connects the common soldier to the mythic struggle. It also serves as a poignant counterpoint to the death surrounding them. Amidst the preparation for slaughter, new life grows. The attack begins. Gateways open, not to transport troops, but to act as cannons of fire. Torches are hurled into basements filled with oil. The city of Camelin, already wounded, is given the mercy of the flame. As the smoke rises, choking the sky, Elaine turns her back on the burning history of her ancestors and orders the retreat to the woods. It is a rejection of the material in favour of the living. Buildings can be rebuilt, but the war must be won by the living. Far away, in the bowels of the Black Tower, a different kind of horror unfolds. We move from the physical battlefield to a psychic one. Androl and Pavara, a leader of the dedicated Ashaman, and a Red Sister, are bound in darkness. They have been captured by Mazrim Taim's sycophants. The physical bonds are tight, but the true terror lies in what they witness. They watch as their friend Evin is brought in, but this is not the Evin they knew. He has been turned to the shadow. Robert Jordan's world features many horrors, Trollocs eating prisoners, the wind that steals souls. But the turning is perhaps the most violation. It is the hollowing out of a human being, replacing their moral centre with a dark mirror, all while leaving the personality intact. When Evin speaks, he is happy, free of fear, and utterly monstrous. It forces Androl and Pavara to confront the reality that death is preferable to this distortion of self. In the darkness, a profound connection deepens between Androl and Pavara. The bond between a warder and Aes Sedai is intimate, but theirs is something new, a double bond, a telepathic bridge formed by the intermingling of Saidar and Saidin. They share thoughts, fears, and strength. Androl, who has spent his life seeking a place to belong, finds absolute acceptance in the mind of a woman who was trained to hunt men like him. They use the metaphor of cliff diving, a callback to Androl's varied past, to steel themselves. They are standing on the precipice of the highest cliff imaginable. There is no turning back, only the jump. It is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit that even bound, shielded, and surrounded by 13 Myrddraal and 13 Dreadlords, they begin to plot. Chapter 9. To Die Well. We transport now to the meat grinder of the north, Tarwin's Gap. This is a place soaked in blood and history, the graveyard of Malkia. Lan Mandragoran, the uncrowned king, fights a battle that he knows, statistically, he cannot win. The descriptions here are visceral, the stench of Trolloc bodies, the black blood slicking the rocks, the sheer exhaustion of men who have been swinging swords for days. The tragedy of the soldier is personified in Bulin, a Malkieri retainer who refused to leave Lan's side. Bulin dies quietly, hiding a mortal wound because he feared being sent away to be healed, or perhaps because he knew the channelers had no strength to spare. Lan's reaction to finding the body is a study in the Malkieri ethos. He does not weep in the traditional sense, he refuses to mourn. "I do not cry for him, I cheer," he declares. This is the code of the Borderlands. Death is lighter than a feather, duty heavier than a mountain. To die well, facing the shadow, is the only victory available. Lan carries Bulin's body through a gateway to a snow-capped peak, preserving him in the ice. It is a quiet, personal ritual amidst the chaos, a promise that Malkier remembers its own. When he takes the Hadori, the braided leather headband of the Malkieri warriors, from the corpse and ties it to his sword, he is physically binding the memory of his fallen people to his weapon. He fights not just for the living, but for the honour of the dead. But the world is breaking. As Lan walks the camp, the ground shudders. He sees cracks form in the stone, not geological fissures, but rents in the fabric of reality. They are dark, sucking in the light, revealing the nothingness that lies outside the pattern. It is a chilling reminder that the Dark One does not just want to rule the world, he wants to unmake it. The battlefield is not just the earth, it is existence itself. Lan seeks counsel with Lord Agelmar and the firebrand Queen Tenobia. Here, the tension between the tactical and the emotional comes to a head. Agelmar, the seasoned great captain, proposes a fighting retreat. They must trade land for time, bleeding the Trollocs as they fall back into Shinar. For Lan, this is anathema. He came here to plant his feet and die for the land that was stolen from him as an infant. He came to prove that Malkier would not yield a second time. Agelmar's logic is cold and undeniable. I am led to believe you came here to die, he tells Lan. That, in itself, is noble. However, it is also stupid. This confrontation forces Lan to evolve. He must choose between the selfish, romantic glory of a last stand and the grueling, unglamorous duty of survival for the sake of the wider war. He realizes that throwing his life away is easy. The harder path is to retreat, to endure the shame of giving ground so that he might strike again. He chooses the mountain of duty over the feather of death. Meanwhile, on the southern borders of Kandor, Egwene Alvear continues to consolidate her power, not for power's sake, but for efficiency. She crosses into the war zone, and we are treated to a strange scene of cultural collision. Leolwyn, formerly a Geonin of the Shonchan blood, prostrates herself before the Amelin seat. The Shonchan, who view channelers as animals to be leashed, are now bowing to the ultimate channeler. Leolwyn's shame is palpable. She has failed her empress and endangered the world. Egwene, shrewd and pragmatic, accepts the fealty. She strips away the pomp. Nobody bows that low in the White Tower. But she recognizes the value of a servant who has lost everything. It is a moment that underscores how the last battle strips away titles and prejudices. A Shonchan noblewoman serving an innkeeper's daughter turned Amelin would have been unthinkable a year ago. Now it is just another necessary anomaly in a world fighting for breath. The narrative then quiets, moving into the intimate confines of Elaine's tent. Rand al'Thor appears, not as the blinding demigod of the Field of Merrilor, but as a man. He slips past the guards, a ghost seeking a moment of humanity. The scene between Rand and Elaine is a respite from the drumbeat of war. It is tender, laden with the heavy knowledge of what is to come. Rand sees the maps, the clinical representation of the slaughter, and he struggles with the detachment required of a general. He admits to Elaine the revelation he had atop Dragonmount. For so long, Rand believed that to defeat the Dark One, he had to become steel, hard, unfeeling, devoid of attachment. He thought death was the price of victory, but he was wrong. He realizes now that to save the world, he must love it. He must feel every death, every loss. His vulnerability is not a weakness. It is the very reason he fights. If he ceases to care, he is no better than the enemy. Elaine, ever the anchor, grounds him. She shares the news of the twins, a boy and a girl. They discuss names, and Rand, with heartbreaking humility, asks that they not be named after him. He knows his legacy will be a long shadow, and he wishes his children to have their own light. They discuss the nature of the pattern. Rand explains that he is the focal point of balance. As the Dark One pushes chaos and rot into the world, the pattern pushes back through Rand, creating miracles, sprouting grain, clearing skies. He is the fulcrum upon which reality pivots. It is a heavy, lonely existence, but here, with Elaine, he is briefly just a partner. He offers her a gift, a seed for creating Terangrial, acknowledging her talent and giving her a tool for the future he won't see. She, in turn, gives him a dagger that hides him from the Shadow's sight. It is a symbolic exchange. He gives her the means to build, and she gives him the means to hide, to survive just a little longer. As they settle into the night, the war rages outside, but inside the tent, there is a fleeting, precious peace. This chapter arc serves as the deep breath before the plunge. We have seen the armies arrayed, the strategies set, and the personal stakes defined. The trees of the grove stand tall, the city of Caemlyn burns, the cracks in the world widen, and a man and a woman hold each other against the dying of the light. The preparations are complete. The last battle has truly begun. Chapter 10. The Use of Dragons. The last battle is not merely a singular event, but a fracturing of the world across multiple fronts, a simultaneous unravelling of reality, where the strategies of men and the hunger of the shadow collide. Outside the smouldering walls of Caemlyn, we witness the evolution of warfare itself, a terrifying transition from the age of heroes to the age of industry. Perrin Ibarra, the Lord of the Two Rivers, acts as the bait in a grand, dangerous gambit. Leading a diverse coalition, White Cloaks, the winged cavalry of Mayene, the dogged Gildanin, and the disciplined band of the Red Hand, he harries the Trolloc hordes. It is a diagonal charge, a slash across the throat of the enemy lines intended not to break them immediately, but to annoy them, to sting the great beast until it turns to snap at the insect. The Trollocs, entrenched around the city that Elaine Tracan set ablaze to deny them cover, are slow to react. They loose arrows, thick and black as spears, taking down riders, but they do not break formation. Perrin, wielding his hammer, a symbol of creation turned to destruction, knows that patience is the hardest weapon to wield. They must strike again and again, a relentless tide, until the shadow's discipline fractures. Deep in the slumbering Brame Wood, Queen Elaine waits. Her command centre is a study in mobility, ready to vanish at a moment's notice, a reflection of the guerrilla war she has been forced to fight. Here, we see the friction between the Queen and her warder, Birgitta Silverbow. Elaine, ever the risk-taker, chafes at her distance from the violence, wishing to use the ter'angreal or even travel directly to the front. Birgitta, whose very soul is knit to the horn of Valir and the protection of heroes, checks her. There is a profound tension here between Elaine's belief in her own invincibility, fortified by Min's viewings of her babe's survival, and Birgitta's ancient, weary knowledge that prophecy can be a tricky, cruel thing. Birgitta threatens to physically restrain the Queen, a humorous image that belies the desperate fear a warder feels for a reckless charge. The arrival of Uno Nemesta, the foul-mouthed Shienaran warrior, serves as a grim reminder of the stakes elsewhere. He brings news from the borderlands, specifically Kandor, which is falling into ruin. His presence underscores the interconnectedness of this war. A failure in Andor means no relief for the failing lines at Tarwin's Gap. The global strategy hangs by a thread. Elaine realises that if she does not crush the Trolloc army here and now, the dominoes will fall all the way to the White Tower. The plan is executed. The Trollocs, finally goaded beyond endurance by Perrin's harrying, break and charge. They flood toward the Brame Wood, a tidal wave of muscle and hate. Elaine reveals the depth of her preparation. She utilises the legendary prowess of the Two Rivers archers, men who do not miss, their longbows outranging the crude weaponry of the shadow spawn. It is a slaughter of precision. But the true horror, the true turning point of the age, lies in what follows. Elaine orders the retreat, drawing the Trollocs into the killing box. She unleashes the dragons. Under the command of Talmanes and the engineering genius of Eludra, these tubes of metal thunder with the voice of the mountain. The description of their firing is visceral. It is not the clean duel of swords, but a concussive erasure of life. The dragons roar, shaking the earth, obliterating the front ranks of the shadow in a haze of smoke and fire. The psychological impact of this moment cannot be overstated. When the smoke clears, thousands of Trollocs are simply gone, turned to mist and memory. Birgitta, a woman who has lived 1,000 lives of combat, who has seen the glory and the gore of the sword, is horrified. She sees the death of the warrior's code. Elaine, with the optimism of a ruler looking toward a new age, believes these weapons will end war forever, for who would fight against such devastation? It is a naive, almost heartbreaking hope, mirroring the real-world fallacy that the Gatling gun or the atomic bomb would ensure peace. The chapter closes on this chilling note. The Trollocs are dying, but so too is the old world. Meanwhile, a darker transformation occurs in the Black Tower. Androl Genhald, barely conscious, witnesses the horror of the turning. It is a violation of the soul, a forceful rewriting of morality by 13 dreadlords and 13 Myrddraal. Taim, the false dragon, seeks to weaponize Toveen, intending to turn her next. This scene serves as a counterpoint to the physical battle in Andor. While Elaine fights for the land, the Shadow fights for the very essence of the people, hollowing them out until only obedience remains. Chapter 11. Just another sellsword. We shift our gaze to the camps of the Aes Sedai, where politics survive even the apocalypse. Egwene Alvear, the Amelin seat, rides with Adalorna, the Captain General of the Green Arger. There is a reconciliation here, born of necessity and respect. The Greens, the Battle Arger, finally recognise Egwene not just as a bureaucrat, but as a warrior general, the embodiment of their own philosophy. By hinting at her leadership role, Adalorna offers Egwene the keys to the Arger's heart. It is a moment of unity that the White Tower has desperately needed, cementing Egwene's absolute authority. Egwene then inspects Gareth Bryn's command, where we see the One Power revolutionising intelligence. The Aes Sedai have created a horizontal gateway, a window in the floor of the tent looking down upon the battlefield from a great height. It is a perilous innovation. One could fall through, or attacks could come up, but it offers a god's eye view of the terrain. Egwene, however, is not satisfied with passive defence. She challenges the great captain, pushing him to abandon traditional caution. She reminds him that they have a resource no other army in history has fully utilised in this way, the organised might of the White Tower. She demands he use the Aes Sedai not just as support, but as the spear tip. It is a shift in doctrine, acknowledging that the old ways of war are insufficient against the Shadow. Far to the south, in the city of Ebu Dar, a man named Matrim Cawthon rides a horse named Pips. He is disguised, bandaged, and slumped in the saddle, playing the role of a weary sellsword. Matt's internal monologue provides a grounding, human perspective amidst the high fantasy chaos. He is terrified of being recognised, not by the enemy, but by his wife, the Empress Tuon, and her subjects, who might hold a grudge for his past kidnapping antics. There is a deep, nostalgic irony in Matt's return. He finds Ebu Dar changed under Shonchan rule. The chaotic, jewel-heavy streets he loved have been pacified by bureaucracy and strict laws. The Shonchan have sterilised the vibrant, dangerous culture of the city, yet Matt finds a strange comfort in the familiar sights. He seeks a tavern, the universal sanctuary of the soldier, and finds the yearly brawl. Here the narrative slows to a simmer. We get a slice of life, the banter with the innkeeper Cathana, the suspicious glare of the guard Jaime. Matt tries to maintain his cover, weaving a tale of a lost eye and a noble background, but his nature betrays him. He is too observant, too dangerous. The tension spikes when Jaime accuses Matt of being an assassin sent to kill Tuon. The twist is classic Matt Cawthon. He drops the facade, revealing he is not the killer, but the hunter. He learns that General Lunal Galgan, the head of the Shonchan military, is hiring foreign assassins. Matt's loyalty, despite his constant grumbling and claims of selfishness, is absolute. He reveals his face, knowing it will bring every guard in the city down on him, simply because he needs to know the threat to Tuon. He walks out into the alley, hat pulled low, ready to do the very thing he claims to hate, be a hero. Back in the north, at the border of Shire, the situation is catastrophic. Lan Mandragoran, the uncrowned king of Malkier, fights a losing battle at Tarwin's Gap. The sheer volume of dreadlords, channelers sworn to the Shadow, is overwhelming the Borderlander army. They are being broken, forced to burn their own lands in a scorched earth retreat. Randall Thor arrives, bringing with him the weight of destiny. Moraine Damodred, his ancient guide and conscience, urges him to abandon this fight. She argues for the cold calculus of the prophecy. Rand must go to Shale Ghul and face the Dark One. Every ounce of strength he spends here is wasted. But Rand has integrated the memories of Lews Therin. He has integrated his own humanity. He refuses to sacrifice his friends for the greater good. He chooses compassion, even if Moraine calls it a weakness. Rand steps onto the field, and we witness the power of the Dragon Reborn. He does not just channel, he commands the environment. He creates a storm of winds and lightning, a manifestation of the land's rejection of the Shadow. He is a force of nature, decimating the Trolloc ranks with death gates and lightning. But the Shadow is prepared. This was a trap. Dreadlords led by the forsaken Mazrim Taim spring their ambush. Shields of spirit slam against Rand. He is powerful, holding the fat man Angrial, but he is not omnipotent. He fights with the skill of the Age of Legends, using the storm as a weapon, but he realizes he is being bogged down. Taim and a full circle of channelers press him. Rand's realization is painful but necessary. He cannot win the war by himself. He can win battles, he can slaughter thousands, but if he exhausts himself here, the Dark One wins eternity. With a heavy heart, he retreats, leaving the battle to Lan. It is a moment of maturation, admitting that the dragon cannot save everyone personally. Chapter 12. The Shard of a Moment. The narrative zooms in on the microscale of the conflict in Brain Wood. Birgitte Silverbow leads a squad of Aiel in a guerrilla skirmish. This scene is heavy with existential dread. Birgitte is not just fighting Trollocs, she is fighting the fading of her own soul. Her memories are slipping away, the details of her past lives eroding. She fears that her unnatural expulsion from Teleran Riod has severed her from the Horn of Valir. The fear is not of death but of oblivion, of being unmade, losing her eternal connection to her love, Gaidal Cain. Despite this internal terror, her competence is absolute. She and the Aiel execute a flawless ambush, efficient and lethal. It highlights the tragedy of her character, a legendary hero reduced to a terrified woman, clinging to her identity while efficiently dealing death in the mud. The focus shifts to the metaphysical realm. Rand, exhausted from his failure at the Gap, seeks refuge in a dream shard, a pocket of reality constructed within the world of dreams. He creates a sanctuary of cherry blossoms and peace, a memory of home. But the sanctuary is invaded. Lanfear is there, or rather Sindain, though Rand refuses to call her by the name the Dark One gave her. She appears drowning in a pool, a damsel in distress, begging for rescue. It is a manipulation, a call to the old Luz Therin who always tried to save her. But this is Zen Rand. He does not dive in. He watches. He sees through the artifice. The confrontation that follows is not a battle of weaves, but a dissection of the soul. Lanfear tries to bargain, claiming she wants asylum, claiming she is a victim of the shadow. She tries to seduce him, not with flesh, but with the idea of their shared past, their equality. Rand, however, has transcended their old dynamic. He asks her to prove her sincerity by opening her mind to him completely. She refuses, citing pride and fear of betrayal. In response, Rand does the unthinkable. He does not attack her, he opens his mind to her. He shows her everything, his plans, his love for Ileana, for Min, Avienda and Elaine. He floods her with his radical honesty and his capacity for love. And in that flood, Lanfear sees the most devastating truth of all. Rand does not hate her. He does not love her. He pities her. He sees her not as a rival or a monster, but as a broken thing that never learned how to love anything but power. He effectively destroys her narrative of being the tragic heroine. He leaves her stunned in the dream shard, having defeated her without lifting a finger, armed only with the crushing weight of his own healed psyche. Finally, we return to the waking world, to Perrin in the camp. The fires burn low, and he seeks out Idara of the Wise Ones. Perrin is consumed by his hunt for Slayer, the man who killed a wolf and threatens the wolf dream. Perrin asks a forbidden question: how to enter the world of dreams in the flesh. Idara's reaction is one of horror. She warns him that this act sheds humanity. To enter the dream physically is to risk being cut from the pattern entirely, a death with no rebirth. It is an abomination to the Wise Ones. But Perrin, driven by the need to protect, listens with a stony face. He sees the danger, and he does not care. He is willing to sacrifice his soul, his eternity, to be the hammer that crushes the shadow. The chapter ends on this note of grim determination, a man walking willingly toward damnation for the sake of victory. These chapters paint a picture of a world on the brink. We see the industrialization of death with Elaine's dragons, the tactical evolution of the power with Egwene, the personal sacrifice of identity with Birgitte, and the transcendence of the dragon reborn. The last battle is not just a fight for survival, it is a crucible that is reshaping the very nature of reality, demanding that every character evolve or perish. Chapter 13. What Must Be Done. The narrative current shifts to the hills of southeastern Kandor, where the Amelin seat stands as the vanguard against the shadow. Egwene Alvir, surrounded by the Green Arger, prepares to demonstrate why they are called the Battle Arger. It is a moment of grim realization for the White Tower. The time for political maneuvering is dead, replaced by the visceral necessity of war. Gareth Bryn's tactical genius has arranged the army, but it is Egwene who serves as the fulcrum. She wields Vora's Sa'angreal, a fluted white wand that she feels a profound, almost sentient connection to. This is significant, as it mirrors the bond a blade master feels for his sword, marking Egwene's full transition from a student of the power to a warlord of the light. As the Trolloc Ocean surges, driven by their insatiable need to consume, Egwene embraces the one power. The description here is vital. She does not merely weave, she acts as a conduit for the earth itself. She uses earth weaves to shatter the ground, and fire to cauterize the wounds of the world. There is a thematic resonance here. The blight is an infection, and Egwene sees herself as the cleansing flame. The brutality is efficient. She targets armor, shattering metal into shrapnel, turning the enemy's strength against them. It is a slaughter, yet it is a desperate one. When the Shadow Spawn finally break, it is not a victory of conquest, but of survival. They have held the line, but as Egwene admits to Gawain, this was merely the opening move in a game of attrition they are destined to lose without aid. Meanwhile, in the Brame Wood, Elaine Trakand and Bashir face the chaotic reality of the last battle. The forest negates the advantage of Mat's dragons, forcing a strategy of painful sacrifice. Bashir, ever the pragmatic Saldean, uses the metaphor of riding a stampeding horse. One cannot stop the war, only steer it through thorns. They decide to burn the cities of Shi'anar to deny them to the Shadow, a scorched earth policy that weighs heavily on Elaine's soul. It is the terrible arithmetic of the end of days, sacrificing the few to save the pattern. To the south, Perrin Ibarra makes a decision that completes his arc of leadership. He cannot remain with the White Cloaks and the Two Rivers men. His soul is pulled north to Rand. In a touching transfer of authority, he names Tam Althor a lord and steward, effectively passing the burden of command to the man who raised the dragon. This elevates Tam from a simple farmer to a recognised noble, a status he has earned 12 times over. Before Perrin departs, Dane Bornhald finally confronts him. The truth is revealed. It was Ordith, Paddan Fane, who murdered Perrin's family, not the Trollocs, and certainly not Perrin. The absolution of this guilt allows Perrin to step through the gateway with a clearer heart, though his hatred for Fane deepens into a cold resolve. Perrin arrives at the edge of the Blight to find Rand. The meeting is understated but monumental. Perrin demands passage into the wolf dream in the flesh, a feat strictly forbidden and incredibly dangerous, as it blurs the lines between reality and the dream world. Rand, carrying the memories of Luce Therin, acknowledges the evil of the act but grants it, weaving a gateway that defies the laws of physics. It is a testament to how dire their situation has become. The Dragon Reborn is willing to tear the fabric of reality if it means giving his friend a fighting chance against Slayer. Chapter 14. Doses of Forkroot. Perrin and Gaul step into Teleran Riod, but the dreamscape is fundamentally broken. The impending apocalypse has destabilized the dream. The sky boils and the land shreds itself. It is a psychological manifestation of the world's unravelling. Gaul, the steadfast Aiel, provides a moment of levity amidst the gloom, struggling with the concept that his thoughts dictate his reality, yet his loyalty remains the one constant law of his existence. They hunt Slayer at the Black Tower, or rather, its reflection in the dream. They encounter a violet dome, a barrier preventing travel. Here, Perrin encounters Lanfear. Her presence is a complex web of motivations. She claims to seek vengeance against those who imprisoned her, yet she aids Perrin. She reveals the horrific mechanics of the Shadow's turning. 13 Myrddraal and 13 Dreadlords forcing a channeler's soul into the dark. It is a violation more profound than death, twisting the victim's morality while leaving their personality and their madness intact. Lanfear is a tragic figure here, a creature of immense power trapped by her own choices, helping the light only to secure her own freedom from the Dark One's punishment. In the waking world, inside the Black Tower, the nightmare Lanfear described is reality. Andral and Pavara are captives, watching as Loghain Ablar is broken. The scene is suffocating. Taim's cruelty is on full display as he uses turned friends to torment the captives. However, Taim underestimates the resilience of the human spirit. He assumes that turning a man removes his flaws, but Evin, though turned, still retains the madness and fear of the taint. This psychological oversight allows Androl to exploit the chaos. The climax of the chapter is a masterclass in the utilization of talents over raw strength. Androl, arguably the weakest channeler in terms of raw power, possesses a singular genius for gateways. As Perrin and Lanfear deactivate the dream spike barrier in the wolf dream, the restriction in the real world vanishes. Taim, realizing he has lost control, unleashes balefire, a weave that erases existence. In a moment of sheer improvised brilliance, Androl opens a tiny gateway, catching the balefire and sending it harmlessly away. This action triggers the uprising. The peasantry of the two rivers, led by Canler, storm the room, proving that ordinary men can stand against dreadlords. Androl, fueled by righteous fury, weaponizes his talent. He opens a massive gateway, not to travel, but to redirect the enemy's own attacks back at them. It is a chaotic, glorious reversal. Taim and the forsaken Hessalam are forced to flee, cowardly retreating from the very men they deemed broken tools. The Black Tower is reclaimed not by the dragon, but by the Ashaman themselves, solidifying their place not as weapons, but as guardians. The chapter closes with the liberation of Loghain, marking the end of the Shadow's cancer within the home of the male channelers. Chapter 15. Your Neck in a Cord. The humidity of Ebu Dar clung to the night, a heavy, invisible shroud that did little to dampen the tension thrumming through the Tarasin Palace. High above the manicured yet wilting gardens, Matrim Cawthon found himself in a familiar predicament. Dangling by his fingertips 3 stories up, questioning the life choices that had led him here. He was a man who constantly claimed to want nothing more than a good game of dice and a lack of responsibility, yet the pattern seemed determined to drag him into the eye of the storm. Matt clung to the marble ledge, his Ashandarai spear strapped to his back, its weight a comforting reminder of who he had become, despite his protests. Above him, on the balcony, Deathwatch guards, the elite beetle-like protectors of the Shonchan blood, clanked in their armour. To Matt, their presence was a puzzle. They lingered too long, their movements sluggish, engaging in casual conversation that felt wrong for the highly disciplined killers he knew them to be. It was a subtle discord in the rhythm of the palace, the kind of detail a gambler notices when the dice don't sound quite right hitting the table. Matt's internal narrative was a constant stream of denial. He told himself he was merely looking out for his own neck, that he was here to deliver a rational warning to Tuon, or Fortuona, as she was now styled, about the treacherous General Galgan. But his actions betrayed him. He wasn't running away, he was breaking in. The psychological dissonance of Matt Cawthon is that he is a hero who fiercely resents the title, a man who will risk his life for his friends while loudly complaining that he shouldn't have to. He scaled the building, muscles burning, sweat stinging his eyes. He knew this palace. He had lived here as a guest of Tylin, a memory that brought a mix of shame and sorrow. He navigated the architecture like a thief, using the knowledge gained from his time as the toy of the Queen to save the Empress who had purchased him. It was a delicious irony that the Shonchan surely wouldn't appreciate. Reaching the 4th floor, the level of the finest suites, Matt slipped inside. He expected to find Tuon sleeping, perhaps vulnerable. Instead, the moment he cracked the door, a crossbow bolt slammed into the wood inches from his head. He dropped and rolled, instinct taking over. Seleucia, Tuon's voice and truth speaker, stood ready. The woman was a paradox herself, part servant, part lethal bodyguard, with one side of her head shaved and a gaze that could peel paint. Their banter was sharp, a clash of two people who understood violence intimately, but chose to wrap it in sarcasm. Seleucia revealed that Tuon wasn't in bed, she was in the gardens. More importantly, Seleucia wasn't just guarding against Matt, she was guarding against assassins. The political machinations of the Shonchan court were grinding forward. General Galgan wasn't the primary threat, it was a woman named Creasa. The shadow was moving in the shadows, and Matt, driven by that Tavaran pull he so despised, was right in the middle of it. Matt exited through a secret passage, a remnant of his time with Tillin, and emerged into the gardens. The atmosphere here was stifling. The land was dying, the plants struggling against the Dark One's touch, a reflection of the world's waning vitality. Yet, amidst the decay, Tuon was sparring. Surrounded by Death Watch guards, the Empress moved through combat forms with a grace that belied her petite stature. In the blue glow of lanterns, she fought an imaginary opponent. Matt watched, struck by a complicated realization. He respected her. Perhaps he even felt something deeper, a terrifying thought for a man who prized his freedom above all else. She was dangerous, competent, and utterly alien to his upbringing, yet they were bound together by fate and marriage. Then, the scene shifted from observation to action. Matt's eye, honed by battles and memories that weren't his own, caught a movement that the elite guards missed. A gardener, ordinary, freckled, and entirely out of place at this hour. The horror of the Grey Men is not in their strength, but in their unnatural ability to slide off the mind, to be so aggressively average that the eye simply refuses to register them. They are weaponized apathy. Matt didn't think. He threw a knife. The blade sparked off the assassin, saving Tuon's life. In the chaos that followed, the Empress showed her mettle, attacking the assassin herself rather than shrinking away. But the creature escaped, leaving behind only confusion and a pile of Death Watch guards pinning Matt to the ground. The aftermath was a study in Shonchan hierarchy and Matt's refusal to adhere to it. He demanded respect, not for his title as Prince of the Ravens, but for his competence. Tuon, ever the enigma, offered a rare glimpse of humanity. When she had looked over her shoulder instead of calling for guards, she proved she trusted Matt's aim, and by extension, his intent. It was a twisted form of intimacy, fitting for a couple whose courtship involved kidnapping and prophetic declarations. Matt had saved her, but the night wasn't over. As the adrenaline faded, they were left in the garden, the weight of their roles pressing down on them. Matt, the reluctant prince, and Tuon, the Empress on a precipice, found a moment of connection in the dark, surrounded by invisible threats. Chapter 16. A silence like screaming. Far to the north, the contrast to the humid intrigue of Ebu Dar was a brutal, freezing reality of blood and iron. In the forests near the border of Andor, the concept of the gentle giants was being dismantled, limb by limb. Loyal, son of Arrant, son of Hallan, marched with his people, but this was no longer a time for singing to trees to help them grow. The Ogier were at war for a species that perceived time in centuries and valued tranquility above all. This was a psychological fracture of immense proportions. The trees here felt wrong. They emanated a silence like screaming. The Dark One's touch didn't just kill vegetation, it violated the sanctity of nature itself. In response, the Ogier had tapped into a primal, terrifying rage. They sang, but it was a low, thrumming chant of death. Loyal, usually the scholar who yearned to observe history, was now making it with the edge of a massive axe. The description of the violence is jarring because of who is committing it. These great builders, who treated wood with reverence, were now hacking through Trollocs with the efficiency of industrial machinery. The Trollocs, bred for war and cruelty, found themselves terrified. They were used to preying on humans, who were small and breakable. Now they faced creatures larger, stronger, and seemingly unstoppable. The predator had become the prey. Galad Damodrev and his White Cloaks watched this spectacle with a mixture of awe and horror. The Children of the Light, rigid in their dogma, had always viewed Ogier as semi-human creatures of potential dark suspicion. To see them slaughtering Shadowspawn with such ferocity challenged their worldview. It was a reminder that the light takes many forms, and some of them are terrifying. Meanwhile, at the Field of Merrilor, a quieter yet equally significant shift was occurring. Rand al'Thor and Moiraine Damodred stood in the stillness of a tent. The dynamic between them had inverted from the early days. Once Moiraine was the guide, the puppet master trying to control a stubborn village boy. Now, Rand stood as the Zen dragon, a man who had integrated his madness and his past lives. Their conversation was a philosophical duel about the nature of the Dark One. Rand's ambition had grown beyond mere survival. He wanted to kill the Dark One, to end the cycle of evil permanently. Moraine, representing the wisdom of the Third Age and the Aes Sedai tradition, cautioned him. She argued that the Dark One was part of the wheel, a necessary component of the pattern. To remove him might be to unravel existence itself. There is a profound melancholy in Rand's confidence. He feels the weight of 400 years of memories, the failures of Luz Therin Telamon pressing on him. He believes he can do the impossible because he has no other choice. Yet, when Moraine asked for tea, Rand served her. This simple act of service from the most powerful being in the world to his former teacher demonstrated that his ego was no longer fragile. He had found humility in power. He was no longer fighting to prove he was the dragon. He simply was. To the north and east, the retreat of the Borderlanders was a grim exercise in attrition. Lan Mandragoran, the uncrowned king of Malkir, led a fighting retreat that was less a battle and more a meat grinder. The strategy was brutal. Starve the Trollocs by burning the land, then crush them when they broke ranks to feed on the dead. It was a tactic that required a heart of stone, something Lan had cultivated for a lifetime. The battle scenes here were painted in mud, blood, and the one power. The Dreadlords, dark friends who could channel, rained destruction down on the retreating forces. Lan, riding his stallion Mandarb, was a whirlwind of death. He embodied the Cody, the oneness, the void. In this state, there is no fear, no hesitation, only the cut. The climax of the skirmish came when Lan was separated from his guard. He faced not one, but two Myrddraal. Fades are faster than cobras, strong as stone, and skilled enough to kill seasoned soldiers in a heartbeat. Lan fought too. The choreography of the fight was a testament to his status as the greatest blade master of the age. He didn't just fight, he flowed. He accepted the likelihood of death and used it as a weapon. He severed limbs and heads with surgical precision, the heron mark blade an extension of his will. But even legends bleed. The cost of the battle was high. Deeper, one of the dedicated Asherman, fell to the overwhelming power of Taim and the enemy channelers. Lan himself was nearly undone by a lightning strike, saved only by the loyalty of Prince Kaizel and his men. The retreat continued, a desperate clawing for survival against a tide of shadow that seemed endless. The Borderlanders were holding the line, but the line was fraying. Chapter 17. Older, more weathered. Morning in the Ebu Dar Gardens brought a surreal tableau. Mat woke to the prickly sensation of dead grass, and the realization that he had fallen asleep beside the Empress of the Shonchan. The domestic awkwardness of the situation, scrambling for clothes under the gaze of the ever-present Death Watch guards, was classic Mat Cawthon. He was a man who had diced with the Dark One and won, yet he still found himself flustered by the social protocols of waking up next to his wife in a bush. Tuon, ever the pragmatist, was unfazed. She transitioned from sleeping in the garden to commanding an empire in the span of a heartbeat. But the morning's true shock was not the romantic entanglement, but the arrival of a prisoner. The Death Watch guards dragged in a man they had caught sneaking into the palace. It was Rand al'Thor. But this was not the shepherd Mat had grown up with, nor even the hardened warrior he had seen last. This Rand was older, weathered, his presence heavy with the gravity of mountains. He walked with a calm that terrified the instincts. He hadn't been caught, he had allowed himself to be escorted. The confrontation that followed was a collision of immovable objects. Tuon, the avatar of order and imperial conquest, faced Rand, the avatar of chaos and rebirth. Tuon immediately tried to assert dominance, ordering Rand to be collared as a damane. It was a reflex of her culture. Men who could channel were dangerous animals, to be controlled or killed. But a collar cannot hold a force of nature. Rand simply shrugged off the attempt. He was shielded, yet the air around him hummed with power that had nothing to do with Saidin. He began to sing. This was not the rough singing of a tavern, nor the chanting of spells. It was the song. The pure, creative force that the Tuatha'an searched for, and the Ogier remembered. As Rand sang, the dead garden erupted with life. Brown grass turned vibrant green. Peach trees, long dormant and withered, burst into frantic, joyous bloom. The scent of blossoms overwhelmed the smell of decay. It was a miracle. a manifestation of the dragon as the Fisher King. The land was one with him, and as he healed, so did the earth. The psychological impact on the Seanchan was shattering. Their worldview relied on the absolute control of the One Power and the belief that they were the rightful returning rulers. Rand dismantled this not with violence, but with creation. He challenged Tuon's authority directly, invoking his identity not just as the Dragon Reborn, but as Luz Therin Telamon. "I ruled these lands, unified during the Age of Legends," he declared. He pulled rank on Artur Hawkwing himself. It was a staggering rhetorical manoeuvre. Tuon claimed the land by right of her ancestor Hawkwing. Rand trumped that by being the man Hawkwing's own legends revered. He wasn't conquering them, he was noting that they were trespassing on his lawn. Mat, caught in the middle, played the crucial role of the bridge. He was the chaotic element that bound these two titans together. When Tuon hesitated, terrified and awed by the display of the peach grove, Mat stepped in. He vouched for Rand. "You can trust Rand al'Thor with the world itself," he told her. It was a moment of absolute sincerity from the trickster. Mat stripped away the titles and the politics and spoke to the character of the boy from the Two Rivers. The negotiation that followed was tense, a poker game played for the stakes of humanity's survival. Rand offered the dragons peace, a cessation of hostilities, a guarantee of borders, and a united front against the shadow. But Tuon was an empress, and she would not leave empty-handed. She demanded to keep the domain she already possessed. It was a sickening concession for Rand. To leave women enslaved was anathema to him, a stain on his conscience. But the clock was ticking toward Tarmon Gai'don. Idealism had to bow to pragmatism. If they fought the Seanchan now, humanity would lose the last battle. With a heavy heart, Rand agreed. The treaty was struck. The Seanchan would hold their ground, keep their captives, but they would fight the shadow alongside the forces of the light. As the heavy tension of the fate of the world settled, Mat couldn't resist one final jab. He needed to reclaim some sense of agency in a world dominated by prophecies and power. He leaned into Rand, the man who had just regrown a forest with a song and bent an empire to his will, and dropped his own bombshell. "I saved Moraine," Mat whispered. It was petty, it was childish, and it was perfectly Mat. In the face of godlike power, he reminded Rand that he, the gambler, the rogue, the one who just wanted to be left alone, had pulled off a miracle of his own. And as Rand laughed, a genuine human sound, the tension broke. The Dragon Reborn and the Prince of the Ravens had aligned the world for the end of days. The pieces were set, the dice were tumbling, and the last battle awaited. Chapter 18. To Feel Wasted. The winds of Kandor do not smell of grass or rain anymore. They smell of churned earth and old blood. We find Gawyn Trakand standing amidst the carnage, a singular figure of gold and steel in a landscape that has been torn apart as if by a mad giant's plough. The Aes Sedai have held the line here for a week, their power stemming the tide of Shadowspawn, but for Gawyn, the victory feels hollow, a sentiment that speaks to the core of his tragic arc. He is a man bred for the sword, a duelist in an age of mass destruction. While the Aes Sedai rain fire and death from a distance, Gawyn is relegated to the role of a glorified sentry, a shield-bearer for the Amelin seat. There is a profound psychological weight to this scene. Gawyn watches the pikemen and halberdiers, the anonymous bricks in the wall of war, and feels a disconnect. He craves the intimacy of the duel, the control of the blade, yet he is forced to witness a war of attrition, where individual skill means little against the sheer mass of Trolloc flesh. He cuts down a ram-headed beast, his movements fluid, practicing the forms like whirlwind on the mountain. But the kill brings no satisfaction, only a numerical tally. 4 dead. 5. It is the arithmetic of a bored soldier, not a hero. The battlefield dynamics here are fascinatingly clinical. The Aes Sedai operate in rotations, a relentless machine of destruction, keeping the Trollocs shattered and unable to form solid lines. It is efficient industrial warfare powered by the One Power. Yet, the shadow is adapting. Gawyn observes the trenches, the way the enemy drags their dead away to feed their armies, a gruesome logistical reality that Gareth Bryn later notes with a commander's grim pragmatism. When relief finally arrives, Gai'don's exhaustion is not physical, but existential. He escorts Egwene back to the camp, feeling the bond of the warder pulsing with her fatigue. He is jealous of her burden, even as he tries to alleviate it. This is the paradox of Gai'don Trakand. He loves Egwene, but he struggles to exist in her shadow. He feels wasted, a legendary swordsman swatting flies while the world burns. This insecurity leads him into dangerous territory. As they navigate the camp, a sprawling city of tents and gateways, Gai'don encounters Leolwyn and Bael Domon. The Shan woman, sharp-eyed and perceptive, feeds him barley stew and offers a warning that chills the blood. She speaks of the Terangrial rings Gai'don took from the blood knife assassins. These rings, carved like thorns of black stone, are not mere jewellery. They are death sentences, objects that grant speed and stealth at the cost of the wearer's life essence. Here, we see the insidious nature of temptation. Gai'don holds the ring, feeling its smooth inner surface. He knows he should surrender it to Egwene. He knows the White Tower would lock it away. But the ring represents agency. It represents the ability to step out of the shadow and become the hero he believes he was born to be. He lies to Leolwyn, claiming he isn't wearing it, and hides the truth from Egwene. It is a small betrayal, born of love and pride, but in the wheel of time, such small cracks can shatter mountains. He convinces himself that his deception is for her protection, a classic rationalization of a man walking toward his own doom. The perspective shifts, expanding the scope to the dragon reborn. Rand al'Thor stands on a different battlefield, near the river Algenya. He wears the mask of Jur Grady, hiding his blinding glory beneath the face of an ordinary Asherman. There is a melancholy to Rand now, a zen detachment that is both beautiful and terrifying. He remembers the age of legends. He remembers the first time he saw a Trolloc. Rand reveals that the Black Tower has not fallen completely. The followers of Tame have been cast out by men loyal to the light, proving that even in the deepest pits of the shadow, the human spirit can resist. We then move to the northern front, where Lan Mandragoran, the uncrowned king of Malkir, tends to his horse Mandarb. The bond between man and beast here serves as a poignant anchor for Lan's humanity. He whispers promises of green pastures and peace to the animal, promises he likely does not believe for himself. Lan is a man of stone, forged by duty, but Rand and Nynaeve have cracked that shell. He dares to hope, which makes the coming darkness all the more threatening. He is approached by Lord Baldheer, who voices a concern that ripples with foreshadowing. The great Captain Agelmar is making mistakes. A failed pincer movement, a lost cavalry squadron. Baldheer attributes it to exhaustion, but the reader, aware of the shadow's reach, senses something more sinister. Agelmar, a man of legendary strategic genius, is faltering. When Lan confronts him, Agelmar is defensive, his eyes red, his pride prickly. He chews flatwort to stay awake, but his judgment is clouded. The tragedy of the great captains is beginning to unfold, their very minds turning against them, compromised by a force they cannot see. Chapter 19, The Choke of a Patch. The focus shifts to Elaine Trakand on the banks of the Algenya. The environment itself reflects the dying world. The grass is dead, the trees are bare. Only the river feels alive, a relentless current that reminds Elaine of Gareth Bryn's lessons on the dangers of underestimated forces. She and Davram Bashir are caught in a lethal chess match. The Shadow has outmaneuvered them, marching a second army of Trollocs through terrain that should have been impassable, ignoring casualties to strike at Kerien from the north. Bashir, like Agelmar, seems baffled by his own oversight. He admits he made the mistake of thinking like a human, failing to account for the Myrdral's willingness to run their troops to death. There is a subtle wrongness to Bashir here, a fragility to his legendary confidence. He proposes a desperate plan to attack the northern force immediately, hoping to crush them before the southern hammer falls. It is a gamble that risks everything, born of a mind that may no longer be entirely its own. Meanwhile, the war for reality is being fought in the world of dreams. Egwene walks through a weathered, storm-battered version of Tyr in Teleran Riod. The dream world is unstable, reflecting the immense strain on the pattern. She meets with the Aiel Wise Ones, Amos, Bear and Melaine, who show her something that strikes terror into the heart of the Amelin seat. Cracks in the ground, not fissures of earth, but fractures in existence itself, revealing a deep, unnatural nothingness. These are the scars of balefire. The wise ones warn that the use of this weapon is unraveling the tapestry of time. It is a chilling reminder that in their desperation to save the world, the forces of light might inadvertently destroy it. The warning is clear. Victory at the cost of existence is no victory at all. Egwene wakes from this ominous vision to a meeting with the Dragon Reborn. But this is not the arrogant tyrant she has fought for months. This is Rand, her childhood friend, coming to her with a hair ribbon and a plea for reconciliation. He reveals his lineage, that he is the half-brother of Galad Damodred, weaving the complex family trees of the nobility into a single knot. But the warmth of the reunion is shattered by a catastrophic revelation. Rand asks to see the seals on the Dark One's prison. Egwene produces them, confident in her stewardship. But when Rand touches them, his face drains of colour. He knows his own handiwork. These are fakes. The realization hits with the force of a physical blow. The Dark One holds the keys to his own prison. The security Egwene thought she maintained was an illusion. The Shadow has been steps ahead of them all along, stealing the seals right from under the nose of the Amelin seat. It is a moment of profound vulnerability. The enemy is not just at the gates, he is in the vault. In stark contrast to this existential dread, we find Mat Cawthon in Ebu Dar, trapped in the gilded cage of Shonchan court politics. The humour here is classic Mat, but it serves a narrative purpose. He is being stripped of his ragged independence and clothed in the heavy, stiff silks of the Prince of the Ravens. The servants fuss over him, painting his fingernails, draping him in rubies and emeralds. He is appalled by the wealth, by the sheer impracticality of the ceremonial armour with its shoulder plates like wings. Yet, despite his grumbling and his refusal to part with his wide-brimmed hat, Mat is stepping into his role. He demands to know troop numbers. He strategizes even as he complains. The clothing is a symbol of the responsibility he tries to outrun, but always inevitably catches. He is no longer just a gambler. He is a High Lord of the Shonchan Empire, a general of the light. The visual of Mat, dripping in jewels and black silk, wearing his old battered hat, perfectly encapsulates his duality. A man walking between two worlds, refusing to fully belong to either. Chapter 20. Into Thakandar. Back in Kandor, the illusion of control is violently shattered. Egwene and her Aes Sedai, along with Garwin, execute a textbook manoeuvre, clearing a hilltop of Trollocs with devastating weaves of fire. They are winning. The system works. Until it doesn't. The turning of the tide does not come with a roar, but with a rip in the air. A gateway opens. Not the vertical slash of travelling, but a massive line of light that folds reality. Through it pours an army that defies categorization. They are not shadow spawn. They are humans, but they are alien to the eyes of the Westlands. They wear strange armour of coins and padded silk. Their channelers are tattooed women in black dresses. This is the arrival of the Sharans. For the entirety of the series, Shara has been a mystery, a blank spot on the map beyond the Aiel Waste. Now they arrive as the Hammer of the Shadow. The surprise is absolute. The Aes Sedai, prepared for mindless beasts, are slaughtered by precision weaves. The camp is incinerated. Egwene, the most powerful woman in the world, is reduced to a fugitive, hiding under Garwin's colour-shifting warder cloak beneath a cart. The psychological impact of this defeat is devastating. Egwene watches her army disintegrate. She sees the Sharan channelers hunting systematically. She wants to fight, to unleash the power of Vora's Sa'angreal, but she knows that to channel is to die. She is forced to rely on Garwin, to be the protected rather than the protector. It is a humiliation, but also a lesson in survival. The White Tower has been arrogant, believing they controlled the board. The Sharans are the checkmate they never saw coming. While the south collapses into chaos, the tip of the spear moves toward the heart of darkness. Avienda, Ruark, and Rodel Ituralde scout the valley of Thakandar, the entrance to Sheol Ghul. The description of this place is pure industrial horror. It is not just a mountain, it is a factory of suffering. They see the forges where Thakandar blades are made, quenched in the bodies of living captives. The air smells of sulphur and old blood. The sky is a bruised purple, raining lightning. Iturald, the master of guerrilla warfare, looks upon this hellscape and sees a tactical puzzle. He plans to seize the valley, to choke the pass and hold the line so that the dragon can enter. Ruark and the Aiel agree, though for them this is the fulfillment of a darker prophecy, the dying of their people to save the world. They return to Rand, who waits with a strange, calm intensity. He holds a dull dagger, a terangrial that hides his presence from the Dark One's sight. This is the stealth approach, the final gambit. Rand reveals that he knows the seals are stolen, but he interprets it with a zen-like acceptance. The shadow is waiting for the right moment to break them, perhaps to overwhelm him. The planning session is brief but heavy with finality. He assigns Avienda to command the channelers at the valley entrance. She is to be his shield, preventing the Forsaken from following him in. He sends Min away to Egwene, a painful separation that acknowledges he cannot protect her where he is going. The most chilling moment comes when Nynaeve confronts him about Kalandor. They know the sword is flawed. It lacks a buffer, leaving the user vulnerable to being forced into a circle, controlled by another. It is a trap. A blatant, obvious trap set by the Dark One. And Rand smiles. He intends to walk into the trap. He intends to take the crystal sword, the sword that is not a sword, and use its very flaw as a weapon. If we must put our head into the lion's mouth, he tells them, let us make certain that he chokes upon our flesh. This line defines the endgame. Strategy has given way to sacrifice. The armies of the light are outmaneuvered in Kandor, trapped in Cairhien, and staring into the abyss at Shaiol Ghul. The great captains are faltering. The seals are lost. A new enemy has risen from the east. But the Dragon Reborn is moving with terrifying purpose, turning his vulnerabilities into his greatest strength. The time for planning is over. The time for the final dance has begun. Chapter 21. Not a mistake to ignore. The air in the makeshift camp east of the river's ford was thick with the copper scent of blood and the acrid smoke of retreat. Here, amidst the wreckage of the White Tower's army, the former Amelin seat, Siuan Sanche, found herself reduced to the grim arithmetic of survival. She moved through the lines of the wounded, not with the majesty of her former station, but with the gritty determination of a fisher girl gutting the day's catch. Beside her was Yukiri, a sitter of the Grey Arger, and together they performed a task that tore at the very fabric of their oaths: triage. They bypassed a soldier who had lost a hand, leaving him to mundane bandages. It was a cold, brutal calculus. To heal him would consume strength they did not have, strength that had to be hoarded for those who could return to the line and hold a sword. Siuan, whose connection to the One Power was a mere trickle compared to the ocean she once commanded, felt the loss keenly. Every weave was a struggle, every healing a drain on her own physical vitality. When she finally collapsed after knitting the flesh of a soldier who might yet fight, she felt the crushing weight of her own limitations. The beauty of Saidar, the joy of it, was a distant memory, replaced by an exhaustion that seeped into her bones. General Gareth Bryn, the man who held her heart and her army, sat amidst the ruin of his command, a portrait of a great captain brought low by the unthinkable. He had been outmaneuvered, not by superior tactics, but by his own caution. He sat on a stump, staring at wrinkled maps that no longer mattered, wrestling with a horrifying realization. The shadow had played against his instincts. He had expected the chaotic aggression of Trollocs. Instead, he had faced a defensive withdrawal, a stalling tactic designed to hold them in place until the Sharan trap could be sprung. Brine, a man whose mind was a fortress of strategy, was crumbling under the weight of self-doubt. He quoted Fog the Tireless, noting that a general who does not learn from loss is ruled by it. But this was no ordinary loss. The pattern itself was fraying, and Brine felt the chill of obsolescence. He did not yet know the sinister truth clouding his mind, that the shadow was tampering with the great captains directly, but he felt the chaotic result. Meanwhile, far to the south, a different kind of conflict was unfolding at the Black Tower. A delegation of Aes Sedai led by Lorel had arrived, intending to bond 47 Asherman as warders, a desperate bid to bring the unpredictable male channelers under White Tower control before the last battle. The air was thick with mistrust. The Red Sitter, Pavara, who had already bonded an Ashaman and been bonded by him in return, warned Lyrel that these were not ordinary men. They could not be compelled by the bond. The clash here was not of swords, but of ideologies. Lyrel represented the old world, where Aes Sedai supremacy was unquestioned. Standing against her was Androl Genhald, a man weak in the power but immense in spirit. He presented Lyrel with a group of 47 soldiers and dedicated, claiming the full Ashaman were away. It was a maneuver of subtle brilliance. When Lyrel tried to bully him, Androl delivered a message from the Dragon Reborn that shattered the Aes Sedai's assumptions. Rand al'Thor had told them to stop seeing themselves as weapons, but as men. Men have choices, weapons do not. Androl, speaking for a black tower that had purged its own corruption and found its own soul under Logain Ablar, handed over the volunteers not as subservient tools, but as allies making a choice. The dynamic of the world had shifted. The White Tower could no longer command the Black. They were equals now, standing on the precipice of the end. Chapter 22. The Wild. Underneath the charred remains of a cart in the conquered camp, Egwene Al'Vir and Garwin Trakand lay hidden, witnesses to the arrival of a new, terrifying power. The Sharans had not merely come to fight, they had come to impose a rigid, alien order upon the chaos of the Westlands. Egwene watched from the shadows as the Sharan culture displayed itself in disturbing detail. It was a society stratified by tattoos and absolute submission. The Channelers, the Iad, were paramount, yet even they bowed to the supreme authority that had led them out of their isolation. The tension broke with the arrival of their leader, a man clad in armour of overlapping silver coins that reflected the fractured world around him. He called himself Bao the Wild, the saviour of Shara, the fulfilment of their dark prophecies. But as he spoke, interrogating captives and carelessly executing those who displeased him, the mask of the Sharan Messiah slipped, revealing the ancient festering grudge beneath. This was Demandred. The psychological weight of his presence was suffocating. For 3,000 years, Barid Belmadar had let envy eat his soul. He had conquered an entire continent, not for the sake of power itself, but to forge a weapon capable of hurting Luz Therin Telemon. When he pulled Leonie Sharif from the shadows, binding her in air, his message was not one of strategic conquest, but of personal vendetta. He demanded Rand face him. He threatened to dismantle everything Rand loved, to enslave his people and destroy his legacy, solely to provoke a duel. Demandred was a man who had achieved godhood in Shara, only to remain a jealous second best in his own mind. He released Leonie to carry his challenge, a terrifying testament to his arrogance. He did not fear the Dragon Reborn. He craved the validation of killing him. While the physical world bled, Perrin Ibarra waged a silent, surreal war in the world of dreams, Teleran Riod. The wolf dream was in turmoil, racked by storms that mirrored the disintegration of reality. Perrin, accompanied by the Isleman Gaul, hunted the elusive slayer, but found something far more insidious. In the dream reflection of the Field of Merrilor, amidst the mist and flickering tents, Perrin discovered the source of the great captain's failures. He found Graendal, now calling herself Hessalam, meaning without forgiveness, hiding in the dream of Rodel Iteralde. The ugliness of her current form, a punishment from the Dark One, contrasted sharply with her former obsession with beauty, yet her mind remained a razor. She was not merely observing, she was using compulsion to subtly alter the perceptions of the great captains, turning their genius into disaster. This was the answer to Brine's confusion in Arafel. The Shadow was not outthinking them, it was rewriting their thoughts. Perrin's confrontation with the Forsaken was a display of his mastery over the dream. He moved with the fluidity of thought, creating barriers of nothingness and bending balefire around him. It was a battle of imagination. Hessalam, realizing she had been discovered, fled through a gateway into a nightmare of Trolloc armies, but not before Perrin managed to poison her with forkroot. As the dust settled, Lanfear appeared, a figure of tragic complexity. She wore her new allegiance to the Dark One loosely, her obsession with Perrin growing as she saw in him a strength that rivaled Luz Therin's. She offered him power, the ability to shape the world and enforce justice, trying to tempt the blacksmith with the very things he had spent the series rejecting. She revealed the nature of the time dilation near the boar, that hours in the dream could be days in the waking world, and that time itself was compressing as the Dark One's touch intensified. Perrin, steadfast and grounded, rejected her overtures. He was a builder, not a ruler, and he recognized the trap of power without morality. He had found the rot at the heart of the armies of light, but the cost of his time in the dream was rising. Chapter 23. At the Edge of Time. Back in the Sharan-occupied camp, desperation drove Gawain Trakand to a decision that would seal his fate. To save Egwene, he slipped on one of the rings of the blood knives. The ter'angreal was a death sentence, a slow poison that granted increased speed and stealth at the cost of the wearer's life force. It was the tragic culmination of Gawain's character arc, a man who always felt a step behind the heroes, constantly seeking a way to be relevant, to be the hero Egwene needed, even if it meant destroying himself to do it. He vanished into the shadows, a blur of motion, scouting a path for his wife. Egwene, stripped of the ability to channel by the risk of detection, was forced to rely on the skills of her youth in the Two Rivers. She crept through the dark, witnessing the full horror of the Sharan caste system, the way they branded their captives, erasing their identities. But even her discipline had limits against the sheer number of enemy channelers. She was spotted by a Sharan woman, bound and interrogated. The terror of capture, of the Adam, of helplessness, threatened to overwhelm her. She prepared to embrace that terror, to use it as a weapon to alert Gawain, but salvation came from an unlikely source. Leolwyn, formerly Egirnin of the Shon Chan, struck from the shadows. The woman who had once hunted Aes Sedai now risked everything to save the Amelin seat. It was a profound moment of redemption, a breaking of the rigid castes Leolwyn had been raised in. Together with Bael Domon, they navigated the lethal maze of the camp. Egwene, finally clear of the immediate danger, opened a gateway to the White Tower, carrying with her the intelligence that could save the armies of the light, the knowledge of Demandred's presence and the Sharan threat. Far to the north, at the foot of Shael Ghul, the battle for the fate of existence began in earnest. Avienda, the warrior-turned-wise one, stood at the head of a mixed force of Aiel, Aes Sedai and Asherman. The valley of Thakandar, the road to the pit of doom, was a churning cauldron of shadow spawn. Avienda took command with the natural authority of a maiden of the spear, realizing that the chaotic mix of channelers needed a single will to direct them. The battle took a catastrophic turn when Hessalam, fresh from her encounter with Perrin, launched an assault on the Aiel flanks. The Forsaken's power was immense, using balefire to erase reality itself. Avienda's response was immediate and visceral. She led a circle, drawing on immense amounts of the One power, becoming a conduit for destruction. She countered Hessalam's attacks, identifying the corrupted Black Ajah sisters fighting alongside the Forsaken. In the heat of combat, Avienda saw the truth of the last battle. It was not just about strength, but about unity. She coordinated the disparate factions, turning a rout into a holding action, buying time for the one man who mattered. And then, the sun died. An unnatural eclipse swallowed the sky, a darkness that was not merely the absence of light, but the presence of the Dark One. The world held its breath. At the base of the mountain, Rand al'Thor began his ascent. He was accompanied by Moraine, Nynaeve, and Tom Merrilin, the ghosts of his past and the anchors of his present. Rand was no longer the arrogant conqueror or the hardened stone. He was a man accepted of his fate. He wore the red coat of a lord, but the simple shirt of a Two Rivers farmer, a synthesis of all the identities he had juggled. He was bleeding from his old wound, a physical manifestation of the pain he carried for the world. He paused at the entrance to the pit of doom, the maw of the beast. He did not enter with the armies of the world at his back, but with 2 women to link with him and a bard to guard the door. It was an intimate, almost quiet moment in the face of oblivion. He asked Moraine and Nynaeve for their strength, not to command them, but to share the burden. As he prepared to step into the dark, a voice spoke. It was not a voice of sound, but of tectonic inevitability, vibrating through the very souls of those present. It was the voice of the pattern, or perhaps the Creator, answering the dragon's resolve. It is time. Let the task be undertaken. The command shattered the hesitation. Rand al'Thor, the dragon reborn, stepped into the pit of doom, leaving footprints of blood on the stone, walking willingly into his own grave to buy a future for a world that had feared and hated him. The time for preparation was over. The wheel turned to its final revolution of the age. The end had begun. Chapter 24. To ignore the omens. The weight of the crystal throne is not merely measured in gold or gemstones, but in the crushing gravity of absolute authority. Fortuona, the Empress of the Shonchan, sat within this aura of grandeur, presenting an illusion of immobility to the world. To an assassin's eye, she might appear trapped within her formal silks, the heavy gown cascading like a waterfall of embroidered fabric to the earth. Yet, this was a deception, a hallmark of the empire itself. Like a coiled viper, she could shed the heavy outer garments with a single, practiced flick of her wrist, transforming from a statue of state into a lethal combatant. It is a duality that defines the Shonchan. Rigid structure masking violent capability. Beslan, the king of Altara, stood before her. He was a man caught between two worlds, the passion of his native people and the disciplined steel of his new masters. He spoke of Matrim Cawthon, noting the changes in the man, a sentiment Fortuona shared. Matrim was the embodiment of the wheel's chaotic spin, sent to her by the pattern itself. Beslan, once impetuous, was learning the Shonchan virtue of restraint, a transformation Selucia, Fortuona's voice, noted with silent, hand-signed approval. But while Beslan could be tamed, the man Fortuona had married was a different beast entirely. Matrim Cawthon was currently cursing nearby, a storm of profanity amidst the disciplined silence of the Shonchan commanders. Fortuona watched him, pondering the omens. She represented the ultimate order. He was the avatar of chaos. Why had the pattern yoked them together? It was a question of balance, perhaps, or a cosmic joke. She sensed Selucia's silent disapproval of the marriage, a friction between the Empress and her truth speaker that was becoming increasingly abrasive. Selucia, who had once been merely her voice, now bore the burden of speaking truth to power, a role she found chafing. The conversation turned to the imminent deployment. The Shonchan phrase, "May she live forever," is often dismissed by outsiders as mere sycophancy, but to Fortuona, it was a challenge. Survival on the Crystal Throne was a Darwinian test. If she fell, she deserved to fall, for her death would prove her too weak to lead. She intended to bring order to this fractured world, to survive forever through strength. Matrim stalked past, a jarring visual dissonance. He wore the High General's uniform of the Empire, a garment designed to ripple with authority and grace. On Matt, it looked like silk draped over a racehorse. He possessed a grace, certainly, but it was the coiled, reactive grace of a gambler and a brawler, not the refined movements of the court. He was baffling the blood, keeping them off balance, which Fortuona allowed. Disorder could be a weapon if aimed correctly. The cultural abyss between Matt and the Shonchan widened as General Yulan asked about the sea folk. Matt's reaction was visceral, threatening to hang the general by his toenails, a threat Yulan took literally and found physically implausible. It highlights the absurdity of Matt's position, a man of common sense and rough humour, trying to direct a society bound by literalism and protocol. Then came Galgan. The Captain General, clad in black armour, was a rival. In the Shonchan court, everyone is a rival, but Galgan was the most dangerous because he was competent. Matt, conversely, was not a rival. Fortuona grappled with the thought of neutralising Matt to maintain her own sharpness, the philosophy that a knife at the throat keeps one resourceful, but the omens, and perhaps a small, unvoiced affection, stayed her hand. She needed an heir, and she needed his chaotic genius. She made a decision then, one that rippled through the gathered nobility with the force of a thunderclap. She stood, an act that forced the entire assembly, including Galgan, to prostrate themselves, and proclaimed Matrim's new name, Notai. It was a name meant to signify a bringer of destruction to enemies. More shockingly, she named him Rodholder. In the hierarchy of the Shonchan military, this placed him directly behind her and Galgan. If Galgan fell, the gambler would lead the Empire's armies. It was a masterstroke of internal politics, forcing Galgan to keep Matt alive to prevent the command structure from collapsing into chaos. while simultaneously forcing Galgan to respect Matt's strategic input. It was a gamble, betting on Matt's latent genius, the same genius that had once impressed Furik Kareed. The pattern had shoved Matt before her, and now, facing the end of the world, she would use him. Whatever domestic manoeuvring was occurring, the war did not wait. Scouts returned with dire news. Egwene Alvir's army was breaking. The White Tower was being crushed. The temptation for Fortuona was immense. She could retreat, secure her power in Shonchan, and let the Marath domain be destroyed. It would be the safe, logical play. But Matrim Cawthon, the man who knew the face of Artur Hawkwing, pressed her on her word. He appealed not to her strategy, but to her honour. And perhaps he appealed to the reality that the Empress cannot be bound by paper, but she must be bound by the necessity of the last battle. Fortuona chose the path of the pattern. She ordered the advance. She would save the Aes Sedai, not out of charity, but because the last battle required every weapon, even those she deemed abominations. Miles away, the atmosphere was physically crushing Lan Mandragoran. The black clouds, a manifestation of the Dark One's touch, felt lower today, suffocating the land. He stood at the gap, the traditional breaking point of the borderlands. Agormar's strategy was sound, using the river and hills to funnel the Trollocs, but the numbers were simply impossible. They were trading lives at a favourable ratio, yet they were still running out of men before the Shadow ran out of monsters. Lan's internal landscape was as grim as the sky. He carried Nynaeve's letter next to his heart, a talisman of love in a world of death. The battle began with the darkening of the sun, an eclipse that felt like the eye of the Dark One opening. Lan led the charge, seeking the centre, seeking the violence. He was a king without a kingdom, fighting for a world that was rapidly running out of time. Near Caihian, Elaine Trakand faced a similar encroaching darkness. She had positioned her army to intercept the northern Trolloc force, hoping to crush them before a second army arrived from the south. Her speech to her troops was a departure from the empty platitudes of reassurance. As the sun vanished behind the unnatural gloom, she realised that promises of survival were lies. Instead, she spoke of blood. Blood as fire, blood as passion, blood as the price of the dawn. It was a speech of grim determination, resonant with the Isle and the Borderlanders alike. Elaine, refusing to sit in safety, rode to the lines. She witnessed the terrifying efficacy of Eludra's dragons. The cannons roared, turning Trollocs into mist and meat. It was the industrialization of warfare, a terrifying glimpse into a future where the sword was obsolete. Yet for now, the sword was necessary. As the lines clashed, Elaine threw herself into the fray, her connection to the One Power a lifeline against the overwhelming tide. Far to the north, at the very bore of the world, Rodel Ituraldi stood as the master of the impossible defence. He had been broken by Maridon, his soul scarred by the relentless attrition, but that brokenness had forged him into a weapon of pure lethality. He no longer fought with the hope of survival. He fought with a cold lust for Trolloc death. He had turned the valley of Thakandar into a kill box. He used the terrain, the narrow pass, and the very debris of the blighted landscape against the enemy. When the Trollocs charged, he didn't meet them with a wall of shields, but with rolling logs set ablaze. He watched them burn with a satisfaction that disturbed him. The man who had once seen the enemy as soldiers on a different side now saw them only as vermin to be exterminated. His trap was brutal. He had blocked the pass with massive bales of thorns, halting the Trolloc charge and turning them into stationary targets for his archers and channelers. It was a slaughter, a masterful delay of the inevitable. Ituraldi knew he would eventually lose, but he would make the Shadow pay for every inch of ground with rivers of black blood. Chapter 25. Quick fragments. The narrative fractures, reflecting the chaotic, simultaneous nature of the last battle. In Kandor, Egwene Alvir returned to the camp of the Aes Sedai. The relief of her survival was palpable, yet shadowed by paranoia. In this war, where the enemy could wear friendly faces, identity was a fluid concept. Suan Sancha, ever the pragmatic spymaster, tested Egwene with a memory of their past, a lesson on a boat, a moment of intimacy and power. Egwene passed, but the tension remained. The enemy was not just Trollocs now, it was the Sharans. channelers of unknown strength and alien tactics. Egwene, bearing the trauma of her captivity and the weight of the Amelin seat, prepared to hold the line at the river. She looked to the sky, seeing the Shonchan Raken scouts, a reminder of the uneasy, potentially treacherous alliance Rand had brokered. Deep beneath the earth, in a place that defied geography, Rand al'Thor walked into the mouth of the beast. The cavern leading to the Pit of Doom was not merely a tunnel, it was a metaphysical throat, jaws that seemed to lower and tighten with every step. The reality here was thin, warped by the proximity of the Dark One. Rand walked with Nynaeve and Moiraine, a triad of power. He refused to crawl. He refused to bleed his dignity before the shadow. When he encountered Moradin, the scene was one of dark mirroring. Moradin, the Nablice, stood with a husk, a discarded vessel of a Myrddraal from which something terrible had birthed. The dialogue between Dragon and Nablice was not a prelude to a brawl, but a collision of philosophies. Moradin sought oblivion, the sweet release of non-existence. He did not fight for dominion, but for the end of the eternal, painful cycle of the wheel. Rand, holding Kalandor, represented the agonizing, beautiful struggle of life. Moradin blocked the path, determined to deny Rand the victory, not because he believed the Dark One would grant him a reward, but because he believed the Dark One would grant him nothingness. Back at the Gap, the fog of war descended upon Lan. The physical toll of the battle was manifesting in sluggish limbs and clouded judgment. The combat was a blur of instinct. Cherry Petal kisses the pond, executed with a sword heavy as lead. But beyond the fatigue, there was a tactical dissonance. Reserves were moving strangely, plugging gaps that didn't need plugging, interfering with one another. Dreadlords rained lightning, but the confusion on the ground suggested something more insidious than enemy fire. It suggested a rot within the command structure itself, a subversion of orders that Lan, in the heat of the melee, could sense but not yet identify. In the Wolf Dream, the world was a storm of symbolism and violence. Perrin Ibarra and Gaul moved through a Teleran Riod that reflected the bleeding reality of the waking world. Here, the battle was not just physical but conceptual. They hunted Slayer, the man with two souls, the assassin of the dream. Perrin's discovery of the red-veiled Aiel was a horror of a different breed. These were not just enemies, they were turned men, channelers whose very souls had been inverted to serve the shadow. The fight was frantic, a dance of shifting realities. Perrin moved between the dream and the waking world concepts, using the fluidity of Teleran Riod to counter the brutal weaves of the turned Aiel. But the most tragic moment came in the aftermath. Perrin captured two of the red veils. He looked into their eyes of men who were once like Gaul, bound by Giotto, and saw only madness and corruption. He considered healing them, but the damage was absolute. It was Gaul, with a heavy heart, who did what was necessary. He executed them. It was an act of mercy and necessity, but it stained the soul. It highlighted the utter violation the shadow inflicted. It didn't just kill, it corrupted the essence of what it meant to be Aiel. Realizing the threat Slayer posed to Rand, Perrin deployed a masterstroke. He used the Dream Spike, the ter'angreal that walked space and prevented travelling. He drove it into the earth near the Pit of Doom, creating a barrier in the dream world. He encased Rand, Nynaeve and Moiraine in a bubble of protective reality, forcing Slayer to come through him if he wanted to reach the dragon. It was the act of a protector, the Wolf King guarding the Alpha, ensuring that the metaphysical duel at the centre of the universe could proceed without an assassin's knife in the back. Chapter 26, Considerations. The meeting between Egwene and Fortuona was a collision of two absolute monarchs, each believing her authority was derived from the highest truth. They met in Arafel, a neutral ground that felt like a powder keg. Fortuona, small and doll-like, radiated the terrifying certainty of the Shonchan Empire. Egwene, the Amelin seat, stood as the living refutation of Shonchan dogma, a woman who could channel, who had been a Damane, and who now ruled freely and capably. The dialogue was a fencing match with poisoned blades. Fortuona refused to see Egwene as an equal, viewing her merely as a curiosity, a Marath Damane playing at queen. Egwene, in turn, attacked the moral foundation of the empire. She revealed her past captivity at Falm, a revelation that shook Fortuona's composure. The existence of a Damane who had escaped and risen to such power was a dangerous variable that threatened the Shonchan narrative of inevitability. Mat's presence was the surreal bridge between them. To Egwene, he was the chaotic prankster from the Two Rivers. To Fortuona, he was Notai, the Prince of the Ravens. His intervention prevented a duel of the one power. He stood between the Amelin and the Empress, physically restraining the two most powerful women in the world, diffusing a situation that could have doomed the forces of light. It was classic Mat, irreverent, practical, and utterly fearless in the face of authority. The negotiations settled into a cold compromise. Fortuona would fight. She would acknowledge borders, but she clung to her claim on the Sea Folk Isles. Egwene, sharp as a tack, used the Shonchan's own legalism against them. If the treaty respected borders, and the Sea Folk did not acknowledge Shonchan rule, then the Empire had to leave. Fortuona conceded, but with a chilling caveat. She would send emissaries to the Westlands to preach the truth of the collar. She genuinely believed that if people knew the safety the Empire offered, they would choose chains. Egwene, confident in the human desire for freedom, accepted. It was a wager on the soul of humanity. Egwene's final strike was personal. She challenged Fortuona's own nature, suggesting that the Empress herself could learn to channel that she was a hypocrite living a lie. Fortuona's denial was icy, but the seed was planted. They parted as allies of necessity, but enemies in eternity. Back in Caerhien, the situation for Elaine was deteriorating from desperate to catastrophic. Her use of the power had drained her to the point of collapse. She was physically carried from the field, her body failing even as her mind raced. The initial strategy, the encirclement of the Trolloc army, was working. The Aiel and the Borderlanders were grinding the enemy into dust. Victory seemed within reach, and then the horns sounded from the south. It is the nightmare of every commander, the hammer and the anvil, and suddenly realizing you are the metal between them. A second Trolloc army, one that intelligence reports said was days away, had arrived. They were caught. The realization hit Elaine with the force of a physical blow, but it was followed by a chill that went deeper than fear. The scouts, the reports, the eyes that should have seen this army coming. All of it led back to one man, Davram Bashir. The confrontation in the command tent was a scene of horror. Bashir, one of the great captains, the man who had stood beside Rand al'Thor since the beginning, was the architect of their doom. Tam al'Thor, the steady voice of reason, pointed out the discrepancies. The scouts hadn't been sent. The reports were falsified. Bashir's reaction was not the moustache-twirling villainy of a conscious traitor, but the confused, defensive anger of a man whose mind has been tampered with. Whether by Graendal's compulsion or some other dark influence, the greatest tactical mind in the camp had been turned against them. It was a betrayal that struck at the heart of their competence. The Shadow was not just outnumbering them, it was outthinking them by corrupting their thinkers. Elaine, exhausted and reeling, had to do the unthinkable. She relieved Bashir of command and ordered his arrest. There was no time for a trial, no time for grief. She had to salvage a battle that had suddenly turned into a trap. She ordered the dragons to turn, to fire over their own troops, to create a wall of fire against the new threat. She rallied the weary, the wounded, and the reserves for a fight that had shifted from a tactical victory to a frantic struggle for survival. As the sun remained hidden and the armies of the Shadow closed in from both sides, Elaine Trakand gathered the dregs of the One Power and prepared to sell her life and the lives of her subjects as dearly as possible. The trap had sprung, and the jaws of the Dark One were closing around them all. Chapter 27. Friendly Fire. The air along the riverbank was not merely hot. It was heavy, suffocating, a physical weight composed of smoke, dust, and the metallic tang of blood. Here, on the Arafelin side of the ford, Gareth Bryn moved through a command camp that felt less like a military headquarters and more like the centre of a landslide. The sheer noise of the last battle was a physical assault. The crushing racket of the One Power, the screams of men and beasts, the earth shaking beneath boots. It is a terrifying thing for a general to lose the sensory input of his army, to be deafened by the very conflict he is meant to orchestrate. Yet Bryn strode through it with a grim determination. Suan Sanche at his side. There is a profound psychological armour that veteran commanders wear, a belief in the plan that shields them from the chaos of the moment. Brine wore this armour now, perhaps too tightly. He ignored the salutes, ignored the pebbles raining down on his armour from nearby explosions of earth and fire. To him, the chaos was expected. It was just another Tuesday in the end of the world. He believed the battle was proceeding according to design, a dangerous assumption when fighting the Shadow. The Shadow does not merely fight with swords, it fights with confusion, with the subversion of order. Brine's confidence that he was safe here, refusing to command from a secure fortress via gateways, speaks to his old-school soldier's heart. He needed to feel the flow of the battle. But tragically, his proximity to the violence was blinding him to the larger picture, a blindness orchestrated by a force he couldn't yet perceive. The reports coming in were a patchwork of desperation. The Aes Sedai on the hilltops were holding, but exhaustion was setting in, particularly among the whites. Brine, in a display of tactical rigidity that felt uncharacteristic of his usual brilliance, began to snap orders that seemed sound on the surface, but were fractured underneath. He was moving pieces on a board that was shifting beneath his feet. He ordered pikemen to hold lines that were already crumbling, and worried about arrow supplies he could not replenish. The confusion at the ford was absolute. The Shon-Chan channelers, the Damane, were engaging the Sharan channelers in a duel of elemental fury that turned the river into a churning cauldron of steam and death. Amidst this, Brine received news that his left flank was faltering, and his heavy cavalry commander, Joni Chagrin, was dead. The mantle of command there had fallen to Uno Nemesta. It is a testament to the desperate nature of this war that a rough-tongued Shinaran soldier, not a high-born officer, was now holding the line. Brine, reacting to the pressure, ordered reserves, Ileana cavalry, to plug the gap. But there was an edge to his commands, a frantic energy. He was hemorrhaging resources to protect the Aes Sedai on the hills, specifically because the Amelin seat was there. Love, in this instance, was perhaps clouding strategy. Then, the sky delivered a new horror. Not a drag car, but a Shon-Chan raker, blasted from the sky by enemy fire. The immense flying beast crashed into the camp with the force of a falling building, then crawled through a small gateway and emerged into a world of alien order. While Brine's camp was a chaotic mix of nations and desperation, the Shon-Chan camp was terrifyingly precise. Silent ranks of soldiers, organised grids, and a sense of lethal calm. This stark contrast serves to highlight the differing philosophies of the Westlands and the Empire. One values individual heroism and coalition, the other absolute submission and structure. Min, ever the pragmatic survivor, navigated the rigid Shon-Chan bureaucracy until she was brought before the command staff. And there, amidst the stiff-necked generals and the blood-red armour, stood Matrim Cawthon. He was a splash of chaos in a sea of order, wearing his wide-brimmed hat and an eye patch, looking for all the world like a scoundrel who had accidentally wandered into a war room. But Mat's presence here was no accident. The viewing Min had seen so long ago, an eye on a balance scale, had come to pass. Mat's reception of Min was typical, breezy, humorous, and utterly disarming. But beneath the jokes lay a terrifying competence. While the Shon-Chan generals, Galgan and the rest, looked at maps, Mat looked through them. He predicted the Sharan movements with an intuition that bordered on prophecy, sensing the flow of the battle in a way Brine was currently failing to do. He saw the threats to the flanks that others missed. Mat Cawthon, the gambler, was playing the great game of houses with living pieces, and he was winning. However, the levity broke with the arrival of the Empress, Fortuona. The entire room prostrated themselves, save Mat. The dynamic here is fascinating. Mat refuses to bow, maintaining his identity as a free man of the two rivers, yet he serves her interests. He walks a razor's edge between rebellion and loyalty. Min, unfortunately, stumbled on that edge. In a moment of panic, or perhaps destiny, she blurted out a viewing, a death lily around the Empress's head. The reaction was immediate and violent. Guards pinned Min ready to kill. Mat's intervention saved her, but it forced a revelation. He exposed her talent to Tuon. The Empress, rather than being fearful, was entranced. To the Shon-Chan, omens are sacred, and a true doomseer is a treasure beyond price. In a twist of fate that Min surely loathed, she was instantly elevated to a holy status, a truth speaker who could not be touched. She had gone to fetch cavalry and had effectively been drafted as a prophet for the enemy. It is a classic narrative irony of the wheel. In trying to help her friends, she bound herself to the one woman who could threaten them all. Chapter 28. Too Many Men. We shift our gaze now to the northern front, to the border of Shinar, where the Lord of the Seven Towers, Lan Mandragoran, was beginning to sense a rot at the heart of the defence. The atmosphere here was cooler, but the dread was far more potent. Lan, riding with 100 men at his back, had discovered a tactical anomaly that made no sense. 2 different reserve forces had been sent to plug the same hole in the lines. To a layman, sending extra troops might seem like caution. To a blade master and a king, it smelled of inefficiency, and in battle, inefficiency is the cousin of defeat. Lan began to pull at the thread. He questioned the commanders, realising that Lord Agelmar, one of the 5 great captains, a man whose strategic mind was legendary, was making rookie mistakes. Or worse, he was making mistakes that looked like caution, but were actually designed to pin the army against the river and expose their flanks. This is where the psychological horror of the Shadow's new tactic becomes clear. The Forsaken were not just throwing Trollocs at the walls, they were dismantling the minds of the Light's greatest leaders. When Lan confronted Agelmar in the command tent, the great captain's reaction was heartbreaking. Agelmar defended his moves with rationalizations that crumbled under scrutiny. He had pulled archers from the hills, he had recalled scouts, blinded the army, and removed its teeth, all while believing he was being clever. When Lan finally broke through the compulsion, shattering the false logic Agelmar's mind had constructed, the result was devastation. Agelmar didn't just realise he had made a mistake, he realised he had been turned into a weapon against his own people. The horror on his face, the realisation that he had sent Queen Tenobia into a trap, drove him to attempt suicide. It is a profound violation of the self, to be made a traitor in one's own mind without consent. Lan stopped the blade, demanding Agelmar live with the dishonour and act like a soldier. But the damage was done. The battle was lost. Lan rushed to the hilltops looking for Tenobia, but he was too late. Through his looking glass, he witnessed the fall of the Queen of Saldea. Her banner, silver and white, was swallowed by the dark tide of Trollocs. The sense of helplessness here is palpable. Lan, the man who fights death at every turn, was forced to watch it claim an ally from a distance, powerless to intervene. The golden crane flies for Tarmon Gai'don, but even the crane cannot stop the tide when the dam has broken from within. Meanwhile, back in the south, Mat Cawthon was coming to a similar, terrible realisation. Standing on a rise with Tuon and her Death Watch guard, Mat looked down at the river battle. He saw what the maps couldn't show. The rhythm of the fight was wrong. Gareth Bryn's troops were positioned poorly. His left flank was exposed, his cavalry sent into a meat grinder. Mat's genius lies in his ability to see the pattern of luck and probability. He realised that Bryn wasn't just having a bad day, he was actively, if subconsciously, losing the battle. Gareth Bryn is a dark friend, Mat declared. It was the only explanation that fit the data. He didn't know about the compulsion affecting the great captains, so he assumed treachery. Mat decided to act. He couldn't just watch. He shed his Shonchan robes, a symbolic shedding of the courtly restrictions placed upon him, and donned the armour of a soldier. He needed to feel the pulse of the battle. This concept of the pulse is vital. It suggests that war is a living organism, with a heartbeat and a flow. To control it, one must be inside it. Mat rode to General Tylee, who was sitting in reserve, frustrated by orders from Brine to stay put while the army died. Mat countermanded the orders. He took command. Leading the Shonchan cavalry, Mat charged across the ford. The description of this charge is visceral. The thunder of hooves, the splash of water, the sheer kinetic energy of the heavy horse smashing into the Sharan lines. This wasn't a duel of channelers. This was the brutal, muddy reality of shock cavalry. The Shonchan discipline met the Sharan ferocity. Mat was in the thick of it, his Ashandere spinning, a whirlwind of violence. But even in the chaos, his luck, or the pattern, bent around him. He saw enemies fall to unseen weaves. He spotted a Sharan channeler, a woman wreaking havoc, and in a moment of reckless bravery, he engaged her. not with the power, but with a sweep of his weapon, knocking her into the mud. He captured a channeler, a feat almost unheard of for a non-channeler on the battlefield. Mat's intervention stabilized the line, but the cost was high. The mud was red with blood. When he returned to Tuon, covered in muck and glory, he had changed the equation. He had proven that the light could push back, but he also confirmed his fears. The leadership of the light was compromised. He told Tuon he needed absolute command. The gambler was pushing all his chips into the centre of the table. Chapter 29. The Loss of a Hill. High on the hills overlooking the ford, Egwene Alvir watched her world fall apart. She was fighting with everything she had, leading the Aes Sedai in defence of the heights, but the betrayal below was catastrophic. She saw the banner of the White Tower's elite lancers, men she knew, men who had sworn to die for the tower, charging into the flank. It looked like a rescue. It was a suicide run. Egwene watched in horror as a massive force of Sharan cavalry emerged from the confusion, catching the lancers in a pincer movement. At the same time, the Trollocs turned, revealing long polearms designed to rip cavalry to shreds. It was a massacre. The flame of Tar Valon was trampled into the bloody earth. The psychological blow to Egwene was immense. She trusted Gareth Bryn implicitly. He was the rock upon which her military strategy was built. To see his orders result in such slaughter shook her foundation. She didn't know about the compulsion yet. She only knew that the battle was turning into a rout. With the resolve that has defined her rise to Amelin, she decided to leave the safety of the heights and go to the command tent herself. She needed answers, and she needed to be seen by her men. It is the burden of leadership, to stand tall when the ground is crumbling. Back in the north, the situation was equally dire. Lan had taken command from the broken Agelmar. The order was given to retreat. Graendal was visiting them in their dreams, twisting their minds, turning their genius into a weapon for the shadow. This is a terrifying realization. The greatest strengths of the light were being turned against them. Perrin wanted to wake up, to scream a warning, but he was bound by his duty to protect Rand from Slayer. He encountered the wolf Elias, Longtooth in the dream, and in a desperate exchange tasked the wolf with delivering the warning. Perrin had to stay. He had to guard the back of the dragon reborn. It is the ultimate sacrifice of the friend, to let the world burn if it means saving the one man who can rebuild it. Meanwhile, on the Kirhian in front, Queen Elaine Trakand was facing her own apocalypse. Her army was shattered. The Trolloc hordes, a second army arriving from the south, were crushing her exhausted forces against the walls of the city. The Ogier were falling, their songs silencing one by one. The dragons were out of powder. Hope was a candle in a hurricane. And then the Black Tower arrived. Logain Ablar, looking gaunt and haunted, led his Ashermen onto the field. "The Black Tower stands with the Lion of Andor," he declared. It was a moment of supreme vindication for Elaine, who had defended the dragons when others feared them. But 100 channelers, even Asherman, were not enough to stop 100,000 Trollocs. They needed a miracle. They found that miracle in a man named Androl. Androl was weak in the power, barely strong enough to be a dedicated soldier, but he possessed a talent for gateways that defied logic. Logain organised a circle, 13 men, 14 women, linking their power and funneling it into Androl. What followed was one of the most spectacular displays of the One Power in the history of the Third Age. Androl didn't just open a gateway, he opened a door to the heart of the world. He created a gateway miles high, opening directly into the caldera of Dragonmount itself. He didn't throw fireballs, he poured the blood of the earth onto the shadow spawn. A river of lava, pressurized and screaming with heat, erupted from the gateway. It was a cataclysm. The Trollocs, creatures of hate and violence, were unmade by the raw fury of nature. Androl swept the lava across the battlefield, creating a wall of molten rock that incinerated thousands in seconds. It was terrifying. It was magnificent. It was the weaponization of geography itself. The sheer scale of it stunned the battlefield into silence. Elaine, exhausted and battered, watched as the tide was turned not by swords, but by a river of fire. The light had held, but only just. And as the lava cooled into obsidian walls, the survivors knew that this was merely a reprieve. The great captains were compromised, the armies were broken, and the last battle was far from over. The pattern was weaving a tapestry of chaos, and the threads were soaked in blood. But as long as one soldier stood, as long as one channeler could draw breath, the light would not fade. Not today. Chapter 31. The Camp. The air along the riverbank was thick with the scent of ozone and blood, a sensory testament to the violence churning the world. In the Araphelin encampment, the surviving Aes Sedai, along with the remnants of pikemen and archers, poured through gateways from the southern hills. They were a ragged tide of humanity, their faces etched with the kind of exhaustion that goes beyond the physical, a weariness of the soul. Yet, despite their fatigue, their eyes were drawn magnetically across the water to the battle raging in Kandor. The drive to fight, to push back against the encroaching shadow, overrode the body's demand for collapse. Egwene Alvir, the Amelin's seat, stood as the fulcrum of this chaotic energy. She commanded with a desperate urgency, ordering a mere hour of rest before they would be forced to march again. Her strategy was fluid, utilising the river as a barrier while they repositioned to flank the Trollocs. It was a brutal calculus of war. Use the archers until their quivers were empty, then find another use for them. As the orders dispersed, Egwene's attention shifted to the impossible sight across the river. Leolwyn and Bael Domon confirmed what should have been unthinkable. Shan-Chan cavalry, unmistakably foreign in their insectile armour, were engaging the shadow. But even more jarring was the news of their leadership. They were not merely allies of convenience. They were being led by Matrim Cawthon, the Prince of the Ravens, the gambler. It seemed the pattern was weaving threads of extreme improbability, placing the chaotic Mat as the saviour of the pikemen on the left flank. The reality of the battlefield shifted again, as Gawain pointed out survivors dragging themselves from the river. Among them was Uno, the rough-tongued Shienaran, stripped to his small clothes but still wearing his eye patch, the painted eye upon it seeming to glare with redoubled fury. Uno's report was a chilling indictment of the command structure. He spoke of a trap, of reinforcements that never arrived, and of orders that seemed designed to lead them into a slaughter. He believed they had been betrayed, not by incompetence, but by malice. Egwene, however, clung to the hope that Gareth Bryn, a man whose integrity was as solid as the White Tower's foundation, had simply been delayed. The alternative, that one of the great captains was compromised, was a catastrophe she could not yet entertain. Returning to the fray, Egwene wielded Vora's Sa'angreal. She did not merely channel, she became a conduit for a tempest. She wove air and water into a funnel, drawing the river up and blasting it into the Trolloc ranks. It was a display of raw power, scalding the shadow spawn, driving them back with physical force and thermal shock. Around her, the brown Arger turned the earth into quicksand, while the greens rained fire. Yet the Trollocs were relentless, a black tide that absorbed death and kept coming. It was a war of attrition, and the light was losing energy faster than the shadow lost bodies. Even the intervention of the Shan-Chan cavalry, who mowed down ranks of Trollocs with disciplined brutality, was only a temporary reprieve. Egwene pushed herself to the very edge of burnout, her anger at the shadow fueling her weaves until she was physically dragged back by Gawain. The grim reality was undeniable. Despite the Aes Sedai, despite the Shan-Chan, the left flank was collapsing. They needed Gareth Bryn. But the camp held more surprises than just battle fatigue. A rider approached, Min Farshaw, dressed in the stifling silken finery of a Shan-Chan noblewoman, accompanied by the stoic, terrifying Deathwatch guards. The sight of Min, a woman of the utmost practical sense, draped in the trappings of an empire built on slavery, turned Egwene's stomach. Yet, the message Min carried was far heavier than her silks. Mat Cawthon believed Gareth Bryn was a dark friend. The accusation was ludicrous on its face. Gawain laughed at it. Egwene dismissed it. But the seed of doubt, watered by Uno's earlier report, began to germinate. Mat was a fool, a scoundrel, and a rogue, but his instincts for danger were supernatural. He wanted command of the armies. The idea of handing the White Tower's military might to a man who treated authority like a bad joke was absurd. And yet, the shadow was winning. Meanwhile, miles away, at the pass to Thakandar, the psychological horror of the last battle was manifesting in the mind of another great captain. Rodel Iturralde, the Wolf of the North, stood amidst a rain of black arrows, his mind fracturing. He was a man who had held Maradon against impossible odds, but now he was fighting a war on two fronts, one against the Trollocs and one against his own subconscious. He was plagued by waking dreams of cannibals and failure, his tactical genius warring with a compulsion to fail. Iturralde's defence of the pass was a masterpiece of engineering and discipline. He had constructed earthworks and utilised pike squares to break the Trolloc charges, a meat grinder strategy designed to buy time for Rand al'Thor, who was fighting the metaphysical battle within the pit of doom. But as a legion of Myrddraal, hundreds of the eyeless horrors slid from the shadows like oil. Iturralde found himself paralysed. His tactical mind screamed for a countermove, but his voice was silenced by an external will. He felt the compulsion to retreat, to open the way for the shadow, to destroy his own army. Just as his will was about to snap, the pattern intervened. Wolves, the brothers of the Shadow Killer, surged from the fog to engage the Fades. A figure in furs, a man sent by Perrin Ibarra, tackled Iturralde, knocking him from his perch. The fall knocked the wind out of him, but it also broke the spell of command. As the wolves dragged him to safety, Iturralde felt a perverse sense of victory. He had been removed from command before he could betray the light. Back at the river camp, the sun dipped low, casting long, bloody shadows. Egwene, drinking tea with trembling hands, reflected on Mat Cawthon. She remembered the boy who had jumped into a river to save a girl who wasn't drowning, the boy who grumbled about being a hero while performing heroic acts. She realised that while Mat was often wrong about people, he was never wrong about danger. If he said they were drowning, they likely were. Summoning the Hall of the Tower, Egwene confronted Gareth Bryn. The meeting was a tragic unravelling of a great man. Bryn, red-eyed and hollow, defended his tactical blunders with a logic that crumbled under scrutiny. He spoke of traps and reinforcements, but the reality was a trail of slaughtered soldiers and abandoned allies. When pressed, the facade broke. Bryn didn't react with anger, but with a terrifying, hollow confusion. He admitted that his instincts, once infallible, were now betraying him. Egwene named the horror. Compulsion. One of the Forsaken, likely Moghedien or Hessalam, had corrupted the great captains. They were not traitors in heart, but puppets in mind. The realisation was devastating. If Brian was compromised, then Agelmar, Bashir and Iturralde likely were as well. The very minds trusted to lead the war for survival were the Shadow's greatest weapons. Brian, relieved of command, looked relieved. A man who had feared he was going mad and now knew he was merely a victim. But the vacuum of leadership was immediate and terrifying. The Aes Sedai could not lead. They were too few and too specialised. They needed a general who was immune to the subtle touch of the One Power. Someone whose mind operated on a frequency the Shadow could not easily predict. Egwene spoke the words that would have been heresy a day prior. They had to give the armies to Matrim Cawthon. It was a desperate gamble, the last toss of the dice for a world teetering on the brink of eternal night. Chapter 32. A Yellow Flower Spider. Matrim Cawthon stood over a literal hole in the floor, peering down at the battlefield like a god watching ants. This was the Shonchan way of command, distinct, removed, and technologically aided by the captured weaves of channelers. He was impressed, despite himself. He had spent the last hour countering the death trap Gareth Bryn had unwittingly laid for Egwene, throwing Shonchan cavalry and Damane into the grinder to stabilise the collapse. The command centre was a study in contrasts. On one side, the brutal efficiency of the Shonchan military machine. On the other, the opulence of the Empress, Fortuona, sitting on a 10-foot throne. Mat's relationship with Tuon was a microcosm of the wider alliance, fraught with tension, cultural misunderstandings, and a strange, undeniable respect. He caught himself admiring her, an act that felt dangerous in the presence of her stony-faced guards. The dynamic in the room shifted when Mat engaged with General Galgan. There was a grudging professional courtesy there. Galgan, a man who spoke of assassinating Matt with the casual tone of discussing the weather, acknowledged Matt's genius. Matt had spotted the trap, a yellow flower spider hidden on a petal, where others saw only standard maneuvers. This was Matt's superpower, his ability to see the pattern of battle, the rhythm of violence, fueled by the memories of 1,000 dead generals. The situation, however, was dire. The Trollocs were pulling back, but the Sharan threat loomed large. The Sharans were unpredictable, zealous and suicidal in their devotion to Demandred. Matt, ever the pragmatist, ordered a lockdown on channeling to prevent Sharan infiltrators from detonating the camp. It was a command that would bristle the Aes Sedai, but Matt operated on survival, not protocol. The interplay between Tuon and Min Farshaw provided a chilling glimpse into the Shan-Chan mindset. Min, now Doomseer and Truth Speaker, sat in a gilded cage. When Tuon dispensed justice, ordering the execution of a soldier based on a vague omen, Min stepped in. The confrontation was sharp. Tuon, the absolute monarch, threatened torture. Min, the bearer of absolute truth, threatened the retribution of the pattern itself. It was a clash of two immovable forces. Tuon yielded, but the exchange highlighted the razor's edge Min walked. She was safe only as long as she was useful, and useful only as long as she was brave. The narrative then moved to a summit of desperation. A gateway opened connecting the Shan-Chan command to the hall of the tower. Egwene, sitting on the Amelin seat brought specifically for the occasion, looked drained. The revelation of the great captain's corruption was laid bare. It wasn't just brine, it was a coordinated decapitation strike against the Light's military intellect. Bashir had turned on Elaine, Agelmar had nearly destroyed the Borderlanders, Ituralde was gone. The Shadow had turned the Light's greatest assets into instruments of suicide. Elaine Trakand, heavily pregnant and blackened by the smoke of Carhien, joined the council via Gateway. Her victory had been Pyrrhic, achieved only through the last-minute intervention of Loghain and the Black Tower. The armies were shattered, demoralised and leaderless. Matt stepped into the void. The reluctance of the past was gone, replaced by the grim certainty of the gambler who sees the table is rigged and decides to flip it over. He proposed a radical shift. No more fighting on multiple fronts. No more defending static lines against endless waves of Trollocs. They needed to consolidate. He pointed to the Field of Merrilor. It was a place of logistical significance, but more importantly, it was a trap. Not for the Light, but for the Shadow. Matt intended to present the armies of the Light as a tempting singular target to draw the enemy in. It was to be a repetition of historical battles he remembered from other lives, using the terrain, rivers and hills, to negate the enemy's numbers. It was an all-in move. If they lost at Merrilor, humanity was extinct. If they won, they might just survive the day. The chapter closed with a shift to Galad Damodred, walking the corpse-strewn fields of Cairhien. His perspective offered a sombre meditation on the cost of this war. The carnage was absolute. The carrion birds blanketed the ground like a second shadow. Galad, a man of rigid moral absolutes, found himself softening, or perhaps just wearying. He saw the necessity of Elaine's hardness and the tragedy of the losses. His interaction with Elaine and the other commanders, Tam al'Thor, Arganda, Nurel, underscored the fragility of their victory. They had survived, but half their number were dead. As they agreed to Matt's plan to move to Merrilor, the weight of the future pressed down on them. They were marching to the final slaughter, and they all knew it. Chapter 33. The Prince's Tabak. The narrative fractured into 3 distinct, high-stakes vignettes, each highlighting a different facet of the Shadow's assault. First, the dreamscape. Perrin Ibarra hunted Slayer through the wolf dream Tel Aranriod. This was not a battle of physics, but of will and imagination. They leaped between storm clouds that solidified under their feet, fighting amidst a tempest that mirrored the disintegration of reality. Perrin was no longer the hesitant blacksmith. He was a master of the dream, shifting and countering Slayer's attacks with the fluidity of thought. The fight carried them south, to a coastline being devoured by the elements. The land was crumbling, returning to primal chaos. Slayer, revealed as the amalgamation of Luke and Esam, taunted Perrin. He spoke of the Dark One not as a destroyer, but as a hoarder of tools. Slayer's motivation was laid bare. He was a creature of envy, a man who sought to rise above the food chain by becoming the ultimate predator. He killed wolves to prove he was greater than them. The battle plunged underwater, a surreal clash in the depths where Perrin forced the ocean to recede, fighting within a cylinder of air and stone. It was a claustrophobic, high-speed chess match of teleportation and shape-shifting. But the physical toll on Perrin was mounting. The exhaustion of the waking world bled into the dream. He was winning the duel of skill, but losing the war of endurance. A momentary lapse, a split second of fatigue, allowed Slayer to land a crippling blow, leaving Perrin broken and vulnerable as the landscape shattered around him. The perspective shifted to the mundane, yet equally dangerous logistical war. Fail Bashir was in Tar Valon, overseeing a caravan of supplies that secretly housed the Horn of Valir. She was guarded by a hand-picked squad of the Band of the Red Hand, including the incomparable Vannin and the young Olva. The scene began with banter, soldiers complaining about missing the fight, which served to ground the reader before the chaos struck. Fael's internal monologue revealed her growth. She was no longer the petulant girl playing at hunter for the Horn. She was a woman entrusted with the world's most powerful artifact. She carried the weight of the Horn and the worry for her husband Perrin, who had vanished into the dream. As the caravan moved to leave the city, the pattern unravelled. A bubble of evil struck. This was not an attack by soldiers, but a corruption of probability and nature. Black crystalline spikes erupted from the earth, growing with malignant speed. They impaled horses and men, shattering wagons. Inside the crystals, smoky figures screamed, souls trapped in mineral hell. The escape was a chaotic scramble. The Aes Sedai, Barisha, was impaled while holding open a gateway. Fael, displaying her command instincts, rallied the panic-stricken survivors. There was no time for finesse. They drove the wagons blindly through the closing gateway. But as they emerged, the cool air of Merrilor was absent. Instead, they were greeted by sweltering heat and the rot of the blight. The gateway had malfunctioned, or been redirected. The Horn of Valir was now lost behind enemy lines. It was a perversion of the Aiel's most sacred sacrifice. Avienda fought them, a brutal, close-quarters struggle of knife and one power. She was saved, and then interrogated, by Cadsuane Malydron. Cadsuane, cold and imperious, confirmed the grim reality. The Shadow had a secret army of male channelers. The night exploded into chaos. Trollocs attacked the valley pass, and simultaneously, the camp was infiltrated by these turned Aiel. Avienda, rallying the Wise Ones and Aes Sedai, took command. The tragedy was palpable. She was not just fighting the Shadow, she was fighting her own people, the lost brothers of the Aiel. She gathered a circle, preparing to do what must be done, her heart hardening against the horror of kinslaying. The last battle had stripped away every comfort, every tradition, leaving only the raw necessity of survival. The 3 chapters together painted a picture of a world unravelling. The leaders were compromised, the land was breaking, and the armies were scattered. Yet, in the face of this absolute despair, the forces of light were making one final, defiant contraction. They were moving to Merrilor. They were moving to the end. Chapter 34. Drifting. We begin in a space that defies the very concept of location. Rand al'Thor stands in the void, a place outside the pattern, outside of time itself. This is the ontological edge of existence, where the weaving of reality is visible as thousands of shimmering, undulating ribbons of light. It is a breathtaking and terrifying vantage point, allowing Rand to witness the totality of what was, what is, and what could be. But he is not alone. The Dark One is here, not merely a presence, but a voracious, consuming nothingness. The confrontation that Moradin promised would be a sword fight is revealed to be something far more metaphysical. Rand anchors himself in the pattern to avoid being devoured by the void. He speaks into the emptiness, and the response he receives is chilling. The Dark One acknowledges Rand not as an enemy, but as a part of itself, albeit one with small eyes. This suggests a terrifying truth. The dragon is finite, while the Shadow is infinite. The Dark One mocks the physical conflict, noting that small tools, like a knife to the heart, can still be effective. This is psychological warfare manifest. The Dark One is trying to subsume Rand's identity before the first blow is truly struck. Meanwhile, within the world of dreams, the physical and the mental bleed together in a haze of pain. Perrin Ibarra, impaled by Slayer's arrow, is fading. He has shifted away to survive, but the wound is spiritual as well as physical. He collapses, his strength too depleted to even manipulate the dream to remove the arrow. He reaches out to the wolves, but his dual nature, part man, part wolf, terrifies them. They recoil, leaving him in isolation. In this moment of vulnerability, Lanfear appears. Her presence here offers a stark insight into her character. She looks upon Perrin, broken and bleeding, and feels only disappointment. She admits she found him appealing, a potential tool or toy to rival Luz Therin, but his current weakness disgusts her. Lanfear is a creature of absolute narcissism. She cannot conceive of value that does not offer her power or prestige. When Perrin begs for help, not for himself but to save Fael, she coldly dismisses him. "Goodbye, wolf pup," she sneers, abandoning him to the nothingness. It is a reminder that the Forsaken are defined not just by their evil acts, but by their inability to feel empathy. In the waking world, the horror is visceral. Fael leads the caravan carrying the Horn of the Lear through the Blight. Robert Jordan's world-building here turns toward the grotesque. The Blight is not just a forest, it is a predator. The trees have sores that weep blood-like sap, and the mud dissolves human flesh like acid. Fael watches her people die, consumed by twigs, dissolved by the earth. It is a nightmare march. Setale Annan, the innkeeper with a hidden past, offers a desperate gamble. Head toward Sheol Ghul. The logic is twisted but sound. The horrors of the Blight might avoid the blasted lands immediately surrounding the Dark One's prison, perhaps out of fear of the Great Lord himself. Fael, ever the pragmatist, agrees. However, paranoia sets in. Setale reveals knowledge of the One Power that suggests she was once tower-trained, perhaps even an Aes Sedai who was burned out. Fael questions everything. Is Setale a dark friend leading the Horn to the shadow? In this environment, trust is as dangerous as the rotting flora. At the Valley of Thakandar, the war has devolved into a fratricidal tragedy. Avienda fights alongside the Aes Sedai, but her enemies are the Red Veils, Aiel men who can channel, turned to the shadow. To Avienda, this is a spiritual abomination. She recognizes one of them, a man named Soro who was once kind to her. Now she must burn him from the pattern like a weed. The battle shifts from tragic to catastrophic when a new player enters. A woman of hideous appearance, later revealed to be the Forsaken Grendel, masking her beauty, unleashes the true power. This is the Dark One's own essence, and it bypasses the rules of Saidar. She strikes without weaving, ripping the Aes Sedai Serene and her companions from existence, or killing them instantly. Avienda is left stunned, kneeling beside a maimed Dama Flynn, realizing that against the true power, their conventional understanding of warfare is obsolete. Chapter 35. A Practiced Grin. The narrative shifts to the innocence of a child amidst the apocalypse. Ulva rides Bella, the stout, shaggy mare who has carried so many heroes since the Two Rivers. There is a profound irony here. The most unassuming horse in the world carries the boy who wishes to be the greatest hero. Ulva is terrified of the Blight, of the trees that eat men, but he steels himself with the memory of Noel. He clutches a rough bracelet Noel gave him, a symbol of survival. Ulva's internal monologue is heartbreaking. He plans to learn the secrets of the Aiel and the Eelfin to avenge his father, unaware that the end of the world might render all vengeance moot. He practices his grin, not Mat's guilty grimace, but a mask of confidence to hide his fear. Further up the line, Fael and Vannin discuss their grim reality. They are approaching the blasted lands, where the air grows unnaturally cold and the flora dies away, leaving only barren rock. Vannin, the stout thief-taker, is rattled, which serves as a barometer for how dire the situation is. If Vannin is scared, panic is justified. Fael executes a trap for the traitor she suspects is in their midst. She feigns illness and leaves the chest containing the horn exposed. It is a game of shadows within shadows. When a scream pierces the night, Fael rushes out to find chaos. Vannin and Harnan are grappling with the horn, but they are under attack by insect-faced bear monsters. For a moment, File believes Vannin is the thief, but the chaos of battle obscures the truth. She secures the horn, realizing the monsters, shadow spawn of a variety never seen before, are drawn to the noise and blood. She rallies the caravan. They cannot investigate the treachery now, they must run. The scene highlights File's command style, decisive, ruthless when necessary, but always focused on the objective. She fears she may be carrying a decoy while the real horn is gone, a seed of doubt that will plague her march. Chapter 36. Unchangeable Things. Deep within the pit of doom, the trap is sprung. Nynaeve, fighting the suction of the void, discovers Alanna Mosvani chained to the rock, grievously wounded. The psychological cruelty of this trap is staggering. Alanna is bonded to Rand. Moradin has stabbed her, not just to kill her, but to drive Rand insane with the warder rage at the precise moment of her death. Nynaeve is helpless. Rand is channeling immense amounts of power through their circle to hold back the dark, leaving Nynaeve unable to access Saidar to heal Alanna. She is forced to watch the life bleed out of the woman, knowing that Alanna's death could shatter the Dragon Reborn's mind, just as he faces the Dark One. It is a checkmate scenario designed by the Shadow. Save the world and lose your mind, or save the woman and lose the battle. At the Field of Merrilor, Mat Corfin is trying his best to avoid being a hero. He dodges the Shon Chan Deathwatch guards, who want him to sit in judgment as the Prince of the Ravens. Mat's reluctance is a core part of his charm, but also his tragedy. He is the greatest military mind of his age, desperately wishing he was just a gambler in a tavern. He runs into Egwene, and their interaction is a grounding moment of nostalgia amidst the chaos. They bicker like the Two Rivers folk they are, arguing about who really saved whom at Falm. Egwene, now the Amelin seat, and Mat, the reluctant general, travel to Dashar Nob to survey the battlefield. Here, the gambler takes over. Mat looks at the terrain, the river, the heights, the bogs, and the dice in his head begin to thunder. He realizes the scouts are wrong. The enemy isn't coming. They are here. The Shonchan Rakan fly overhead, screeching warnings, but Mat is already ahead of them. This is a pivotal moment for Mat's character. He realizes that standard warfare, holding the line, retreating, regrouping, will result in defeat. The Shadow's numbers are too vast. To win, he must abandon the safety of convention. He decides to toss the dice, discarding the battle plans approved by the great captains in favour of a chaotic, high-stakes improvisation. He orders the Deathwatch guards to run, not to arrest him, but to mobilise the army. He commands a complete shift in strategy, embracing the chaos that he has always tried to outrun. Simultaneously in the Wolf Dream, Perrin is near death, but he feels a warmth, the heat of his new hammer, Mahalania. It serves as an anchor, a forge-hot connection to the waking world. Slayer thought he had killed the wolf, but Perrin forces himself to cross the threshold of consciousness. He wakes on the battlefield, surrounded by the shouts of the last battle, greeted by the familiar, grounding voice of Master Luhan. He has survived the dream, but the nightmare of reality awaits. Chapter 37. The Last Battle. The atmosphere of the world had shifted, heavy with the oppressive weight of an ending that felt less like a conclusion and more like an execution. Above the blasted lands, the sky did not merely turn grey, it groaned, a rumble of celestial indigestion as the Dark One's touch corrupted the very air. Here, near the valley of Thakandar, the looming silhouette of Sheol Ghul was not just a mountain, it was a tombstone for the Third Age, rising from a range of lesser peaks like a king of corpses. Fael Bashir, a woman of Saldea whose heart was as fortified as any borderland tower, felt the chill bite into her. It was a wintry, unnatural cold that sought to freeze the resolve of those daring to approach the pit of doom. Her mission was simple in concept, yet impossible in execution. She carried the Horn of Valir. The sack at her side, heavy with the weight of destiny, contained the instrument that would summon the dead heroes of the ages. It was the ultimate reinforcement, the Pattern's final, desperate gamble. Yet, reaching the forces of the light seemed an insurmountable task. Beside her was Olva. The boy was a tragic reflection of the times, a child wearing a knife like a sword, skipping across lifeless grey rock where nothing grew and nothing lived. In a kinder age, he would be playing games. Here, he was a courier of death. Fail questioned the wisdom of bringing him, yet the Borderlands bred children of iron. They learned duty before they learned to read, carrying messages while adults died on the walls. The silence of their stealthy approach was broken by Saland, one of Fail's scouts. She was a pale imitation of the Aiel she tried to emulate, but her sharp eyes were genuine enough. She had spotted something that should not exist in this wasteland, a caravan. But as Fail peered through her looking glass, the reality was far worse. It wasn't just a caravan, it was a logistical miracle of the shadow. A village had sprouted in the foothills, a smudge of darkness against the grey. The shadow was not merely a force of chaotic destruction, it was an army with supply lines. Fail realised with a dawning horror that the enemy had learned. Just as the forces of light used gateways to move troops, the shadow was using them to move supplies, arrows, weapons, the machinery of war, bypassing the inability of Trollocs to travel through the portals. It was a central supply station, feeding the slaughter. The carts carried no food, for the Trollocs were their own grave diggers, feasting on the corpses of the fallen. The efficiency of it was nauseating. This discovery presented a terrifying dilemma. They were behind enemy lines, blocked by a village of dark supporters and a literal army of logistics. The realization that they might have to sneak through a shadow gateway, to jump from the frying pan into the heart of the fire, hung heavy in the air. But even that option seemed to wither as they observed the newcomers approaching the enemy camp. Aiel, but not Aiel. They wore the veil, the sign of killing, but the veils were red. The shadow, broken and scattered, were one thing, but this was a corruption of Gietto that made the soul sickness of the bleakness seem mild. These were traitors who had sided with the Dark One. To sneak past Trollocs was one thing, to sneak past Aiel, even fallen ones, was a suicide pact. Fail knew they had to retreat, to plan, for the path forward had just become a wall of spears. Far from the desolate rocks of the blasted lands, in the soft, fragrant air of Mayene, Perrin Ibarra surged back to consciousness. The sensation was not one of waking, but of being dredged from a frozen lake. He was a man of earth and wolf, accustomed to hard ground and cold winds, yet he found himself drowning in softness. Clean sheets, the sound of gulls, the smell of the sea. It was a sensory assault of comfort that felt entirely wrong for the end of the world. He was in the palace of Berelain Sir Pendrag Peyron. The first of Mayene stood there, regal in crimson and yellow, a woman who had once been a source of conflict for Perrin, but had evolved into a steadfast ally of the light. She had taken precautions this time, learning from the past, ensuring the Wolf King did not rampage immediately upon waking. The room smelled of healing herbs, but also of old pain. Uno was there, the crusty Shianaran soldier, nursing a healed arm and grumbling as only he could. And Janina, the Aiel Wise One, whose authority was as absolute as any queen's. They had healed Perrin, but only to the edge of survival. The philosophy of the battlefield triaged him: save the life, ignore the comfort. He had been out for 10 hours. To Perrin, 10 hours was an eternity. It was 10 hours of men dying, 10 hours of the last battle raging without his hammer. The exhaustion that clung to him was a physical weight, heavier than Ma'alania. He demanded to leave, to return to the fight, but he was met with the stone wall of feminine resolve. Berelain and Janina were not moved by his growls. Janina, with the casual arrogance of a channeler, threatened to bind him in air and leave him hanging like a cured ham if he tried to move. It was a moment of profound vulnerability for Perrin. In the wolf dream, he was a master of reality, able to shift and unmake the world with a thought. Here, in the flesh, he was just a man, battered, bruised, and beholden to the limits of biology. He drifted, fighting the pull of sleep. Perrin saw the path. The wolf dream in the flesh. It tempted him, a third way between waking and sleeping, a way to bypass the weakness of the body. But in a moment of clarity, he chose the mundane path. He chose ordinary sleep. It was a humble admission of his own humanity. To fight like a god, he first had to rest like a man. Elsewhere, amidst the chaos of the heights, a different kind of bond was being forged. Androl Genhald and Pavara Tazanovny, an Asherman and a Red Aes Sedai, sat in a moment of quiet that defied the apocalypse around them. They had just escaped a strike of balefire, or something near to it, fleeing the raw power of Demandred. The relationship between Androl and Pavara was a thematic turning point for the history of channelers. For 3,000 years, Red Sisters had hunted men who could channel. Now Pavara sat drinking water poured from a gateway created by one. Androl, the man of many trades and weak power but singular talent, fascinated her. He was not the raging powerhouse that Tame or Rand was. He was a leatherworker, a man who understood the value of worn things. As they shared tea made possible only by Androl's whimsical use of gateways to fetch water from a distant spring and honey from a forgotten jar, Androl looked at Pavara and saw something other than an Aes Sedai. He saw quality. He compared her to old leather, a strap that had been tested by the seasons and found true. It was a compliment that would have horrified a courtier, but charmed Pavara once she teased him for it. There was a profound psychological depth to their interaction. The double bond, the telepathic link they had accidentally created, allowed them to feel each other's amusement, fear, and attraction. It stripped away the artifices of the game of houses and the White Tower. They could not lie to one another. In a world of deception, they had found absolute truth in each other's minds. They were two soldiers in the trenches, finding warmth in the face of oblivion. But their mission remained. They had to find Mihail. They had to stop the rot at the heart of the Black Tower. And to do that, they would have to walk into the lion's den, disguised as the very monsters they hunted. In the valley of Thakandar, the tragedy of the Aiel played out in blood and dust. Ruark, the clan chief who had been a father figure to Rand al'Thor, stalked through the fog of war. The valley was a churning grinder of meat, where Trollocs and the honourless, the red-veiled Aiel, clashed with the defenders of the light. Ruark was a man of Giato, honour and obligation. He moved with the deadly grace of a desert predator, flanked by brothers of the spear. He saw the corruption of his people in the red-veiled traitors. They had filed their teeth. They killed with the power. They had abandoned everything that made them Aiel to become something less than human. The scene of Ruark hunting the enemy channeler was a masterclass in Aiel stealth. He did not use the power. He used the land, the dust, the shadows. He hamstrung the channeler and cut his throat with the efficiency of a butcher. It was a victory of the old ways over the new corruption. But the pattern is cruel. Ruark's victory was short-lived. He was not felled by a sword or a weave of fire, but by the insidious compulsion of Heselam, the Forsaken formerly known as Graendal. She stepped through the storm, a creature of beauty masking a soul of rot. Her touch on Ruark's mind was a violation more absolute than rape. She rewrote his loyalty, his love, his very self. The horror of Ruark's fall was not in his death, but in his erasure. The man of iron will, who had walked the waste and upheld the honour of the Aiel, was reduced to a fawning pet, gazing adoringly at the woman who had enslaved him. He would kill his own brothers for her. It was a fate so grotesque that it served as a stark reminder. The Dark One did not just want to kill the body, he wanted to corrupt the soul. While the battle raged in the physical world, a metaphysical duel of creation and destruction took place outside of time. Rand al'Thor stepped onto a roadway of light, entering a vision of what could be. This was his construct, his argument against the shadow. He walked through a perfected Eamon's field. It was a utopia of cooperation. Ogier and men worked side by side. Nations mingled in harmony. The xenophobia of the two rivers was gone, replaced by a cosmopolitan acceptance. It was a world where the rifle was used for peacekeeping, where war was a distant memory. It was beautiful. It was seductive. But the Dark One, the adversary, was not impressed. He attacked the vision not with fire but with truth, or at least his twisted version of it. The Dark One argued that Rand's dream was a hollow shell. A world without suffering, he whispered, was a world without growth. The Dark One claimed to be the only honesty, pointing out the cracks in Rand's paradise. He showed that even in a perfect world, darkness would linger in the human heart. When the Dark One shattered the vision, stripping away the laughing people and the monuments to peace, it was a clash of philosophies. Rand stood defiant, a speck of light against an infinite dark. asserting that the potential for good was worth the fight. But the Dark One's counter-argument was terrifyingly potent. Entropy is inevitable. Back on the heights, the White Tower fought for its existence. Egwene Alvear, the Amelin seat, commanded the One Power with the force of a storm. But the battle was turning. The Sharans, led by Demandred, were pushing hard. The bond between Aes Sedai and Warder is a thing of legend, a connection of souls. When Sylviana, Egwene's keeper, felt the Amelin falter, she knew disaster was looming. Gawyn Trakand was dying. The realization hit Egwene not as a thought, but as a physical severance. Sylviana, a red sister who had once been Egwene's punisher and was now her fiercest protector, urged pragmatism. She demanded Egwene pass the bond, to save herself from the inevitable backlash of her warder's death. It was the sensible, cold logic of the Red Arja. But Egwene refused. Her refusal was not just stubbornness, it was an acceptance of the pain. She would not abandon Gawyn, even in spirit. She would fight through the pain. It was a testament to her strength, but also a terrifying vulnerability. Down by the river, Elaine Trakand and Bajit Silverbow held the line. But Bajit was fading. The hero of the Horn, spun out into a body too soon, was losing her memories. The tragedy of Bajit was the tragedy of dementia, accelerated by magic. She knew she was forgetting, but she could not remember what she had lost. The hole in her mind was bleeding out her identity. She was becoming a ghost before she was even dead. Elaine, pregnant and commanding armies, had to watch her oldest friend dissolve, unable to fix it with authority or the One Power. And then, the unlikely duo of Galad Damodred and Mat Cauthon intersected through a letter. Mat, the chaotic gambler, sent Galad, the rigid moralist, a foxhead medallion, a copy of the one that rendered the wearer immune to the One Power. The instructions were pure Mat, crude, direct, and brilliant. He bet Galad couldn't kill 20 channelers. It was a psychological ploy to goad Galad into doing the unthinkable, hunting women. Galad, the Lord Captain Commander of the White Cloaks, had to shed his chivalry. He realized that evil had no gender. To save the light, he had to become an assassin. The shift in Galad was profound. He finally understood that the morality of the act lay in the intent, not the rulebook. In the command centre, Mat Cauthon played the great game with the lives of thousands. He was the Prince of the Ravens, the son of battles, matching wits with Demandred. But the Shadow does not play fair. The attack of the Grey Men was a moment of pure, unassuming horror. These were assassins who gave up their souls to become unnoticed. They didn't blend in, they simply slid off the eye. One moment, a servant was pouring wine. The next, he was holding a knife. The chaos that erupted in the command tent was swift and brutal. The Sharan channelers struck, blowing the building apart. In the confusion, Suan Sanche, the woman who had once ruled the world, who had been stilled and healed, who had manipulated the Dragon Reborn onto his path, made her final move. Min Farshaw had seen the doom hanging over Suan and Gareth Bryn. They had to stay close to survive. But Suan, seeing Mat in danger, abandoned her own safety. She knew that if the General of the Light fell, the war was lost. She died not as an Amelin, but as a soldier, saving Mat's life with a weave of air before being consumed by fire. It was a sacrificial end to one of the most complex figures in the saga. She gave everything for the cause, right to the bitter end. Mat, dragging the Empress Fortuona to safety, didn't have time to mourn. He had to act. He realized there was a spy in his camp. To counter it, he and Tuon staged a public breakup. It was a gamble, a bluff to make the Shadow think the forces of light were fracturing. Tuon, the cold pragmatist, played her part, stripping command from Mat. But beneath the surface, the respect between them held. They were two sharks circling each other, but for now, they swam in the same direction. High above, Demandred soared on the wings of a falcon, controlling the bird with the true power. His arrogance was monumental. He believed he was the protagonist of this story. He looked down at the armies of the light and saw only insects to be crushed. His confrontation with Mahael, Mazrim Taim, revealed the hierarchy of the Shadow. Taim was a petty tyrant, drunk on his new status as a chosen. Demandred was an ancient warlord. When Taim challenged him, Demandred didn't just strike him, he humbled him. He used a shield of true power, a volatile, corruption-laced energy that ate the One power, to drain Taim dry. Demandred's use of balefire to wipe out hundreds of men was casual, a flick of the wrist. He declared himself the world's saviour, a twisted messiah who believed that only by destroying Luz Therin could the world be saved. His motivation was laid bare. It wasn't about the Dark One. It was about winning the contest that had started 3,000 years ago. He was a man consumed by an inferiority complex that had metastasized into a desire for genocide. On the slopes of the heights, the tragedy of the brothers Trakand reached its conclusion. Galad, hunting channelers with his new immunity, found Gawyn Trakand, the Prince of the Sword, the man who always wanted to be the hero, who always wanted to make the right choice but so often made the wrong one. He lay dying, his body ruined by the blood knife rings he had foolishly used to try and kill Demandred alone. It was the ultimate failure of his character arc. His need for individual glory, his inability to trust in the team, had led him to a solitary, meaningless death in the mud. But in his final moments, the veil of jealousy lifted. He confessed to Galad that he had failed. He spoke of his love for Egwene, and he revealed the secret that had poisoned him, his hatred for Rand al'Thor. He asked Galad not to hate their half-brother, the Dragon Reborn. It was a deathbed redemption, a moment of clarity bought with his lifeblood. Galad, the man of stone, wept. He took the burden of his brother's failure and turned it into cold resolve. He would finish what Gawyn started. Down at the river, Tam al'Thor proved that you don't need the One power to be a force of nature. The Two Rivers men were out of arrows. In any other war, they would retreat. But this was the end. Tam, the blade master who had raised the dragon, drew the sword of ancient power. He organised his farmers and shepherds into wedges. They were simple men with simple weapons, standing against the tide of Trollocs. It was a scene of gritty heroism. No magic, no destiny, just the stubborn refusal of the common man to lay down and die. They charged the Trollocs to save the White Cloaks, bridging the gap between two groups that had once been enemies. Finally, the narrative swung back to the space outside of time. The Dark One presented his counter-argument to Rand's utopia. He showed Rand a vision of Caemlyn. It was prosperous. Technology had advanced. Steam wagons rolled through the streets. There was no war. But as Rand watched, he saw the rot beneath the gilding. A shopkeeper sold fruit with a smile, then casually murdered a starving street urchin who tried to steal a peach. The horror wasn't the violence, it was the indifference. The people walked by the corpse. The steam wagon rolled over it. The Dark One's point was chilling. He could create a world of order and prosperity, but it would be a world without conscience. A world where morality was excised to make room for efficiency. It was a vision of a soulless future, a terrifying reflection of what peace under the shadow would truly mean. It wasn't just destruction, it was the death of empathy. And so, the battle raged on two fronts. On the bloody fields of Merrilor, where men died for inches of mud, and in the space between stars, where the dragon and the Dark One wrestled for the soul of existence itself. The wheel turned, and the threads of lives snapped, one by one, weaving the final terrible tapestry of the age. The pattern weaves a tapestry of unimaginable complexity, and here, at the very end of the Third Age, the threads are pulled taut, threatening to snap under the strain of the Dark One's touch. We find ourselves first, not on the blood-soaked fields of Merrilor, but in a vision, a construct of possibility woven by the Dark One to tempt the Dragon Reborn. Rand al'Thor walks the streets of a Caemlyn that is familiar, yet deeply, fundamentally wrong. It is a world where the shadow has claimed victory not through fire and destruction, but through the absolute crushing of the human spirit. Rand encounters a woman, a citizen of this new order, who looks upon his distress with eyes devoid of empathy. When he is threatened, when he is hunted by the mob demanding he declare his faction, there is no heat in their pursuit, only a cold, mechanical obedience. This is the Dark One's first gambit, a reality where conscience has been excised. When Rand flees into the Queen's blessing, seeking the familiar comfort of Master Basil Gill, he finds the innkeeper changed. Gil, once a man of staunch loyalty and moral fibre, is now a creature of pure pragmatism. He summons guards to rob Rand, not out of malice, but because he cannot conceive of a reason not to. The concept of law, of protection, of the strong defending the weak, has evaporated. As Rand binds them with flows of air, a chilling realization strikes him. This is not a world of chaotic evil, it is a world of sociopathic utility. Here we see the Dark One's misunderstanding of humanity. Shaitan believes that by removing the suspicion that something is wrong, he removes the will to resist. He offers a world without compassion, arguing that compassion is a weakness. Rand, standing in the heart of this spiritual winter, realizes that this is a fate worse than the breaking of the world. It is the death of the soul. A world where the chosen, the forsaken, believe they will rule as gods is a lie. In this reality there is no ruling, only a singular, consuming existence of the Dark One himself. There is no light, no love, only a hollow husk of existence. Rand's rejection of this vision is violent and absolute. He shatters the construct with his will, proving that the capacity for good, even amidst torture, is preferable to a painless, soulless void. But while Rand battles in the space outside of time, the pattern bleeds largely in the physical world. The last battle rages, a meat grinder of flesh and magic. Matrim Cawthon, the Prince of the Ravens, stands amidst the chaos, his mind a whirlwind of tactical calculations. The Shonchan have pulled back, a move that would spell doom for lesser commanders, but Mat plays the battlefield like a game of cards where the stakes are existence itself. He sends the Empress Fortuona away, a move of protective necessity, but he keeps her generals. General Kharid, a man of rigid honour, is ready to throw his life away in a suicidal charge to buy time. Mat, however, rejects the concept of a useless death. He creates a new purpose for the Death Watch Guard, survival for the sake of victory. There is a profound psychological shift in Mat here. He stops fleeing his responsibility. The dice in his head, the manifestation of his Ta'veren nature, are silent, replaced by the cold, hard logic of warfare. He knows Demandred, the great captain of the Shadow, is baiting them. Mat decides to walk into the fire, not blindly, but with a saunter, dragging the reluctant Shonchan with him. Elsewhere on the field, we witness the sublime mastery of the blade through Tam al'Thor. The father of the Dragon Reborn stands at the tip of a wedge formation, a position of almost guaranteed death, yet he survives. Tam is not a young man, nor is he enhanced by the one power. He survives through the void, the oneness. This is a critical moment of lore. We see the difference between the Blade Master's void and the channeler's seizing of the source. For Tam, the void is an emptiness that allows instinct to take over. He becomes the reed in the wind, bending but never breaking. He moves through forms like shake dew from the branch, and stones fall in the pond, not as rehearsed motions, but as a fluid dance of survival. When Lan Mandragoran, the uncrowned king of Malkia, witnesses Tam's fighting, he offers a salute that validates Tam's entire life as a warrior. The acknowledgement from the greatest living swordsman to the humble shepherd is a thematic bridge between the high nobility of the Borderlands and the stubborn resilience of the Two Rivers. But resilience alone cannot hold the tide. The situation is dire. Elaine Trakand, commanding the armies of Andor, is being targeted personally by Demandred. The Forsaken is not merely commanding, he is hunting. He uses balefire, a weave that burns threads from the pattern itself, threatening to unravel reality to get to Luz Therin. Elaine is thrown from her horse, her life hanging by a thread, saved only by the fierce loyalty of Birgitte Silverbow. Birgitte, the hero of the Horns spun out into flesh, recognizes that Elaine's stubbornness is a liability. She forces the Queen to retreat, to command from the shadows, because a dead Queen commands no one. It is here that Galad Damodred, Lord Captain Commander of the White Cloaks, answers the call that his brother Rand cannot yet hear. Galad's character arc reaches a crescendo. Always the man who saw the world in black and white, he now rides through the grey hell of war, guided by the light to face a monster. He knows he is outmatched. Demandred is a man from the Age of Legends, a peer of the dragon. The duel between Galad and Demandred is a study in tragedy. Galad wields a copy of the Foxhead medallion, rendering him immune to Demandred's direct weaving, forcing the Forsaken to rely on the sword. Demandred, arrogant and filled with millennia of envy, mocks Galad, seeing only a shadow of Luz Therin in his face. They dance the dance of death. Galad fights with the purity of his convictions, but convictions do not stop steel. He wounds Demandred, a feat in itself, but the price is his arm. Galad falls, another hero broken against the rocks of the Shadow's might, his sacrifice buying only moments. Yet, the Shadow does not account for the unpredictability of the chaotic element. Mat Cawthon. Mat realizes that the battle cannot be won by holding the line. It must be won by seizing the high ground, literally. He orchestrates a maneuver that seems insane to the rigid military minds around him. He seeks out the Dragonsworn, a ragtag army of those loyal to Rand above all nations, and finds the Ogier. The presence of the Ogier is heartbreaking. Loyal, the son of Arent, son of Halan, stands with his ears laid back, his axe bloody. The Ogier are builders, pacifists by nature, who revere life and the growing of trees. To see them move to war, to see them chopping down Trollocs with the grim efficiency of woodsmen clearing a forest, is to see the loss of innocence on a racial scale. They do not sing the songs of growing. They fight in silence. Mat rallies them, along with the remnants of his band and the Dragonsworn. He needs a gateway to the heights, the strategic plateau that dominates the battlefield. He finds Teslin, a red Aes Sedai who has been humbled and hardened by her time as a Damane. In a moment that defies the centuries of animosity between the Red Arger and men who channel, or men associated with them, she works with Mat. They fling an army to the top of the heights. This is Mat's genius. He places his pieces where the enemy believes no pieces can go. While the physical battle rages, a spiritual battle takes place in the medical pavilions of Mayene. Egwene Alvear wakes to a world that has shattered. Through the bond, she has felt the death of Gawyn Trakand. The pain of a warder's death is known to incapacitate Aes Sedai for months, to drive them to madness or suicide. Egwene, however, is the Amellin's seat. She is the watcher of the seals. Her confrontation with Sylviana is a masterclass in the philosophy of the White Tower. Sylviana expects Egwene to rest, to succumb to the grief as is natural. Egwene refuses. She acknowledges the grief. She feels the agony of the severed bond, but she weaponizes her duty. She demands Vora's sa'angreal, a wand of immense power that lacks the safety buffers of modern Angreal. It is a dangerous tool for a desperate time. Egwene's actions here redefine what it means to be Aes Sedai. She does not suppress her emotion, she rides it. She transmutes her grief into a cold, terrifying fury. Realizing she needs a warder, a caravan of disguised soldiers and captives. Among them is Olva, the ugly orphan boy who has become the surrogate son of the Band of the Red Hand. They are trapped in a Trolloc camp, surrounded by nightmares made flesh. The tension is suffocating. They have the Horn of Valir, the artifact that can summon the dead heroes, but they are deep in enemy territory. The betrayal comes from within. Aravine, a woman Fael trusted, reveals herself as a dark friend. She seeks to ride to Demandred with the Horn, seeking favour with the Shadow. Fael's response is immediate and ruthless. There is no hesitation, no parley. She pursues Aravine on Bella, the shaggy mare from the Two Rivers who has carried the weight of this saga as surely as any hero, and strikes the traitor down. Fael, a noblewoman of Saldea, kills with the efficiency of a hunter, but the trap is closing. Trollocs and Sharan riders are swarming. In a moment of supreme sacrifice, Fael realizes she cannot escape. She hands the Horn of Valir to Olva. She gives the most important object in the world to a terrified child and rides out to draw the enemy's fire. It is a mother's protection transferred to a soldier's duty. Olva is left alone in the dark, clutching the hope of the world, hiding beneath a wagon as the monsters prowl. Deep in the earth, in the caverns of the heights, Androl and Pavara play a dangerous game. They are infiltrating the camp of the corrupted Asherman. Androl, hiding behind a mask of mirrors, faces Mazrim Taim, the Mihail, the leader of the Black Tower who has turned to the Shadow. Taim is a figure of terrifying arrogance. He holds the broken seals to the Dark One's prison, the very keys Rand needs, and treats them as trinkets. He tortures Androl with a weave learned from the Forsaken, a casual display of cruelty. Andral survives only by leaning into his feigned persona, but the psychological toll is immense. Taim orders him to kill Logain Ablar. The irony here is palpable. Taim, blinding by his own power, sends the fox into the henhouse. He gives Andral the opportunity to regroup with Logain. When Andral reunites with the real Logain, we see the breaking of another seal, not of the prison, but of Logain's cynicism. Logain, who has spent his life being used, gentled and hunted, is handed the seals that Andral stole from Taim. He holds the fate of the Dark One's prison in his hands, but Logain is battling his own demons. The bond with his Aes Sedai Gabrel is a constant reminder of the leash he fears. Yet he sees the loyalty of Andral, a man weak in the power but strong in spirit. Logain takes command, not as a false dragon, but as the leader the Black Tower needs. He steps back into the fray, ready to challenge the Shadow's supremacy. Finally, the narrative arc swings back to the Dragon Reborn. Rand has rejected the world's soulless order, so the pattern shifts. He now weaves a vision of the opposite, a world without the Dark One, but one where the Shadow has been utterly obliterated. He walks into a Camelin of blinding, sickening perfection. The butterchain trees are in bloom, the sun is eternal, and there is no conflict. But as Rand explores this utopia, the horror sets in. He finds Elaine in the palace gardens. She is alive, she is beautiful, and she is utterly vacuous. She speaks with a simpering, hollow joy. She tells him of Avienda, the fierce Aiel warrior, who now spends her days singing to trees and minding nurseries in a pacifist Ruidian. Rand looks into Elaine's eyes and sees the truth. There is no spark. There is no depth. By removing the Dark One entirely, by removing the capacity for evil, he has also removed the capacity for choice. If a person cannot choose to be selfish, their generosity means nothing. If they cannot choose to hate, their love is a programmed response, not an emotion. The Dark One taunts him with this truth. This is the victory of the light carried to its absolute extreme. It is a world of automatons. It is the same tyranny as the Dark One's vision, merely painted in gold instead of grey. Rand realises that the war was never about destroying the Dark One completely. It was about preserving the struggle. The ability to choose between light and dark is what makes humanity human. To destroy the shadow is to destroy the definition of the light. Rand screams in anguish, shattering this second vision. He returns to the void, the pattern swirling around him. He understands now. The perfect world is a lie. The lightless world is a horror. The only world that matters is the broken, messy, painful, beautiful world where men and women fight and die for the right to make their own mistakes. Back on the heights of Merrilor, the disparate threads of the armies of the light begin to weave together. Mat's gamble pays off. His makeshift army of Ogier, Dragonsworn and band cavalry slams into the flank of the Sharan army. It is a hammer blow from the dark. Arganda, the first captain of Gai'don, finds himself fighting alongside Lan Mandragoran. The Borderlanders and the Southerners, united by blood and desperation, hold the line against the endless tide of Trollocs. They are fighting on the corpse of the world, illuminated by the fires of channeling and the burning of the land. Arganda faces a Trolloc of monstrous proportions, a beast that kills his horse and towers over him. In a moment of pure, adrenaline-fueled instinct, Arganda kills the beast, proving that even amidst the clash of demigods and magic, the steel of a determined man still has value. He is rescued by Lan, and together they look out over the battlefield. It seems hopeless. Demandred is dismantling the defences of the light with the One Power. The Sharan channelers outnumber the Aes Sedai. The Trollocs are endless. But as Lan says, we stand atop the high ground, and we fight until we die. It is the ultimate statement of the Borderlander Code. Death is lighter than a feather, duty heavier than a mountain. They do not fight because they expect to win. They fight because it is the only thing left to do. And then, the tide begins to turn. Not with soldiers, but with the power. Egwene Alvear has arrived on the heights. She is a pillar of fire in the darkness. She is the Amelin seat, the flame of Tar Valon, and she has come to burn the shadow from the land. She unleashes flows of fire that shatter the Sharan lines. She is grief weaponized. She is the embodiment of the Third Age's refusal to go quietly into the night. Mat Cawthon sees the flows of fire and smiles. His luck is holding. The threads are weaving together. The dragon reborn fights in the heavens, the Amelin fights on the earth, and the gambler commands the armies. The last battle is far from over, but for the first time in this long, dark night, the shadow flinches. The stage is set. The players are in position. And as the wheel turns, grinding the lives of men and women into the dust of history, one thing remains clear. Humanity will not kneel, not to the shadow, not to a false peace. They will stand and they will fight until the last thread snaps. The last battle rages not merely as a clash of armies, but as the fracturing of reality itself. On the heights of Polof, the air does not just smell of smoke and iron, it reeks of ozone and the scorched fabric of the pattern. The dragon reborn is absent from this physical field, locked in a metaphysical duel elsewhere, leaving a void that others desperately attempt to fill. Logain Ablar, the Sealbreaker, steps into this vacuum, seeking to be the hero the world demands, yet finding that the shadow cast by the Forsaken is longer and darker than any mortal ambition. Logain confronts Demandred, a man who is a relic of the Age of Legends, a general who has spent millennia stewing in envy and hatred. Logain is powerful, a leader of the Black Tower, yet as he hurls streams of liquid fire and weaves of destruction, he strikes a wall of insurmountable force. Demandred wields a sa'angreal of terrifying potency, a scepter that amplifies his strength to levels that rival the legends of old. It becomes a psychological crushing as much as a physical one. Logain, who has spent his life fighting for recognition, fighting against the madness, finds himself simply outclassed. He sees the weave of the world unravelling around the Forsaken, the balefire cracking the ground, followed by the sickening growth of something alien and fungal in the wounds of the earth. Logain is forced to retreat, a tactical withdrawal that tastes like bitter ash, leaving the field to the monsters. It is a harsh lesson in the reality of the shadow's strength. Courage alone cannot breach a wall of godlike power. Meanwhile, the Amelin seat, Egwene Alvir, stands as the avatar of the White Tower's ancient defiance. She does not fight for glory, but for the very existence of the tapestry of time. She faces Mihail, Mazrim Taim, the leader of the turned Asherman, a man who has drunk deep of the Dark One's promises. This duel represents the schism of the power itself, the corrupted masculine seeking to obliterate the feminine strength of the tower. Egwene, wielding Vora's sa'angreal, feels the one power surging through her, a torrent of ecstasy and agony. She has become more than a woman, she is a conduit for the light. Time, in his arrogance, resorts to the weapon of the desperate and the insane, balefire. He hurls bars of liquid white nothingness, burning threads from the pattern, erasing women from history so that they die before they can even scream. The horror of balefire is not just death, it is the retroactive annulment of existence. The ground screams, shattering into voids that threaten to swallow the armies whole. But Egwene, whose journey began in the quiet, innate stubbornness of the two rivers, finds an answer in the depths of her resolve. She realizes that the pattern is balance. If there is a weave to destroy time, there must be a weave to heal it. In a moment of transcendent intuition, Egwene crafts the flame of Tar Valon. It is the antithesis of time's dark fire. It is a weave of pure restoration, a crystallization of order. When she releases it, the white light does not burn, it solidifies. It meets the balefire and negates it, filling the cracks in the world with pure white crystal. Taim, terrified by a power he cannot comprehend, a power born of sacrifice rather than greed, is engulfed. He does not burn, he crystallizes, frozen in a moment of eternal horror, a statue to his own hubris. But the cost is absolute. Egwene draws too much. She bypasses the safety of her body, pouring her very soul into the weave to seal the fissures of reality. It is the ultimate act of stewardship. She does not die as a victim, she ascends, becoming the light that stitches the world back together. She leaves behind a battlefield paved in crystal, a monument to the Amelin who refused to bow. While titans clash with magic that shakes the pillars of heaven, the tragedy of the common soldier plays out in the mud below. Ela and Rain, the Tinkers, wander the hellscape of the battlefield. The way of the leaf, their philosophy of absolute pacifism, is tested against the ultimate cruelty of the shadow. They search for the living among the butcher's yard of the dead, marking corpses with their own blood. Ela struggles with a crisis of faith that is as devastating as any sword stroke. She looks at the mercenaries who refuse to fight, not out of principle, but cowardice, and wonders if her own pacifism is merely a different kind of hiding. Yet, in the darkness, Rayan holds to the way. He posits that if they survive, it will be because of the soldiers who died for them, and they must honour that sacrifice by maintaining their humanity. It is a poignant, quiet sorrow, the realisation that innocence cannot survive the last battle, only endurance can. In the chaos, a small, terrifying drama unfolds for a boy named Olver. Left alone with the Horn of Valir, the object that could summon the dead heroes of legend, he is hunted. The world is burning, darkness pressing in like a physical weight. Olver, who has modelled himself after the rogue hero Matt Cawthon, finds that bravery is trembling hands and the will to keep running. He scrambles onto the back of Bella, the shaggy, stout mare who carried Egwene out of the two rivers so long ago. Bella, the unsung hero of this saga, runs with the heart of a warhorse. She carries the boy away from the Trollocs, thundering through the night. But the shadow is relentless. A black arrow strikes her. The mare who has outrun Myrddraal and traversed the Blight finally falls. Olver's tearful apology to the dying horse is a heartbreak that resonates deeply. Bella represented the last thread of home, the simple, sturdy reliability of the Eamon's field that used to be. Her death signifies that there is no going back. The past is dead. Olver, clutching the horn, squeezes into a fissure in the rock, a child trapped in the crushing dark, as monsters scratch at his sanctuary. Elsewhere, the command structure of the forces of the light begins to fracture. Queen Elaine Drakand, fighting to hold the lines near the river, finds herself betrayed not by monsters, but by men. Mercenaries, bought by the shadow, turn their cloaks in the heat of battle. The horror here is intimate and personal. Birgitte Silverbow, the warder and hero of legend who has lived 100 lives, is cut down. She dies not in a duel of glory, but brutally, beheaded by the traitor Mella. Elaine, the bond severed, collapses into the screaming agony of loss, only to be captured. The shadow does not want her dead, they want her unborn children. It is a violation so profound it sickens the mind, the intent to turn the dragon's offspring to the dark. Elaine is dragged away, the medallion of the foxhead pressed to her skin to silence her power, leaving her helpless as the line of succession crumbles. Far removed from the mud and the blood, Rand al'Thor engages in a battle of wills with the Dark One. This is not a fight of weaves, but of realities. The Dark One strips away Rand's defences, forcing him to witness the deaths of those he loves. He sees Hurin fall. He sees the despair of the Aiel. He feels the death of Egwene ripple through the pattern like a snapped cable. The Dark One whispers a seductive truth. Existence is pain. To end the pain, one must end existence. He offers Rand a version of peace that is indistinguishable from oblivion. It is the void, the emptiness where no hearts break because no hearts beat. Rand, burdened by the weeping of the world, is tempted to just let go, to allow the turning of the wheel to cease. It is the ultimate psychological gambit, weaponizing the dragon's own compassion against him. If he loves the world, surely he wants its suffering to end. Rand hangs on the precipice of nihilism, the screams of his friends echoing in his mind, holding on only by the thinnest thread of duty. On the Field of Merrilor, the situation has become a rout. Matt Cawthon, the Prince of the Ravens, watches his intricate battle plans disintegrate. The Sharon army, led by Demandred, is a hammer smashing the anvil of the Westlands. Matt is a gambler, but he is running out of chips. His allies are dead or breaking. The Shonchan, his trump card, have withdrawn. In the Shonchan camp, the drama of the Crystal Throne plays out. Min Farshaw, now truth speaker to the Empress Fortuona, sees the threads of fate. She realises the hesitation of the Shonchan is manufactured. A spy, a channeler under compulsion, whispers poison in the general's ears. Min, shedding the role of the passive observer, takes action. She exposes the spy, forcing Tuon to confront a choice between cold logic and the fire of necessity. Tuon, the empress who calculates every breath, chooses the heart. She orders the return. It is a turning point, the moment the rigid slave-holding empire decides that survival requires fighting alongside the very people they deem savages. Back on the heights, Mat prepares for the end. He knows the Shonchan are coming, but he also knows it may be too late. The Trolloc hordes are massing for a final surge that will sweep the exhausted defenders into the grave. He needs a miracle, or at least a distraction. He needs someone to cut the head off the snake. Lan Mandragoran, the uncrowned king of Malkir, decides that he is that distraction. He rides a black stallion toward the enemy lines, a solitary figure against a tide of darkness. This is the embodiment of the Borderlands spirit. Death is lighter than a feather, duty heavier than a mountain. He does not ride to win, he rides to finish it. As Lan charges toward the flank of the Trolloc army, the darkness is so absolute that he risks being swallowed unseen. But then, a signal. Tamal Thor, the blade master of the Two Rivers, sees the king riding. He does not need orders. He rallies his archers, the simple shepherds and farmers who have become the deadliest force in the world. They light their arrows. A rain of fire arcs through the black sky, a burning corridor paved in light, clearing the path for the golden crane. It is a beautiful synthesis of the story's beginning and its end. The father of the dragon clearing the way for the dragon's protector. Lan crashes through the Trolloc lines, guided by the Two Rivers fire, and ascends the slope to face Demandred. The Forsaken stands amidst his court, arrogant and untouched. He expects Lews Therin. He wants the satisfaction of killing the dragon. Instead, he gets a man. Just a man. Demandred laughs, but his laughter dies as their blades meet. The duel that follows is a conversation of steel. Demandred is fresh, wielding the one power and the sword with the skill of a master from the Age of Legends. Lan is exhausted, battered, a man who has been fighting for days without rest. He enters the void, that place of emotionless clarity, where fear and pain are distant memories. Demandred batters him, slicing flesh, taunting him, demanding to know who this mortal is who fights with such impossible skill. Lan does not boast. He offers only the silence of the grave. Demandred is better. It is a hard fact. In a fair fight, the Forsaken wins. He is faster, stronger, and aided by magic. Lan realizes this. He knows he cannot win the duel. But winning the duel and killing the enemy are two different things. Demandred, sensing victory, lunges for the kill. He seeks to run Lan through, to end this annoyance and turn back to the conquest of the world. Lan sees the strike coming. He does not parry. He does not dodge. In the final, most terrible lesson of the sword, Lan executes the move known as sheathing the sword. He embraces the blow. Lan allows Demandred's blade to pierce his own body, taking the steel deep into his side. It is an act of supreme sacrifice, trading his life for one single second of proximity. Demandred's eyes widen in shock. He cannot comprehend a man who would willingly die just to land a hit. In that frozen second, with the Forsaken sword buried in his ribs, Lan strikes. His sword takes Demandred through the throat. "I did not come here to win," Lan whispers, the blood bubbling on his lips, the truth of his life condensed into a single sentence. "I came here to kill you." The Forsaken falls, the ancient evil extinguished by the sheer grit of a mortal man. Lan falls with him, sliding into the darkness, sending a final pulse of love to Nynaeve. The darkness tries to claim him, the pain washing over him, but the deed is done. The head of the snake has been severed. This sequence of events, from Egwene's crystalline sacrifice to Lan's suicidal strike, represents the thematic core of the ending. The light does not win through superior firepower or greater magic. It wins through the willingness to endure, to sacrifice, and to find hope in the face of absolute negation. The heroes are stripped of everything, their power, their horses, their friends, their lives. And yet, in that naked vulnerability, they find the strength to strike one final blow. The wheel turns, and ages come and pass, but the courage of this moment is etched into the pattern forever. As Rand feels Lan's life flicker, the despair threatens to consume him entirely. The Dark One's pressure is a physical vice. The list of the dead grows longer in his mind. Basher, Hurin, Enila, Egwene, Bella. The grief is a weapon used against him. The connection between Rand and the land is absolute. His pain is the world's pain. The temptation to accept the Dark One's offer of peace is not just about stopping his own suffering, but stopping the suffering of all these people he failed to protect. It is the dragon's burden, to love the world so much that the thought of its continued agony is unbearable. Yet even in the void, the memory of Lan's actions serves as a counter-argument to the Dark One's nihilism. Lan did not fight because he expected to live, he fought because it was right. Egwene did not heal the world to be thanked, she did it because the world needed healing. The shadow understands selfishness, greed, and pain. It cannot calculate the mathematics of duty or the physics of love. Back on the battlefield, the ripple of Demandred's death sends a shockwave through the enemy ranks. The Sharans, suddenly leaderless, falter. The Trollocs, whose command structure relies on the fear of their masters, hesitate. Matt Cawthon, ever the opportunist, sees the shift. The death of the enemy general is the chaotic variable he needed. The return of the Shonchan, flying on their exotic beasts, turns the tide from a massacre into a contest once more. The Horn of Valir is still hidden, Ulver is still trapped, but the momentum has shifted. The narrative here moves from the metaphysical to the visceral. We see the cost of war in the silence of the Tinkers and the tears of a child for his horse. We see the cost of leadership in Elaine's capture and Egwene's martyrdom. And we see the cost of duty in Lan's bloody side. The writing emphasises that the last battle is not one single event, but a million individual tragedies and triumphs occurring simultaneously. The atmosphere remains suffocating. The clouds are still boiling, the light is still dim, and the earth is still broken. But the cracks that Egwene sealed are holding. The crystallization of Mihail stands as a beacon that the shadow can be halted. The body of Demandred lies cooling on the dirt, proving that the Forsaken are not gods. They are men and women who sold their souls, and they can bleed just like anyone else. As the script of this battle draws to a close, the focus remains on the fragility of the light. It is a candle flame in a hurricane, flickering, almost extinguished, yet burning hot enough to ignite the dark. The Sleep to Lore journey here is not one of gentle dreams, but of witnessing the profound endurance of the human spirit. It is a reminder that even when the dragon reborn is trapped in a cage of shadows, a one-armed gleeman, a boy with a horn, or a king without a kingdom can change the fate of the world. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, but it is the hands of men and women that guide the thread. The exhaustion of the characters bleeds into the narrative. We feel the weight of Loyal's axe, the sting of the smoke in Matt's eyes, and the numbness in Elaine's limbs. It is a weariness that goes down to the bone, and yet they stand, they fight, because there is no other choice. To sleep now would be to surrender to the nightmare, and so they keep their eyes open, facing the dark, waiting for the dawn that may never come. This is the essence of the Wheel of Time's climax, the stubborn refusal to let the story end in darkness. Chapter 38. Let Go. The confrontation reaches its metaphysical zenith not on the physical plane, but in the space between moments, where Rand al'Thor faces the Dark One. Here the struggle is not merely one of power, but of philosophy and the crushing weight of memory. The Dark One does not simply attack the body, it assaults the very concept of hope, manifesting as a swarm of crows stripping the flesh from Rand's bones, a visceral representation of the despair trying to consume the dragon reborn. The pressure is immense, a cognitive dissonance where Rand tries to hold on to the world he loves while being told that his efforts are futile. For so long, Rand's motivation has been a possessive sort of protection. He whispered that he had to save them, a mantra born of guilt and a messiah complex that has slowly isolated him. But in this void, voices from his past, his father Tam, and the sharp, fond tone of Egwene pierce the darkness. They remind him of a fundamental truth he has struggled to accept. Heroism is not a monopoly. By trying to hoard the sacrifice, he is robbing others of their choice to fight for what they believe. This is the psychological turning point of the last battle for the dragon. To hold on is to fail. To let go is to win. It is a paradox. Rand has carried the names of the dead in his mind, like a list of his own crimes. Egwene, Hurin, Bashir, Samara. He recited them to harden himself, a ritual of self-flagellation. But now, as he faces the ultimate nothingness, he reverses the flow. The uncrowned king has achieved the impossible, slaying demon dread, but he has fallen in the process. The grief that ripples through the armies is palpable. Shendler, Demon Dread's lover, shrieks in a way that freezes the blood, signalling the wild's death to the Sharon forces. But for the forces of light, the sight of Lan down is a hammer blow to morale. Back in the void, the Dark One tries to break Rand by showing him the futility of the cycle, claiming that the shadow will eventually win because it owns the grave. But Rand, now unburdened, counters with the resilience of the human spirit. He uses the void, the technique taught to him by Tam, to feed his pain and fear into a flame, achieving a perfect stillness. He tells the Dark One that it loses because it cannot see. It is blind to the nature of the fight. It thinks victory is in breaking the body, but the victory of the light is in the refusal to yield, even when all laws of nature fracture and the world turns to mud and madness. Chapter 39. Those Who Fight. The dialogue between Creator and Destroyer continues, escalating into a debate on the nature of existence. The Dark One argues that it has ruined humanity, broken them time and again. Rand, stepping through the swirling tapestry of the pattern, reveals the Great Lord's fatal flaw: envy. The Dark One desires to break the spirit because it cannot comprehend it. Rand presents the evidence of the pattern itself. It was never about the dragon alone. It was about the woman cast down from her throne who crawled back to fight, the man who lost his family but stood tall to protect others, the hero who denied being a hero. It is the collective struggle of humanity that defies the shadow. The Dark One screams in defiance, shaking the heavens, insisting it can still kill them all. To prove this, the shadow turns its gaze to the battlefield, where Mat Cauthon is fighting a losing war. The situation is dire. The Trollocs are endless, the Sharon forces are dazed but numerous, and the armies of the light are outnumbered 3-1. Mat, ever the gambler, is looking for an opening, a toss of the dice, but the momentum is grinding them into dust. The exhaustion is physical and spiritual. Even the great captains are bleeding out. But Rand's voice whispers in Mat's mind, and then echoes across the entire battlefield, rejecting the Dark One's claim of victory. He points to Lan Mandragoran, who rises from the dead heaps. Bloodied, stumbling, the King of Malkia lifts the severed head of Demandred. It is a moment of pure, crystallized defiance. The man who lost everything still fights. And then, the turning point. In a small cleft of rock, Olver, a terrified boy, huddled and crying while Trollocs claw at his sanctuary, makes a desperate choice. He blows the horn of Valir. The sound is not merely a noise, it is a golden tone that encompasses the world, vibrating in the soul of every living thing. It is the call of the last battle. Mat, who thought himself still linked to the horn, realizes his death at Ruidian severed the connection, passing the burden to Olver. The mists rise, spectral and white, and the heroes of the horn ride forth. This is the intersection of myth and reality. Arta Hawkwing, Amarezu, Hend the Striker, legends made flesh. But for Olver, the miracle is personal. He is saved not by a stranger, but by Noel Charin, Jane Farstrider, who returns from the grave to protect the boy he loved like a son. It is a heartbreakingly tender moment amidst the slaughter, reinforcing Rand's earlier realization. Love is the weapon the Dark One cannot understand. Simultaneously, Elaine Trakand faces her own execution. Mellar, the Dark Friend captain, mocks her, prepared to kill her and cut her unborn babes from her womb. But the horn has sounded for her too. Birgitta Silverbow, Elaine's warder who had just died, returns in the mist. She is no longer the fading woman of recent weeks, but the hero of legend, young and fierce with a silver bow. She executes Mellar and his channelers with supernatural precision. The bond between them is gone, yet the friendship remains, stronger than death. Birgitta remembers everything now. Her past lives restored, her moping gone. The arrival of the heroes changes the physics of the battle. Panic spreads through the shadow spawn. Mat, revitalized by the chaos, and the realization that the gamble has paid off rallies his forces. The heroes do not fight the war alone. They are the vanguard that allows the common men and women to remember they are heroes too. Chapter 40. Wolf Brother. The resurrection of hope is not a simple fix. It is a rally against overwhelming odds. Elaine, though pregnant and exhausted, refuses to stay behind. She understands the symbolism of rule. Her soldiers think she is dead, and to see her riding, sword in hand, however ineptly she might wield it, is worth 1,000 lances. Birgitta, now a hero of the Horn, rides beside her, not as a servant, but as a peer. They tease one another, a flash of their old dynamic returning, grounding the high fantasy elements in human connection. Elaine weaves a banner of the Red Lion in the sky, a beacon of defiance that draws enemy fire but solidifies her army's resolve. Meanwhile, in the valley of Thakandar, the environment is hostile to life itself. The wind is a physical assault, and the Dark One's touch is warping reality. Avienda, battling through the tempest, encounters a wolf brother, not Perrin, but another, a man named Elias, or perhaps one of the Ancient Ones. He warns her of the wild hunt. Darkhounds, the size of ponies, are pouring into the valley. These are not merely beasts, they are the Shadow's elite hunters, immune to mortal weapons. The wolves fight them in a desperate delaying action, a sacrifice to buy time for the channelers. Avienda's arc here shifts to one of leadership and tactical desperation. She senses a massive channeling of Sidar. Grendel is on the field. The Forsaken is using compulsion on a terrifying scale, forcing friends and allies to fight for the Shadow. Avienda rallies what remains of the Wise Ones and Windfinders. She spots Grendel's position, protected by compelled slaves, including Aiel. The narrative shifts to Mat Cawthon, who is now coordinating a slaughter. The Shonchan have arrived, their truce holding, their might thrown against the Shadow. Torraken fly overhead, dropping archers. Damane blast the Trolloc ranks. It is a symphony of violence orchestrated by the Son of Battles. Mat rides with the heroes, and in a moment of levity that belies the gravity of the situation, he speaks with Arthur Hawkwing. There is a delicious irony here. Mat, the rogue who hates nobility, is treated as an equal by the greatest king in history. Hawkwing confirms that Mat is not a hero of the Horn, a relief to the gambler, but acknowledges that Mat's refusal to be a hero is exactly what makes him one. But the battle is not just about generals. It is about the common soldier and the horrors they face. Jer Grady, an Asherman, stands at a canyon, ordered by Mat to wait. He watches his countrymen from Hinderstap, the village trapped in a time loop where they die and resurrect every night, charge the Dreadlords. It is a grotesque yet brilliant tactic. The Dreadlords kill the villagers, but the villagers just keep coming, immune to the fear of death because they have already died 1,000 times. Grady, realizing the distraction, breaks the dam, releasing the river to wash away the Shadow's crossing. Chapter 41. A Smile. On the heights, the battle for the soul of the Black Tower plays out in microcosm. Bavara, Andral, and the loyal Asherman are exhausted, their strength nearly spent. Yet Loghain Ablar, the leader of the Black Tower, is distracted. He is not focused on the immediate survival of the army, but on securing power. He leads a search for the sceptre, the Sa'angreal Nahil used, believing that only with such power can he ensure the world fears and respects the Black Tower enough to let them survive. This is the trauma of the Red Ajah and the Shadow speaking. Loghain seeks safety through domination. Andral, however, represents a different path. Though weaker in raw power, he possesses ingenuity and empathy. When Loghain ignores the tactical threat of the remaining Dreadlords, Andral and Pavara take matters into their own hands. They don't try to outmuscle the enemy, they outthink them. Using a gateway, they transport the Dreadlords not to a prison, but to a steading, a sanctuary where the one power cannot be touched. The Ogier there, ancient and calm, take the frantic Dreadlords into custody. It is a merciful, non-violent neutralization of a deadly threat, highlighting the difference between the madness of the Taint and the creativity of the healed Asherman. Elsewhere, the hierarchy of the Shadow crumbles. Magedion, ever the survivor, lurks in the chaos. With Demandred dead, she sees an opportunity. She uses the true power to mask herself as Demandred, stepping into the power vacuum to command the Sharon army. Her internal monologue reveals her petty nature. She mocks Demandred's obsession with Lews Therin, even as she tries to usurp his glory. She orders the slaughter of refugees, a cruel and strategically pointless act designed only to sow terror and despair. But her hubris is cut short by the industrialization of war. Talmanis and Aludra, commanding the dragons, cannons, are using gateways to fire point-blank into the enemy ranks. It is a paradigm shift in warfare. The Sharans, expecting a magical duel, are unprepared for artillery fired from a portal that opens for a split second. Morgedian's command is shattered before it can truly begin, the randomness of the battlefield proving that even the chosen are not safe from the changing age. Chapter 42. Impossibilities. The Valley of Thakandar has become a surreal nightmare, a bubble of evil on a tectonic scale. Reality is fluid here. Rocks float in the air, the ground ripples like water, swallowing men and horses, lightning freezes into solid glass columns. It is a realm of impossibilities where the laws of physics bow to the Dark One's chaotic influence. Amidst this madness, Avienda hunts Grendel. The Forsaken, beautiful and terrible, is surrounded by her pets, men and women whose minds have been erased and replaced with adoration for her. Avienda moves through the distortion, using the sudden violent growth of plants, manifested by Rand's Song of Life battling the Dark One's Song of Death, as cover. Then, the tragedy strikes. Avienda is attacked by a compelled Aiel chief. It is Ruark. The man who was a father figure to Rand, a pillar of strength and honour for the Aiel, has been reduced to a puppet. The horror of compulsion is laid bare. Ruark is not just enslaved, his very essence is violated. He tries to kill Avienda, and she has no choice. She weaves fire and burns a hole through his chest. The act is devastating. There is no time to mourn, no time to process the patricide of her mentor. She simply has to keep moving, or she joins him in slavery. Fueled by a cold, desperate rage, and the connection she feels to Rand in the distance, Avienda engages Grendel. The duel is lopsided. Grendel is fresh, gorged on the power from her Angreal and her circle of slaves. Avienda is exhausted, wounded, and heartsick. But she has the determination of the Aiel. She attacks, but Grendel is too strong, weaving balefire that erases threads of the pattern. Avienda is thrown by an explosion of earth, her legs shattered, flayed by rocks. The pain is blinding. As she hangs in the air, broken and bleeding, she sees Grendel preparing to travel away, likely to escape the crumbling battle. In a final, impossible feat of will, Avienda weaves a gateway not for escape, but as a weapon. She drives her spear of light into Grendel, and the two of them tumble through the portal together, leaving the battlefield for the unknown. Chapter 43. A Field of Glass. Loghain stands amidst a field of glass, the result of the frozen lightning and the sheer heat of the battle. He has found it, the scepter, the Sakanen. It is within his grasp, the power to destroy nations, to ensure that no Aes Sedai ever cages him again, to make the world tremble. But he is interrupted. Andral arrives, broken and pleading. He tells Loghain of the refugees, the women and children from Caemlyn, who are being slaughtered by Trollocs at the ruins. Loghain is faced with the ultimate choice of his life. The Shadow and his own trauma tell him to take the power, to secure his own safety above all else. Gabrielle, the Aes Sedai bonded to him, tries to warn him, but he silences her. He prepares a weave of balefire to break the crystal holding the scepter, but the plea of the weak pierces his ambition. The text implies the struggle, the hesitation. Does he become another Time, a tyrant of ash? Or does he become a guardian? The choice is the pivot point for the future of the Black Tower. Meanwhile, on the heights, the battle is effectively won. Matt Cawthon, riding with the heroes of the Horn, watches the collapse of the Shadow's army. The river, released by Grady, has washed away the Trolloc reinforcements. The Shonchan and the Borderlanders are crushing what remains. Matt, speaking to Hawkwing, asks the question that has plagued him. Is he a hero? Hawkwing laughs, telling him he is not chosen for the Horn, yet he has done more than enough. It is the validation Matt never asked for, but perhaps needed. He sends Hawkwing to meet with Tuon a diplomatic masterstroke to ensure the Shonchan remain allies after the dust settles. In the place that is not, Rand delivers his final verdict to the Dark One. The Shadow is furious, confused. It asks why men continue to fight when they are broken, when hope is lost. Rand answers with the truth the Dark One cannot perceive. It is not strength that defeats the Shadow, it is nobility. It is the willingness to sacrifice not for power, or greed, or promise of reward, but simply because it is right. He asks the Dark One if it has ever inspired a single soul to die for it out of love. The silence of the dark is the only answer needed. Rand embraces death, realizing that it is lighter than a feather compared to the heavy burden of duty he has carried for so long. Finally, we return to Avienda. She has pulled Graendal through the gateway to the only place she could think of, Thakandar, but a ledge far away from the fighting. Avienda is crippled, her feet ruined stumps. She cannot stand. Graendal, though wounded, is still dangerous and begins to heal herself, mocking the vermin who dared touch her. Avienda tries to weave a gateway to bring help, but she is too weak. She leaves the gateway open, hoping Amis or Cadsuane will see it, but no one comes. Graendal, realizing Avienda is helpless, prepares to compulsion her to turn the strong warrior into a doting pet. Avienda tries to draw a knife, but her fingers are too weak to hold it. It falls. She is trapped, body broken, facing a fate worse than death, with only her iron will left to defend her. The scene ends in high tension, a cliffhanger of personal horror amidst the global victory. Chapter 44, Two Craftsmen. The waking world and the dream world have begun to bleed together, the boundaries between reality and the ethereal growing thin as the last battle reaches its crescendo. Perrin Ibarra awakes not to the comforting silence of a blacksmith's forge, but to the darkness of a room in Berelane's palace, or what remains of it in this fragmented reality. The scent of the ocean is muted, the gulls silent, replaced by the distant rolling thunder of a world at war. It is a morning that smells like dawn, but refuses to show the sun. He senses Chiad before he sees her. The Isle woman is a shadow within shadows, her presence a testament to the blurring lines of honour and necessity. They speak of the battle at Merrilor, which is technically won, yet the true war at Thakandar, the strike at the very heart of the Dark One's power, still rages. Here we see the exhaustion that permeates every soul. Perrin is bone-weary, a fatigue that goes beyond the physical. It is a spiritual weight. Chiad, bound by her Gai'shain honour, refuses to command him to rest, highlighting the Isle stoicism that views duty as life itself. Perrin's motivation is singular. Gaul, his friend, his brother of the spear, fights alone in the wolf dream, guarding the dragon reborn. The loyalty here is staggering. Perrin knows that leaving Gaul alone is a death sentence, and the thought of the Aiel fighting the shadow alone forces Perrin to move despite his broken body. Masuri, the Aes Sedai of the Brown Arger who has made a study of wolves, arrives to heal him. There is a tension here, a history of distrust. Yet in the face of oblivion, old grievances are shelved. Banes, lurking like a serpent in the dark. But before Perrin returns to the dream, a figure from his past emerges, Master Luhan. This meeting is the narrative closing of a circle that began in the very first book. Harol Luhan, the man who taught Perrin the trade, the man who built the foundation of Perrin's life, now stands before him. He calls Perrin a master of the craft. This is profound. For the entire saga, Perrin has rejected the axe in favour of the hammer, fearing his own capacity for violence. He has feared that he is a destroyer, not a creator. Luhan validates him, not as a killer, but as a man who does what is necessary. He tells Perrin that he has always held back, treating the world like fragile porcelain, afraid his strength would shatter it. But today, the last battle, is the day the big piece is due at the forge. It is permission, finally, for Perrin to unleash the wolf without fear. He is not broken. He is simply a man who must now strike with all his might. As Perrin prepares to shift between worlds, we traverse the broken geography of reality to find Tom Merrilin. The Gleeman sits at the mouth of the pit of doom, the ultimate observer. He watches the end of the world with a pipe in his mouth, searching for the right words to capture the apocalypse. It is a metafictional moment, the bard composing the ballad of the age while living it. He rejects words like epic or terrifying as insufficient. He settles on exquisite to describe the horror and majesty of the Aes Sedai marching to their deaths. But Tom is not merely a watcher. When a woman appearing to be Cadsuane approaches the cavern, Tom's instincts, honed by the game of houses and a lifetime of danger, flare. He notices the walk, the subtle wrongness. He throws a knife, killing her instantly. As the disguise fades, revealing a black sister, we see that the gleeman is the guardian of the gate. He drags the body to a pile of others, a silent sentinel protecting the dragon from assassins, proving that even an old man with a limp and a few knives can alter the fate of the world. Chapter 45, Tendrils of Mist. We shift perspectives to the chaos of the battlefield. Matt Cawthon, the Prince of Ravens, is trying to navigate a world where geography has lost its meaning. He attempts to have Grady open a gateway to Sheol Ghul, but the pattern is warped. The valley is no longer a single place, but a fractured concept that resists travel. The dice in Matt's head are tumbling, a constant, maddening reminder that the gambit is not yet finished. He takes to the sky. Flying on a Torakan with Olva and the Horn of Valir, Matt looks down upon the valley of Thakandar. The sensory details here are horrific. The valley is clogged with the dead, but worse, a silvery mist is rolling in. This is not weather. This is Shizem, the entity once known as Padan Fain, now grown into something ancient and terrible. He has become a third power in this war, distinct from light and shadow. He is a consuming void, a fungus of the soul. The mist is him. He feels the deaths of Trollocs and humans alike and feeds on them, his madness having distilled into a singular, joyful purpose, to infest reality itself. In the wolf dream, the situation is dire. Gaul is pinned down, fighting Slayer. The description of Gaul's resistance is a testament to the human spirit. A man with a spear standing against a being who can manipulate the dream itself. Slayer taunts him, revealing his own twisted desire for significance, his jealousy of Luke and Issam, the two souls fused within him. But just as Slayer prepares the killing blow, the environment shifts. The wind dies. The storm obeys a new master. Perrin Ibarra has returned. He stands not as a man, but as a force of nature. He tells Slayer that this place belongs to the wolves, and by extension, to him. The realization hits Slayer with the force of a physical blow. Perrin is no longer holding back. The golden eyes burn with a ferocity that eclipses the storm. Meanwhile, Matt's aerial ride ends in disaster. The Torakan is shot down, crashing into the valley floor. Matt rises from the wreckage, bruised but unbroken, his luck holding him together. But in the chaos, the banner of the dragon is lost, until Olva points upward. The clouds themselves have formed the banner in the sky. It is a moment of pure symbolism, the pattern asserting itself, declaring that the dragon fights on. Olva blows the horn of Valir. The sound cuts through the din of war, a resonance that vibrates in the marrow of every living thing. The heroes are summoned. Chapter 46. To Awaken. Deep within the pit of doom, the duel between the dragon and the betrayer of hope continues. Rand al'Thor and Moradin clash not just with swords, but with the raw essence of their beings. But the shadow cheats. Moradin throws a knife at Alanna, the Aes Sedai who bonded Rand against his will so long ago. Nynaeve, who had been desperately trying to keep Alanna alive to protect Rand from the shock of a severed bond, is too slow. Alanna's death is a pivotal psychological moment. With her dying breath, she releases the bond. She grants Rand freedom right at the threshold of the end. It is a redemption for a character who violated Rand's autonomy, a final act of grace. Rand feels the sorrow, but thanks to his integration on Dragonmount, he does not break. He is steel. Simultaneously, Perrin and Slayer engage in a battle that defies physics. This is the sequence where Perrin truly transcends. He shifts between the wolf dream and the waking world with every heartbeat. Flicker, flicker. In the dream, he is young Bull, tearing at Slayer's throat. In the waking world, he is Perrin Goldeneyes, swinging the hammer Mahaleania. The narrative pacing here is frantic. mirroring the stroboscopic nature of their fight. Slayer cannot comprehend this. He is a creature of the dream, but Perrin has mastered the duality of existence. The hunt ends. Perrin's hammer connects, crushing Slayer. The man who hunted wolves, the assassin of the shadow, falls broken on the rocks of Thakandar. But there is no time to celebrate. The Darkhounds have arrived. Monsters the size of ponies, immune to steel, their very saliva a deadly poison. The forces of light are breaking. Perrin, now leading a ragtag group of Aiel, prepares to make a last stand. He expects to die, but the horn has been sounded. The mists of the past coalesce. The heroes of the horn ride forth, but Perrin sees something else. The wolves of the dream, every wolf that has ever died in the hunt, manifest in the waking world. They are glowing, spectral, and led by the call of young bull. It is the last hunt. Mat Cawthon, ever the fool for a hero's cause, rides to help Perrin. He sees the silvery mist of Shaysam encroaching. He warns Perrin, but he is too slow to save himself. A tendril of the Mashadar mist spears Mat through the chest. The gambler falls. The dice stop rolling. Chapter 47. Watching the flow writhe. On the slopes of the valley, Aviendha lies broken. Her feet are ruined, her strength nearly gone. She faces Grendel, the Forsaken who revels in the subjugation of the mind. Grendel is weaving compulsion, a complex web of spirit intended to enslave Aviendha. The Aiel woman cannot fight back with strength, she is drained. But she remembers her training, not as a wise one, but as a warrior who understands the structure of things. She looks at her unravelled gateway. She begins to pick at the weaves. This is forbidden magic, dangerous and unpredictable. To unweave a gateway is to risk unmaking oneself. But Aviendha is desperate. She pulls the threads of the one power apart. The resulting explosion is catastrophic. It backfires on Grendel, whose own weaves of compulsion are twisted by the blast, rebounding upon her. The Forsaken is caught in her own trap, her mind shattered, leaving her a fawning, mindless worshipper of Aviendha. It is a grim, ironic justice for the woman who stole the wills of others. In the valley, Shaysam, Padan Fain, believes he has won. He is vast, a cloud of consumption. He finds a body on the ground, one he believes he has killed. He gloats, preparing to consume the soul. But the body grabs him. Matrim Cawthon opens his eye. "There's an odd thing about diseases," he whispers. "Once you catch a disease and survive, you can't get it again." Mat carried the dagger from Shadar Logoth for months. He lived with the infection of Mashadar in his soul until he was healed. He is immune. In a moment of supreme satisfaction, Mat stabs Fain with his own dagger. The creature that was Padan Fain, the amalgamation of Mordeth and the Dark One's touch, dissolves. The mist evaporates. The chaotic variable is removed from the board. Inside the cave, the climax reaches its zenith. Rand realizes the trap of Kalandor. The sword that acts as a sangreal has a flaw. It leaves the user open to being forced into a circle. Moradin realizes this too late. Rand, Nynaeve and Moraine seize control of Moradin. They use him as a conduit. Rand channels Saidin, Moraine and Nynaeve channel Saidar, and they draw the true power, the Dark One's own essence, through Moradin. It is the perfect synthesis. The three powers, light and shadow, woven together by the dragon. Chapter 48. A Brilliant Lance. The metaphysical battle ends in a blinding flash. Rand does not destroy the world, he remakes the prison. He weaves a shield not of stone or air, but of pure reality, using the Dark One's own power to insulate the boar. He seizes the Dark One and throws him back, sealing the breach with a perfection that the Age of Legends failed to achieve. Outside, a beam of pure light erupts from the mountain, piercing the heavens. It is a signal seen across the world. On the Field of Merrilor, the survivors stop. The clouds, which have choked the sky for so long, burn away. The sun, real and unfiltered, bathes the land in warmth. Loghain Ablar, the leader of the Black Tower, stands amidst the ruins. He has a choice. He could seek power, he could seek the Sakanan, the Sa'angreal. But he hears the pleas of the common people. A mother hands him her child, thanking him. For the first time, Logain realizes the true purpose of the Ashaman. They are not weapons, they are guardians. He breaks the seals of the Dark One's prison, the physical objects symbolizing the end of the old era. The Black Tower protects, he declares. It is the start of a new legacy. Chapter 49. Light and Shadow. But the danger is not wholly past. In the wolf dream, Perrin runs toward the reflection of Sheol Ghul. The dream is collapsing, reflecting the ceiling of the boar. He finds Lanfear waiting at the entrance. Lanfear, the daughter of the night. She has played the longest game of all. She explains her plan. She helped Perrin so that he would clear the way. She intends to kill Moraine and Nynaeve while they are linked with Rand, seizing control of the circle. She wants to use the immense power Rand is holding to rewrite reality, to make herself the supreme being, placing even the Dark One at her mercy. She puts Nynaeve in her sights. She prepares to compel Perrin, relying on his deep-seated refusal to harm a woman. She counts, mocking him. 1, 2. Perrin looks at her. He feels the old inhibition, the hammer that forged his morality. But he also thinks of Fael. He thinks of the world that will vanish if Lanfear succeeds. He realizes that his code, while noble, cannot stand in the way of survival. 3. Perrin's hands move. He snaps Lanfear's neck. It is a moment of brutal, tragic necessity. He catches her body as she falls, weeping for the loss of life, for the beauty that was corrupted, and for the part of himself that had to die to do this deed. He has mastered the hammer, yes, but he now carries the weight of the axe in his soul forever. Inside the prison, Rand holds the Dark One. He has the power to kill the entity. He sees the vision of a world without shadow, and he sees that it is a nightmare. Without the capacity for evil, there is no capacity for good. People become automatons, stripped of free will. Rand understands the ultimate truth. The Dark One is not the enemy. The choice to be evil is the enemy. To destroy the Dark One is to destroy humanity's essential nature. "I see the answer," Rand whispers. He shoves the Dark One back, creating the perfect seal. He does not kill the shadow. He cages it, preserving the balance of the wheel. Epilogue. To see the answer. The dust settles. The cost is tallied. Nynaeve and Moraine drag a broken body from the cave. But there is another body too, Moradin's. They collapse, exhausted. The funeral rites begin as evening falls. The world is broken, yet blooming. Flowers grow amidst the corpses of Trollocs, a manifestation of the dragon's peace. Perrin Ibarra, frantic with grief, searches the battlefield for Fael. He finds her under a mound of dead Trollocs, broken but alive. The falcon lives. Rand al'Thor is dying. His body is spent, burned out by the colossal forces he channeled. He lies on a pallet, surrounded by the few who know the truth. Nynaeve weeps, unable to heal him. The three women, Min, Elaine, Avienda, gather. They do not weep as others do. They share a secret knowing. A pyre is built. Tam al'Thor, the father who raised the dragon on a farm in the Two Rivers, lights the flame. It is a quiet, devastating moment of a father burying his son. The world mourns a saviour. Tam mourns a boy. But in a tent nearby, a man wakes up. He looks in a mirror. He sees the face of Moradin. The body swap, foreshadowed by the prophecy that he would live to die and die to live, has come to pass. The soul of Rand al'Thor, finding the body of Moradin vacant after the soul was burned away, has crossed over. Rand, in this new, strong body, struggles to stand. He has one final test. He reaches for Sidin. Nothing. He reaches for the true power. Nothing. He cannot channel. The ability is gone. He takes a pipe from his pocket. He wants to smoke, but he has no light. He looks at the pipe, and he simply thinks it lit. And it lights. The smoke curls upward. Rand al'Thor laughs. He has transcended the one power. He has touched the pattern itself, and now can weave reality with a thought. He is free. No longer the dragon, no longer a king, no longer a puppet of prophecy. He walks out of the tent, steals a horse, and rides south. He passes Cadsuane, who sees him and recognizes something in his eyes, but lets him go. As he rides, the wind rises. It is not the beginning. There are no beginnings or endings to the turning of the wheel of time. But it is an ending. The fourth age has begun, born in blood and fire, carried on the back of a wind that blows through the trees of a world saved by a man who remembered, finally, how to laugh.